How's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, I'm hoping they do take the gay shit out of BioWare stuff, and just in general. I'm sick of that shit, man. Because nobody wants the Steam Deck LCD, so they're trying to fire sell it. No, they can leave the straight sex in there, but they need to get rid of all the gay shit. No more homosexuals. I'm sick of being propagandized, too, constantly. The Begathon is here? That's right, man. This is the last day to make your support count for my next YouTube paycheck. As DSP would say. It's kind of interesting. The physical edition of Oblivion is cheaper physical than it is digital, which makes no sense at all. It's like $40 for the game physically.
You're fucking poor!
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Eclipse with the 2. Feeling good at the moment. My dividends are coming. Nice, bro. That is a good feeling. And Vendetta with the 2. A lot happened with Trump today. He's a beast. Yep, he's constantly doing shit, so he go from a vegetable to somebody who's actually, you know, working. It's a stark contrast. Yeah, I think they're going to take this opportunity to lay a lot of people off, so hopefully so. That's what needs to happen. Yeah, they tried to do the whole indigenous people shit in the US, but nobody cared. Everybody still calls it Columbus Day. I don't know if EA still has the Star Wars license or not, is the problem. I think they lost it. Yeah, those Jedi Fallen Order games are fucking dog shit. Who wants to play a game where your lightsaber hits like a fucking wet pool noodle? That shit sucks. What a waste of the IP. Truly tragic. Yep, gotta love the Souls-like combat, man. Yeah, and the unskippable cutscenes, too, makes it even more fun. Don't you love that bald black chick in every game? Oh yeah, dude. Absolutely, with her massive bug eyes. Totally. That's how you know it's about to be another certified banger, bro. Yeah, Force Unleashed is dead because, you know, Disney basically removed the canon nature of it. So, yeah. It'll probably never get approved to get a sequel. Plus, it's probably too dark for Disney, so... Yeah, pulling down the Star Destroyer was pretty cool. That is a pretty iconic scene, for sure.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. So Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Why do you have such a grudge against Sonic Crossworlds, Griff? Because I don't like the Sonic community, for one. And two, I'm sick of the we did it Reddit energy around it. It's a fun game. Mario Kart World is great, too. Can't we just enjoy both? Nope. Absolutely not. You can only pick one. That's how gaming works, obviously. Star Wars has kind of been on the uprun. Oh my god, stop. No, it is not. Modern Star Wars is fucking dead, bro. They're never gonna make anything decent ever again. It's just gonna be the same garbage over and over and over and over again. But the Ryan Gosling movie, oh my god, dude, it's gonna be so awesome. Yeah, I don't trust it at all. I haven't watched anything Star Wars related since The Force Unleashed came out. Or no, not, what is it? Force Awakens, shit. Thinking of the game. Yeah, Force Awakens, that's it. It's the only Star Wars Disney sloppa I've ever watched. And I refuse to watch anything after it because it was so fucking garbage. They massacred it. The last movie I saw in a theater, like new movie or like a rerun? Because the only movie I've seen recently is reruns, which is Star Wars Episode 3. I went to the 20th anniversary screening of that, but the last new movie I saw in theaters, I don't even know. I don't even think I could tell you because I don't remember. I have not been to like... I have probably not even been to 10 movies in the past 10 years in theaters, including re-releases, so I don't even know. I don't even know what the last, like, new movie I saw in theaters was. I guess... it may have been Dune 2, actually. I think that's the most recent movie I've seen. Forgot about that one. Yeah, that's the most recent one I've seen. Dune 2 had gay incest? What? You mean the fucking weird bald guys? Yeah, you're supposed to hate them. They're supposed to be disgusting degenerates that you want to see dead. That's a good thing. You're supposed to want to root for them to be butchered because they're disgusting, degenerate, you know, scum. Yeah, that's what I've heard is like the Dune franchise. Like, I've never read the books, but I've heard like the books get really fucking retarded after the first two. So... Yeah, Tolkien did hate Dune. He didn't like how... Well, I mean, Dune is basically a criticism of religion. So, you know, Tolkien being a Catholic probably didn't fucking like that shit. Because the thing is I remember reading that the guy who wrote the Dune books was not going to make follow-up books after the first one. But because people sympathized with the main character so much, he had to basically sabotage his own franchise. Who does that sound like? A certain Cuckman. But yeah, basically he was mad that people empathized with Paul and liked him as a character. Because lay heckin' religion bad, dude, was the message of the book. And people walked away liking Paul. So the author was fucking pissed off. So, you know, he wrote the subsequent books to, like, really drive home the fact that he's such a bad guy, dude. He's evil, and you should hate him. Blah, blah, blah. Religion bad. So, yeah. You know, how dare you take advantage of those poor innocent Browns? Yeah, but... Well, dude, there's already heavy feminist themes with, like, the whole fucking Reverend Mothers and shit. How they're, like, literally godlike entities. The women actually run everything behind the scenes, dude. The men are just pawns in the women's game. So, yeah. The Sonic glaze is unreal. I agree, man. There's a Dune TV show that focuses on the wait. Oh yeah, the what's it on? Is it on Netflix or Amazon? I don't remember. But I guess it would make sense since if it's on Amazon, since they made that shitty Lord of the Rings show as well, so maybe that's it's on HBO. Oh, okay. I have HBO. I didn't know that was on there. Shit. Lord of the Rings and shit. That's right, man. Don't hate Sonic because of the fans. I absolutely will hate Sonic because of the fans. The Sonic fan base is one of the most cancerous groups of autists on the internet. They literally jerk off to fucking animals, bro. Like, you don't just have the mix of, like, kiddie game autists, but you have, like, literal furry porn autists. Like, that community is vile. It's like how I hate the Pokemon community. There's a bunch of furry degens in that community as well, too. So... thanks to Sonic, we got Chris Chan. Exactly. Dude, when I was in 4th grade, there was a kid that used to print out, like, literal fucking Sonic porn and would pull it out during carpool. So I've seen firsthand the degenerate shit that the Sonic fan base is capable of. Not to mention the massive foot fetish Sonic fan base as well. Like, there's a whole subset of the Sonic fan base that's, like, heavy into foot fetish art. Because, you know, they all wear the big shoes. So, yeah. There's some real fucked up shit in the Sonic community. How do big shoes lead to foot goons? Bro, do I really have to explain one of the core tenets of a foot fetish? I'll just say this. They imagine the smell. When they take those big, heavy, thick shoes off, ooh, their feet are all sweaty and stinky, and you can infer what that leads to.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
It's disgusting. I've seen it all, unfortunately. Dude, there was that one article back in the day where they were, like, demanding that they reveal Sonic's feet. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Huh! My video is the first result when I typed it in from back in the day on it. But yeah, look at this shit, bro. If Mario can surf barefoot, why can't Sonic? Unleash Sonic's
Thanks,
feet,
nigga. All right.
You cowards! Dude, they wrote a whole article about how Sonic's toes used to be visible. Like, there's a whole subset of the Sonic community that is obsessed with his fucking feet. But yeah, Sonic is one of the worst fucking fan bases I think I've ever seen. Like, there's just so much degenerate shit concentrated onto, like, 4 or 5 characters that it's, like, insane. Like, you know, Pokemon has the same type of problems, but it's, like, so much less concentrated. Like, it feels like everyone in the Sonic community is a fucking weirdo. The Pokemon community has weirdos, but they're not the norm. With Sonic, it's so niche that it feels like it's basically the norm. Like, you can go and see, like, you can go on, like, a Pokemon thread or something and not see, like, degenerate fucking shit everywhere. But you cannot do that with Sonic, bro. They are constantly gooning to either the game itself or the fan art. So you can actually positively interact with the Pokemon community in some instances. Sonic, not a chance. Everywhere you look related to Sonic on the internet, it is fucking terrible. It's just autism, Griffin. Yeah, I guess so. I reckon so. Oh, shit. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm just replying to some guy on eBay. Alright. Sonic is easily one of the worst fan bases ever, with My Little Pony, Undertale, and Ultra Kill not far behind. Yeah, My Little Pony. Jesus Christ, man. Gas them all. Yeah, I refuse to play Ultra Kill because the art style for that game genuinely just looks so Troon coded. Like, it looks like Troon slop. Which is kind of a shame because the gameplay doesn't look bad. But holy fuck, is the game, like, ugly. Like, it's just very Troon coded to me. Like, this is basically your mind on HRT. PS1 graphics, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it just looks like visual vomit. But, I don't know. The art style to me is just pretty hideous. Like, this is such a superior art style if you're gonna do, like, the boomer shooter, pixelated aesthetic. This game does it so much better. This shit looks so much better visually. Nah, this isn't Bolt Gun. This is called Proteus. Which it looks like it's on sale right now, which is pretty good. 15 bucks, I'd definitely say is worth it. Let's see. Benji with the 33 months. Have you seen what the commentator Joy read? Oh, the thing about not wanting taxes? Yeah, that shit's retarded as fuck. How dare white people not want to pay taxes? Think of the humanity. Oh, the humanity. And Tim Marco the 7, Tism, Sonic Obsession, and Parental Neglect. Great combo for Chris Chan. Yup. Nope, you have to give me shekels. That's how this works. I need the shekels. Griffin hates Sonic because it reminds him that he's a Spurg. I've never really liked Sonic. Sonic to me has always been mid as fuck. None of the games I've played Sonic-wise I've actually liked that much. The only one I liked was Sonic Riders. I thought that was a pretty fun game on the Wii, but aside from that, I never really played any Sonic games. I played that Sonic Shadow Generation game, which it was fun. I don't know. It feels like slop, honestly. Sonic feels like it's barely a step above like a mobile game. Feels like you're playing Temple Run or some shit almost. I don't know. It's not for me. Doom the Dark Ages would be good if it wasn't so reliant on parrying. The over-reliance on parry is what kind of killed it for me. Like, every single enemy in the game basically needs to be parried, which is wild. Yeah, the dragon was pretty worthless, honestly. But, you know, it's not the worst part of the game. Nah, I didn't buy anything from the sale. I don't see anything I actually want. The original Shadow the Hedgehog game was just kind of, you know, once you get past the edginess, it's kind of shit, to put it bluntly, but it's fine, I guess. It's not one of those games I look back on too fondly. It's more so it was just kind of a meme.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, Steam sales suck nowadays. You used to be able to get like massive bundles and shit for dirt cheap. Now it's like, oh wow, you can get the game for 20% off, dude. Wowie zowie. Like nowadays, the weekly like random sales give you a better discount anyway than the actual named sales. So, with like the autumn, summer, and winter sale, they almost like decrease the discount compared to like a normal random week. So you're almost penalized for waiting for these big sale events. Dude, I don't know why I'm so tired. This shit sucks. I gotta wake up. Let's see. Sadness Hope with the 8 months. Hey, Griff, thanks for getting me into Pokemon/stocks. Already seeing a return on investment after a month. Very nice, man. Glad that it's working out for you. Yeah, I drank actually a lot of tea today as well too, but I don't know, I'm just tired of shit. I'm in one of those periods where no matter how long I sleep, I just don't feel rested. So, that's my problem. And then like working all day and then going and exercising and shit. it makes me even more tired. And caffeine doesn't do anything for me anymore. In fact, I almost felt more tired after drinking a bunch of it earlier. So I had to force myself not to lay down because, you know, that was basically my driving desire at the moment, was just to go lay down. And I knew, like, if I laid down, I'd be out. So there was no getting up at that point. Only 50 likes? That's right, dude. Hit the like button, guys, so I don't kill myself. Thanks.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Elijah Petty with the 5. Has Sonic Crossworlds redeemed the franchise from the previous slop that was Sonic Frontiers? Hell no. Dude, Sonic Frontiers is genuine trash. And I will fight anyone who says otherwise. That is the most copy-paste, checklist, slop open world game I think I've ever played. Holy shit, man. That game is unironically one of the worst open world games I have ever played from a, like, structural standpoint.
I can't afford this shit! You're broke! You're fucking poor!
That shit was brutal. Let's see. Eclipse of the 5. Unironically, you inspired me to get into stocks. Feels good to get the quarter drops. Nice, man. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, it's a nice feeling when you start making money from your own money just working for you. So, it's a cool feeling to just basically get money for essentially nothing other than just being smart with your money and not blowing it on dumb shit. So... Chaka Gaming with the 3. Mario Kart World's open world is meaningless. Yeah, it's just there to blow time. So, you don't have to even interact with the open world of Mario Kart World. The nice thing about it is you have something to do while you're waiting in between races. That's what I like about the open world. But yeah, just free roaming and it's kind of pointless. Getting money from money. What a great concept. I wonder if anyone would ever want to exploit this economic system through the practice of loaning. Oy vey. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone doing that before. Am I getting sunlight? Not too much, but a little bit, I guess. Let's see. Derek HG with the 6 months. You've helped me with investing as well. Stocks and Pokemon cards already make me a steady profit. Thank you. No problem, man. I'm glad to hear people are having some success, so that's great. It is a wonderful feeling. It's one of the few, or maybe the only joy I have left, is making money. There's just nothing else like it, of like, you know, buying something and then selling it for a profit. It's just a wonderful feeling. Breaking free from the wage slavery, which is always good. I guess so, man. You just have to learn to live with less. So, only spend money on shit that you absolutely need, or it's something you know for a fact you want. Like, just stop, like, the impulse shopping. Every aspect of modern life is designed to constantly market to you. And if you can resist that urge for even just a little bit, you'll be amazed at how much money you're not wasting. Like the desire to, you know, order Uber Eats, if you ignore that and instead decide to like cook something at home, and you do that enough times, you're going to save like large quantities of money that otherwise would just feel like a small one-off purchase, but in reality it's not. The urge to jack off? I mean, unless you're spending money on porn, I don't really think that has to do with anything.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I sound dead? I feel dead right now. I'm like exhausted at the moment. I was very tempted to lay down and just sleep a little bit, but I knew I wouldn't wake up. It'd be like 5 or 6 probably when I woke up. I just have to get over it. It'll go away eventually. Chaka Chaka Gaming with the 8. Dr. Eggman is my favorite Sonic character because he's the only human. What about that one human that has bestiality sex with Sonic? Or Shadow's girlfriend or whatever, the Aryan Queen. Aren't those technically humans too? Why isn't he in Smash Bros? Because probably nobody cares about Dr. Eggman on the level of, like, I guess a main Sonic character. They'd probably put Shadow or Knuckles in Smash Bros before Eggman. End the stream? No. These were accurate words. Let's see if I can find the part.
Bestiality. It's what Sonic's all about these days. Fucking Sonic.
So true, man. Truer words have never been spoken.
Bestiality. It's what Sonic's all about these days.
Absolutely factual.
It's what Sonic's all about these days. Bestiality. It's what Sonic's all about these days. Bestiality. It's what Sonic's all about these days. Fucking Sonic.
Yeah, dude, bestiality is what Sonic's all about these days. DSP was ahead of his time on that one, and he was absolutely correct. Unfortunately, even during government shutdowns, the EBT cards still get paid for. I fucking wish they didn't. In a just world, they wouldn't. John McCormick with the 5. Watch Hassan Orbiter is the worst. Wait. Oh, wait. Which Hassan Orbiter is worse in your opinion? For me, it's probably Denim. I don't really know anything about them, to be honest, because I don't watch them, but yeah. There's something very visually repulsive about Denims that's hard to put my finger on. Like, there's just something really off with her. Let's see. Raging Boar with the 2. What is this? Music. Hopefully that doesn't hear right. It's her, it's her mouth. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that she's exotic. Look at this. All right. He's broke, he's destitute, he's desperate. Here's proof. Just the recording pages, so no doxing. It's public record if you want to search. Dutchess County. What is this? What about it? $2021, $2025.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't look at threads. I'm not signed in, so I can only see one tweet. That's it. He's paying $3K a month? Nah, that's not $3K a month, I don't think. That's his total tax for the year. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what this is supposed to be because I'm not really I'm not 100% sure what this form is supposed to be. Like, I guess, did he remortgage his house? That's the only thing I can think of, like mortgage amount. So I think that's what it is. He remortgaged his house and took out the equity in order to have the money on hand. Didn't Rich refinance his mom's house? What the fuck is he even talking about? No 44-year-old should be this dramatic. He refied it twice for $293 in September and $325 in January. What did you do with the money? I don't think refinance is what he did. He remortgaged it. Because refinancing just means you get a lower interest rate. You don't refinance your house. Because interest rates were cheaper in 2021 than they are in 2025. So you wouldn't refinance in 2025. He remortgaged his house. That's what it is. Because refinancing, your outstanding balance doesn't change. So basically, a remortgage is when you essentially take the equity out of your house and reset the mortgage. So let's say you've had a mortgage for 10 years and you've built up a certain amount of equity in the property. What you do is basically remortgage the house. It resets the payment schedule to the 30-year period. So you start basically from the beginning again. But any equity that you amassed in the house, you get to pull out. So, it's really dumb to do unless you absolutely have to, because the way mortgages are set up, you just blow so much money on interest that it's not really worth doing. Unless you're really fucking hard up for cash. And you never remortgage in a higher interest rate, because it's just stupid. You'll lose so much more money over time. In excess of any amount of money that you could, actually recoup. Lol, he don't want the news out there. He's broke. He lowered his members because no one was re-upping gifted membership. He's struggling to pay his bills. That electric bill was exaggerated But he did owe thousands, lol. Yeah, and apparently Rich pays $5,000 a month in child support, too, to his baby mama. So, which is pretty wild, man. Which, when he had his normal YouTube channel, I'm sure that covered it. But now he doesn't have that. All he has is the stream donos, which means he's solely reliant on, you know, e-begging on streams for money. But yeah, this looks like it's a remortgage, not a refi. Because refinancing you would only ever do if interest rates are lower. Like here, let's see. Average home interest rate. I just want to see if there's like a chart. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, in 2021, the interest rates were lower than they are now. So, this is what his interest rate would have been. This is what it is now. So, that means that if he refinanced here... Or, no, he had his mortgage here. So, he originally financed here and then refinanced here. His average payment would probably double. So, yeah, and there's no way to, like, explain it other than remortgaging because he needs the actual equity out of the house in order to pay bills. There's no reason you would ever do this if you're paying off a mortgage and you have a rate in this range, and then all of a sudden you have to start paying in this range. That is a massive increase. So, that shit's really bad.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Would the remortgage... Yeah, it remortgages to the new value. Because the whole point of remortgaging is to get as much money out of the house as possible. So, yeah. Because your equity increases with the value of the home. So even if, like, let's say you have a house that you bought on a mortgage loan for $250,000, okay? Just for actually, we'll do 100,000 just for example's sake. So what happens is let's say you pay off 50,000 of it. So you have $50,000 of equity built up over the course of repaying your loan so far. But the value of the house is now 200,000, which means your actual equity is 150,000 because you owe 50,000 still. Which means you own 150,000 of the 200,000 value of the home. When you remortgage the home, you get that $150,000. But you have to restart the mortgage payments at the $200,000 price point. So you're basically just taking out money, but also resetting the clock on your mortgage. You're essentially borrowing against the accumulated equity in your house. But yeah, home equity loans are a different thing. Home equity loans are bad. You don't want to do those. Those are terrible ideas. Usually the interest rate on home equity loans are fucking insane. So that's like a last-ditch effort you should do. But yeah. No. Refinancing is different than remortgaging. Remortgaging is different than refi. Refi is when the mortgage rate goes down, so you just refinance the loan at the lower rate. The value on those doesn't change. Remortgaging is when you reset your mortgage in order to get the money that you've accumulated in equity out of the property. Yeah, he could have gotten an ARM mortgage, but I don't know. Apparently he took it over from his parents, so I don't know how that would work. But yeah, refinancing and remortgaging are very different things. If it was just a basic refi, I mean, it would make no sense because, like, this is his original mortgage amount, $293,000. And then it goes up to $325,000 4 years later, which that means the property value's increased. So he's going to be cashing in on the equity. So this is really dumb, though, because interest rates have gone through the fucking roof in that time period. Jeez. I thought you use home equity to fix and remodel the... You can, but you can also use it for booze and hookers if you want. But generally speaking, home equity loans are not a good idea. I would not advise ever doing that. Again, it's one of those things that you should only ever do if you absolutely have to. Yeah, his parents already partially paid off the house, and Rich couldn't even be bothered to finish up the payments. That's crazy, man. And that's not even an expensive property. It's a fucking $300,000 home. That's very doable for a, 40-year-old man that at the peak of his career was making, like, what, $15,000 a month, probably? If he remortgaged, are we thinking he borrowed like No. So remortgaging would mean that there's a price differential of $30,000 here. I'm assuming this is the price. But no, what would happen is he would also cash in on the equity that was already existing on the property. So, like, let's say he accumulated $40,000 worth of equity plus the price appreciation, so he would be able to cash out 70 grand. So, that's kind of I guess, what is most likely the scenario. I don't know. I don't know the finer details. But yeah, it's probably not a refi. It's probably a remortgage. Wonder if Griffin can make Raymond a millionaire? He just has to invest aggressively in Pokemon cards. But yeah, I guess so. I probably could. Nah, $300,000 for a house is very doable. 300 grand is not that bad for a house, as long as you have a decent job. That's not too terrible. Raymond is Griffin and from a alternate dark future. That's right, man. Definitely. Let's see. So, John McCormick with the 5 recently discovered her, and she's so vile, laughing at Tectone's dad getting PTSD. Yeah, all of those leftist Twitch streamers are just, you know, blatantly missing a soul. Like, I mean, most leftists are, but especially those types of people. You can just tell. They're soulless husks of human beings. E-Man with the 5, Time Juanold. Alright. And Spooky Service with the 2. Will like my $2 help you? Yup, more than you know. Every penny goes a long way to helping me pay my bills. My electric bill, the internet bill, my taxes. Daniel with the 5, Griff the completionist did what I would do if I was.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga.
Sit
All
on
right.
the money until I knew for sure everyone forgot about it. I think it's a long con. Well, wouldn't you invest the money instead of just leaving it in the savings account? Like, yeah, I don't know. No, I can believe that the charities didn't want to do a track donation until you hit a certain amount. That's completely believable. If you want to stipulate what the money's being used for, you have to give a certain amount. Like, they're not going to let every $10 donation that comes in be, like, deliberately tracked. So, no, I think what he was saying makes sense. Yeah, it's just sitting there losing money without investing it. So, yeah, again, I don't really think, I don't think he did anything wrong, personally. He wasn't blowing the money on stupid shit. Like, it was all sitting there. So, it's not like he ran for the hills and, like, bought, you know, expensive cars and houses and shit like the BLM women did. Yeah, it's another case of someone who had good intentions but ended up getting fucked because it's just something he shouldn't have bothered with in the first place. That's my kind of takeaway from it. You know, it's just not worth the trouble. Like, just donate money in your own personal time. Don't make it like some big fundraising thing. Out of all the people, LO Legends and the fake engineer Mudasar tried to call him out. Yeah, they're the last two people that should be checking anyone else's credibility. Why is it always the same games on Steam that go on sale? Because nothing ever changes, man. We're stuck in a time loop, basically. Same shit, different day. Nothing ever happens? I guess so. Dude, I'm just so fucking tired. This shit sucks. I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of being tired. But I think I'm just doomed to this fate. The fatigue is getting to me, that's right. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to keep this shit up, bro. I'm gonna drop dead one day. Just vanish. Sleep stream? Hell no. I'm not sleeping in here. Griff, you're not white? Quit projecting, PK. Yo? Hold on a second, guys. We got some breaking news. This is important. Let's see. The new Aerith statue has dropped. There you guys go. Griffin busting? That's right, dude. Where's the life-size version for research? I don't know. Show Tifa? The Tifa one sucks because it's one of like the like action figure ones that you can bend the joints, which makes it look bad. This is like an actual statue, not a action figure. So I'll have to pick one of those up. to add it to my stash, dude. I have a bunch of Final Fantasy figures that are sealed in the box. Griffin is cooming? Oh yeah, dude. Dude, we'll just have to milk AOC again on the White House lawn if they run out of milk because of the government shutdown. Luckily, she has a bountiful harvest. Yeah, I was looking through this Steam sale, and it's just like, there's nothing I want. There's like nothing I want to spend money on. Just more games I won't play. It's just nothing, dude. There ain't shit. Baldur's Gate 3. Absolutely not. Yeah, there's just nothing I want. Sucks, bro. It didn't used to be this way. Finally, the shitty month is over. October will be better or worse. I don't really think it's been a shitty month. It's just another, you know, another 30 days has gone by, basically. Here, actually, let me check something. Let's see. There you go. Just checking my Humble Bundle shit to see if I had anything this month that was worth giving away. It looks like there's some, I guess, okay stuff. It's not really anything that great. Barbie 1 and 2, that's right, there you go. I don't think there's anything else in here that's actually worth it. Alright, and I did last month's. Hooray! How exciting. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. What the fuck? Do a flip, bitch. Alright, I guess I'll play just a little bit of this so I can maybe wake up. Dude, I'm literally sitting here fading right now. I need something to activate my brain. A little bit at least. Jeez. This shit's brutal. I don't have any cocaine. It's not really something I keep on hand. The type of guy to play Stormcast Eternals? What the fuck is that? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Griffin is huge, that's right. Between the legs, that is. But also, in, I guess, wide body. Am I going to play scary games for spooky season? First of all, the term spooky season is used by troons and queers and women, so no. Second, I don't think any game is actually scary. Third, no. I don't celebrate Halloween, I don't like Halloween, and I don't like anything related to horror games. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not one of those people that, like, plays certain shit to get into, like, a holiday theme. I don't know. It's not really my thing. Do I have any real-world friends? Not where I live. I will be playing the new Dark Pig. Oh, God. Dude, it's so scary. Do I have any real-world girlfriends? Nope. Only the ones in my head. Nope, not even e-girlfriends, dude. It's just me and my, you know, normal pills.
He was weak, so he died.
I'm never talking to a woman again. At this rate, I might as well.
Shed more blood. He was too frail for this war. I turn the tides. Fallen behind. Shed more blood.
Squirrel Stamper with a 2. We can play the Jewish horror game. Can I have $30? Yeah, exactly. I can't believe my son is asking for my last $5. Yeah.
I can't afford
Oy
this.
vey, goyim. Shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nice. And Maxim with the 5, I debated an atheist and got him to admit under his worldview he can't say rape is wrong or evil. Also, at this point, you should monk max. That's right. I mean, I kind of do already monk max to a certain degree. You know, it's just me chilling by my lonesome all day. I guess it depends on what your definition of monk maxing is, but I kind of already fit the bill. At least in my opinion. Currently playing now in a baggy t-shirt and no draws. Nah, I have on sweat shorts right now and a hoodie, so sorry to disappoint. I'm fully clothed. Shit. Probably isn't a Babe hoodie, L. Yeah, it's the Kanye West simplified Nazi Eagle hoodie. That's the one I have on right now. It's gray. I don't know if he still sells this design or not, but yeah, his website has like the hoodies and stuff again. The fact that you pocket watch other men is really weird. That's your problem. That's right, man. I hate seeing people go broke, though. That shit irritates me. Because it's like the worst thing I could think of happening to myself. So, it gets under my skin. Level Nugget with a 2. GGG stands for Gooners Gone Guido. I guess. I don't know. He can. That's the beautiful thing about it. It means whatever you want it to. Obviously, it doesn't have any real meaning. It's definitely not. Wait, I don't think I have that on the soundboard. Shit. Yeah, I don't. It definitely was not created to help Hitler succeed. That shit was so funny, though. That was like one of the most random things that's ever happened in a game. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed. Griffin grooming gang. I guess we're Muslim now. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. The gambling gang? I don't gamble, so that wouldn't really fit me. But I guess you could name it that if you wanted to. I don't really like to gamble. Griffin gooning gaming? Yeah. I'm constantly gooning. All the time. 24/7. I'm bumping it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Casualty reported. I will not fail Perturabo.
Oski Woski with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Since everyone loves this so much. I'll pull it up in a minute. But appreciate it, man.
That's right! That's right!
Should have sent a Melonie Mac reads the Bible video. Nah, PK can pay for that. Nah, I'm not a fan of Persona. First off, I don't like how Atlas structures their games where you're basically restricted on what activities you can do within a certain day. I think that's terrible. Also, I just don't really give a shit about the whole high school shit. Like, I went to high school. I lived through high school. I got my high school experience. I don't need to replay it in a fucking video game. But the Japanese are obsessed with high school because it's the one time in their life where they actually feel like they're alive.
Nice car.
Uh-oh.
Perfect.
It's frozen. What will happen? I don't think that's a coincidence, bro. It was right when the fucking nice cock came through.
Nice car. Perfect.
Yeah, Eugen broke the game. Alright, let's see. Yeah, it's just the game. Everything else was still working, so the game just froze. It didn't even crash, it just froze, so that wasn't, I don't even think, an Unreal Engine issue. Oh, it's doing an update. Oh no, that was the cloud data. Never mind. Because if it was Unreal, I would have gotten the crash thing by then. Oh, the Gregorian chant again? Alright, yeah. I can put that on. If it'll load. Let me put it in my other tab. U generation with the 20. Let's see. What is this? Oh, God. Demon Slayer taught me this life lesson. Dude, she looks like a hag so much in this image. Dude, that is a literal hag. Come on, bro. Like, that looks like almost like a grandma. This is a 40-year-old woman getting a life lesson from anime. Like, Jesus, dude. That shit's wild. Yeah, she dresses like she's a edgy middle school fucking emo girl who discovered black eyeliner and nail polish for the first time. It's very cringe. She dresses just fine. You're jealous because she makes more money than you? I don't think she does. Plus, she lives with her parents. I don't do that. She got 3,000 views on this video in 5 days. Yeah, she's 40. Or close to it. I don't know exactly. I don't really care. Close enough. Closer to it than not. Put it that way. I'm realizing Griffin really impacted my formative years. I'm cooked. How so? You should be set for success financially at the very least. The only people that like her are 50 plus. Everyone can see right through her. She's a hypocrite. Yeah, exactly. It's a bunch of 50-year-old divorcees. They're like, oh, a slightly younger hole for me to pound. She kind of reminds me of my ex-wife. Yeah, the boomer male audience probably eats her up, bro. They're probably like Raymond, like, oh, you're a cutie. Jeff got her at her prime, I guess. I don't know. The government is shutting down.
Guard!
And now Trump can fire a shit ton of people, which hopefully he does. Raymond's life is brutal. Yup. I guess it's lucky I'm good at coping, because if I was like a normal person, most people would probably hate my life. Griffin's so different, no one understands him. Exactly. The government shutting down is basically a day off for Congress. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's some, like, functions of the government that stop, but primarily, yeah, it's just mainly Congress and then, like, minor, unnecessary roles in the government. But, yeah, for the most part, it'll just be business as usual, which is, you know, 9 times out of 10 the case when we have a government shutdown is nothing really comes from it. But it does give Trump the precedent to, you know, fire a shit ton of federal employees, because when you fire them during a government shutdown, it's done in an effort to, you know, rebalance the budget. So, yeah, kind of interesting. So we'll see how many people he fires. I think 30% of the workforce qualifies to be fired during this shutdown, but I guess we'll find out. That'd be 900,000 people, which about 30% is the number of uncritical staff that can be fired.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. And Jay plays casual with a tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. And also, Trump is a top tier president. He's definitely the best president we've had in modern history. I'd definitely say that. Like, as far as modern presidents go, like, yeah, he's easily the best one we've had. Dude, that's a cursed fucking lobby. Oh, it says it's starting, but we'll see if that actually goes through. Do I consider myself an NPC when I go outside? What do you mean? Like, I don't go out of my way to interact with people, but I don't know, what do you mean NPC? Griffin is a quest giver. Oh yeah, dude. Find the secret back door. Oh wait, I'll show you where it is. Bend over. But only for the women. Let's see. Spooky servers for the 5 gift memberships. Really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Thanks so much. Thanks for spreading the positivity. And I see PK did not get one, so that definitely deserves a
Gaming.
better luck next time.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Dude, Ted Cruz
Either
really
subscribe,
say
donate, or get the fuck out.
that? Say what?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I saw some shit where
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I should find it.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
But I think it was like some graphic or something. Oh, dude, I forgot. I need to find it. It was something retarded about Ted fucking Cruz.
Dark gods are watching.
See, I don't think I sent it to myself.
And holds the advantage.
No. I can find it though.
Now is the time. Fatality confirmed.
Got him. Fuck. Galaxy comes out in an hour? Really?
Special deployment ready.
I thought it came out on the 2nd.
No rally point established. No rally point established.
Fuck.
I am not so easily
No, I don't think they're limited this time. They're not limited this time around. I think they're going to mass produce Galaxy 1 and 2 combo packs. I mean, they made a shit ton of 3D All-Stars last time, but I don't think this is limited. They've made no mention of it having a, you know, date where it gets delisted or anything like that, which they did with 3D All-Stars pretty early on before launch. Griffin, will you soy out and pay $70 for 15-plus-year-old games? I guess it depends on the game.
Special deployment ready.
Dreamcast guy is broke and buying that ROG Ally X soon. Oh yeah, he definitely is gonna get it. He's gonna find some excuse for why he got it. But he will probably end up with it 100%.
Moment is now. He was too frail for this war.
I had a Steam Deck, then sold it because I realized that I don't go anywhere. Yeah, exactly. That's one of my problems. I mean, I'll play my Switch too, like if I'm laying in bed or sitting on the couch or something like that, but I don't do any sort of like hardcore or long-term gaming that way. And yeah, I don't travel either. Let me see if I can find that Ted Cruz thing. Yeah, here it is.
can't afford this shit!
Yes, it says, I'm not suicidal and one of the happiest, healthiest people you will meet. I have full faith in God and Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. As a sinner, I'm only saved. Okay, and it says, why do crazy people keep thinking the Jews are trying to kill them? Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't want to die for telling the truth about Epstein. Ted Cruz, why do you hate Jews? It's like, bruh. It's like the guilty party speaks first. It's like when you point out that, you know, you want all criminals to be locked up for the rest of their life, people will say that's racist. It's like, wait a second. How is that racist? And they're kind of at a loss. Uh-oh. My mic got muted for whatever reason. I don't know why. It was the Jews. The juice muted my mic, I guess. Yeah, the only thing I'd do with that wall is hit the Roman wall with a Roman salute. Griffin can't wait for Halloween so he can pick up a goth baddie. That's right. I mean, unless she breaks into my apartment, then I'm not gonna even see a goth baddie on Halloween. So we're back to the random spawn problem. Griffin doesn't date women. I don't date anyone.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Dude, what the fuck? There's gotta be something up with the game. They must have done some sort of update or something. That's gay. Yeah, they must have done something. Yeah, I have no clue. That's really gay, though. Here, let's see. It doesn't look like there. Oh yeah, there was an update. Oh no, September 21st. So I don't know. They did something. I was playing this 2 nights with 0 issues. I once dated a girl long distance less than a year. After we broke up, she transitioned, or at least started using he, him. Damn. That's brutal, dude. I guess, maybe not. Which Nier game has the best soundtrack? I like Nier Replicant's soundtrack the best, personally. More than Automata. Yeah, Automata is definitely worth playing even with the robot enemy types. It's a very unique story, so... I don't know. Personally, I think it's one of the better made games of last generation, for sure. What do I think of monkeys? I'm not a fan. Especially those little fuckers that like come and steal shit from you. Like over in Asia, I think they are. I don't know. I would never want a pet monkey. Or to even be around. I don't know, dude. Like, I'm not really a huge like wildlife interaction fan. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, pet monkeys will literally rip your fucking face off if they get angry. Like, I don't know. It's just, like, that type of shit I would not want in my house. Period. But, I don't know, dude. People like their exotic animals and pets. Do I believe there was dinosaurs before humans? Alright, so that's kind of a yes and no. I think some of the dinosaur shit's fake. I don't think they have a singular fucking clue about any of that shit. I think it's just basically made up. But yeah, I think dinosaurs did exist at some point. You can always go Adamic argument. There's old creation that rebelled with Satan and God judged them. Well, I don't even think it's that. It's like, you know, it says that on the first day God did X, on the second God did this. It's like, okay, well, what is a day? What is a day for God, you know? Because if there was no light on the earth, then that would imply that there was no sun. Meaning that, you know, basically a day could have been 1,000,000 years or whatever. Nobody knows. Maybe it wasn't literal 7. Well, that's the thing. It says on the first day, on the second day. It doesn't say that they're like literal consecutive days. It just means one day he did X, on the next day he did something, he did X. So it's like there could be massive amounts of time in between those days. We don't know the measurement for how a day would have been measured in that time. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of technicalities you could use to explain it away if you wanted to. Bro, it's only 12:40. This night is going too slow. Then go to sleep. Go to sleep, little man. Go close your eyes, lay down on the pillow, and pass out. I could do that right now, honestly. Let's see. So I'm not paying child support with the 2. Do you think China is still a looming threat or not? They're the biggest threat in the world. China is our biggest threat in the world, period. They're the only country that even comes remotely close to having the same resources, military, and, you know, capacity for production. So China is realistically the only real adversary the United States has. In a conventional war, China definitely, otherwise it would be our greatest ally. I mean, yeah, in like a Cold War scenario, sure. But the Chinese also could do that too. is it still waiting, bro? This thing must be glitched out. Asian women only look good with makeup. Not too far off. Check out Chinese historian. He's crazy, just like Raymond. I don't know if I need another Raymond-like channel in my life. Jeez.
Our allies are halfway done.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Let's see. So Namashi with the 10. Doesn't in the Bible say something along the lines that to God 1,000 years is like one day? I feel like there is more to this verse, but I can't remember. That sounds familiar. I'm not sure off the top of my head. But yeah, that's that's kind of the concept I would think would explain it. It's like, you know, what is a day to God? It's like, obviously it's not the same as being on Earth because he created the Earth. So shit.
3 minutes remain. Decimate them.
I wish Stuttering Craig didn't mute Rich when he was crashing out. Yeah.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
That shit was pitiful, man. Zelensky's goal is to have Ukraine be another home for Jews? Probably, yeah. He has no problem killing off all the white Christians, so that's for damn sure. Uh, 2 Peter 3:8 is the verse about the 1,000 years. Okay. For 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday, when it is past, and as a watch in the night. Nope, doesn't he support Palestine in his speech? Dude, that means absolutely nothing. That means absolutely nothing. Oh shit. Griffin is as excited as PK for the Melonie video. I know, I'm gonna have to keep myself from falling asleep because I'll just be so excited to dream about a life that could have been in a different time.
Astartes is dead.
Do I support Palestine? No, I don't. I don't care what happens to Palestine. They kicked the hornet's nest, and, you know, they gotta live with the consequences of that.
Our allies are halfway done.
The Israelis have been looking for a reason to go in there and get rid of them for a while, so they kind of played themselves on the whole October 7th shit.
Rally point updated. Rally point updated.
Got him.
Tactic ready. Fatality reported.
I think we're still sending military supplies to Ukraine, but I don't think we're sending money anymore. I don't think we send money to Ukraine anymore. I think it's just like old weapons and old equipment. Raymond did collaborate with Chinese oh god. Imagine taking a shit with this music playing. It'd be divine, especially if you had a big marble bathroom with an open floor. At least Melonie doesn't flip-flop. She shilled for Stellar Blade and then had a problem with First Descendant having a similar skin, so I don't know about that one. Oh, I usually shit with my door open now, so yeah, because I'm always home alone pretty much. Unless you count my dog, but I guess not pretty much. Always home alone. There are no baddies coming over here, so it doesn't matter.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor. Anastastes is dead. Rally point updated. Iron Halo ready. Deadlock.
Why the fuck are we providing shit for a proxy war in the middle of bumfuck nowhere? I agree. What we should have done, like in the case of Ukraine, is we should have partnered with Russia and then divvied up Ukraine's resources.
Combat readiness.
And in the case of, you know, Israel, we should just tell them, do whatever you want within your own borders. We're just not going to pay for it. Like, they literally have nukes. They don't need us to pay for anything else. They have the ultimate deterrent.
Stealth ready.
Reporting permission.
Dude, the likelihood of Russia actually marching on Poland or Germany is slim to none. Like, that's one of the biggest, like, just... I don't know. That's like a cope, almost. Like, Ukraine's the last bastion of democracy. Germany's... It's like, really? Nah, I don't think so. The Russians mainly want that portion of Ukraine because it connects to the Black Sea, which is where they keep their navy. So they've always wanted that area. Yeah, the thing is with Palestine is, you know, they played that shit masterly. They have right-wingers and left-wingers declaring it a genocide, which gives politicians the free reign to start mass importing a bunch of Palestinians. So, that's the ironic thing, is all these right-wingers, allegedly, that cried genocide for months, have literally made, you know, the perfect opportunity for, you know, more great replacement action taking place as a result of said genocide, which this is not a genocide by any, you know, real meaning of that word. But whatever. Yeah, I'm very tired. kind of like just half awake at this point. Just kind of on autopilot. Why am I streaming? Why not? It's like asking, why do you show up to work, or why do you do anything? It's just part of the routine. Will I stop streaming one day? Yeah, probably. I would imagine so. When he gets a girl and is hooked on the poon, that'll never happen. In more than one way. But yeah, nah. I don't think I would ever become addicted to sex. Especially to the point where I would make like massive financial sacrifices for it. Hell nah. The main reason I would stop streaming is if I'm just like so busy with other shit. Or I start making, like, just, I don't know, fuck you money at a job or something. I don't know. Otherwise, it's kind of stupid to give up, like, an income stream like YouTube because, you know, making videos and streaming is pretty easy, effort-wise, when it comes to making money. Every sex addict? I'm not a sex addict. If I was a sex addict, I'd be out getting my dick sucked every night. The fuck? I'd be out banging fucking 4 out of 10, you know, 40-year-old cat moms just to get my dick wet. Sell me your account when you stop streaming. Can you afford it? Can hardly believe Melonie turned 60 this year. I know, man. Time flies.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
I can't afford this shit!
Ah, shit. Turn fast enough. Eclipse of the 5, focus on the money. It's way more worth it for your happiness and health. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, the whole concept of casual sex has never really interested me. So, it's never really been my thing. I'm not one of those guys that's like just fiending to get laid all the time. Like a certain someone. God, I need to get laid. If she removed her tattoos, would you find her attractive? Not really, man. I'm not a big fan of the whole emo aesthetic. She's definitely looking old, if you ask me. God only knows what she looks like without all the makeup. Yeah, nah. Not really. What music is this? It's a Gregorian chant. I can link it in a second, but...
Restores to combat readiness.
You know the chick that does the opening for the Game Awards got engaged with a Pokemon Go YouTuber. Interesting. I guess good for them. Do I find blabs on side scrollers podcast attractive? Not really, no.
Casualty confirmed.
Yeah, let's talk about all the sex I'm not having. Exactly.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Clips of the 2, Mario Galaxy is worth more than shits of Yote. Yep. I agree. If I were to pick between the 2, it'd definitely be Mario. That's not even, like, remotely hard to, like, come up with. I don't know. I wasn't even interested in Ghost of Tsushima 2 before we knew it was Ghost of Wokte, but now that we know what we know about the game, I have even less interest in it. It's just going to be yet another boss babe fantasy game where the woman does it better than the men ever could, mows through hundreds of guys in hand-to-hand combat, overpowering them at every single opportunity. You know, they're probably going to have the Disney route of put a chick in it and make her gay. I don't know. I just don't have any fucking faith in that game at all. Assassin's Creed is dead and has been for a while. It's once again just dragging the corpse through the street, pretending it's something it's not. Hey Griffin, you incel, you're saving yourself for marriage. That is so 1800s. Presses cope applause button while nervously stares at chat while being stoned as fuck. I know, man. And is fleeing the country because he can't afford his mortgage payments anymore, under the pretense that he's actually just afraid of fascism and Trump's America, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Eclipse of the 5. Yote is disposable as fuck. Essentially one-time play. Not getting it though. Mario Galaxy has a fuck ton of replayability. Yeah, dude, most of these Sony games, you run through them once and you never really want to touch them again. They're such a slog that it's like, okay, I beat it once, that's good enough for me. I don't ever need to touch it. I'm good. That's how modern Assassin's Creed is. I mean, those are probably the two biggest offenders, is, you know, Ubisoft and Sony when it comes to that. Their games are just so bloated and just unfun that you don't ever really want to touch it again after you beat it one time. I should enroll into a monastery at this point. Yeah, I'll get right on that. If anything, I need to enroll into my bed. I'm like, I don't know, bro. I'm like in this limbo state right now where it's like, I feel like I'm half asleep, half awake. And I haven't really like moved in either direction significantly. just like the music because somebody else asked for it too. I've got my G Fuel here, which has way more caffeine than coffee. The problem is caffeine doesn't wake me up. It just keeps me from getting more tired, so it's kind of just a leveler. It's called depression? No, I don't think so, man. It's called sleeping 2 hours a night.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Sleeping 2 hours a night is basically a sign of depression. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't think so. It's a sign of I don't have free time. When you have to work 9 to 10 hours a day, walk your dog, go to the gym, and then stream for many hours a day, it doesn't really leave you a lot of time to sleep. It's more of the issue. It's not mud depression. It's busy. If it was mud depression, I wouldn't be doing anything, and I would just be laying around, moping. So quit streaming and fix your sleep. No. Play Russian roulette, that should wake you up, or it should put me to sleep forever. Either or. I'm going broke. I bought a 1K VR headset today. I'm depressed. Uh-oh.
Casualty confirmed.
I didn't buy anything today. I only really buy the Final Fantasy cards when either a new Tifa or Aerith comes out. No, it's not like I'm really dozing off, I'm just reading the chat. I'm kind of like too tired to focus on both at the same time, so when I'm just kind of like sitting here for a second, it's mainly just me reading the chat. No, I have like a complete set of every Tifa and Aerith card. Watch Melonie's video, you'll wake up to an even worse nightmare. I guess. Griff needs to watch it. It's just, I don't know, like, it's like habitual now at this point. It's just my routine. Of course, PK. How could I miss all your wonderful posts? Aren't you only 8 years? Only 8 years. No. I'm 27 and she's like 39 or 40. So over a decade difference. Yeah, no thanks.
Tactic ready. Deadlock.
Yeah, I got gangbang there. Why is Melonie so old? That's how time works, man. I don't know. That 10-4 elf guy is like carrying us super hard. 22 kills. Jeez. I just don't get how you complain about not getting enough rest, but stay up to stream. Or stay up and stream. It's legit retarded. It doesn't matter how much I sleep. Like, that's the thing. I could sleep for 12 hours and I'd still be tired. At this point, it's Jover. One night's rest is not going to make a lasting difference, so... I would probably have to spend like weeks fixing my sleep schedule, which is not realistic at all. Dude, what is it with depression with you? Not everybody has depression, bro. I'm not capable of having depression. Being tired has nothing to do with being depressed. If I was depressed, I would not be doing shit, and I would be using the fact that I'm tired as an excuse to not do something. You don't get tired? Well, lucky fucking you, you generation. We all wish we could be as wonderful as you are. Erectile dysfunction? Well, last time I checked, I'm not suffering from that, but I'll keep you updated. Get my blood work checked. I haven't been to the doctor in like, what, over a decade, pretty much. Just because you read the wiki page on depression, never have, and self-diagnosed that you don't have it, doesn't mean you don't have it. Yeah, just because I have a cock doesn't mean I'm a man, right? What type of fucking retarded ass logic is that? Just because you don't feel depressed doesn't mean you don't have depression. What? What type, like, what type of pseudoscience is that? Like, oh, well, even if you don't feel depressed, you can still have depression.
Donate, or get the fuck out.
Depression is literally a state of feeling. If I don't feel depressed, then I don't have depression. That's literally how it works. Depression is not some physical ailment or scientifically identifiable, like, symptom. It's literally just a state of mind. Yeah, fuck that, dude. I will never go to a therapist. I'd rather blow my fucking brains out than have to resort to that shit. I will not be responsible for keeping those bitches employed. Nightmares? No, I haven't had nightmares. I mean, the closest thing to a nightmare, which I don't even consider it a nightmare, is like I'll every once in a while have like a dream where it's like, oh shit, I have an assignment for college that's due, and I'll wake up in like a panic, and it's like, oh wait, no, never mind, I'm no longer in school, what the fuck. So I'll have something like that, but I don't really consider that a nightmare. It's more so of like, oh shit, I have this that's due or something. Like I'm worried about missing a due date or deadline for something. But I don't really consider that a nightmare. That's my PTSD, dude. I'm literally a disabled veteran of fucking the education system. That was my depression. I need that money. Being naked in school. No.
Dude, I'm not going to a therapist no matter how hot she is. Absolutely not.
Rally point updated.
Dude, why the fuck did my gun stop shooting? Just admit it, you need therapy. Yeah, I need massage therapy on my cock right now. Who's gonna step up to the plate? Yeah, you're not gonna fucking gaslight me into thinking I need therapy. That shit's gay as fuck, man. Therapy is not a real thing. I have sat through the psychology classes that these women take for their psych degrees to become therapists. I know exactly what the fucking industry is. It's a bunch of student debt-ridden women that are more mentally ill than you are, trying to tell you how to fix your problems when they can't even fix their own. That is a recipe for disaster and nothing but a waste of time and money. So I have sat through the psychology classes and the sociology classes. I know exactly how this shit works. There's a reason why psychology is the default degree for student athletes, because it's easy as shit and it's a pseudoscience. Yep, it's a bunch of debt-ridden foids. 95% of therapists are leftists. 90% are women. And almost all of them have, you know, massive amounts of student debt. So... you're a fool if you toss money into that industry. You're better off going to the gym and working out. Working out is better for you than taking any sort of psychoactive, like, what do you call them? Like psychoactive drugs or whatever the fuck's psychiatric medication. I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. Like, whatever they prescribe you for mental illness, aka depression, working out is 3 times more effective than the pill. So if you're feeling sad or whatever, literally going and lifting heavy shit is the best solution for that. Therapy and psychology is a joke. You are wasting your money on that. Therapy is the new religion for women. It's just them sitting around, circle jerking, self-affirming each other's mental fucked ups, and, you know, coming up with excuses to justify their bad behavior and decision making. And then they therefore project that onto other people, acting like they have all the answers. So, therapy, psychology, and all these pseudosciences has become the new religion of women. They go to therapists to confess their sins like they would go to a priest back in the day. Only instead of getting spiritual guidance, they're getting advice from a woman who is equally fucked up mentally as they are. And they're affirming each other's issues. The vast majority of therapists are women. Like, a massive, massive amount of them are women. There's hardly any male therapists by comparison. So, Griffin, if someone has a bad back, will you say that taking painkillers isn't good because pills are bad, dude? Yes. You should not take opioids for prolonged periods of time. You should only take painkillers unless you absolutely have to. Painkillers are bad for you. No one should take pain medication unless they absolutely have to. Tylenol gaming, that's right. Yeah, so women make up 80% of all therapists. There you go. 80% of all therapists are women. 95% of all therapists are liberal, too, so. What's the difference at that point? What else am I supposed to do when I'm sad then, Griffin? Go to the gym, join a club, read a book, learn a new skill, start a side hustle, yeah, make your bed, go to church, all those, dude. Just take whatever copes out of the red pill fucking handbook you can think of. Oh boy, guys. Here we go. Yeah, you can really tell the makeup is starting to show the cracks there. The makeup is not holding up too well.
A couple weeks ago, I watched the Demon Slayer movie, and little did I expect to have an actual life lesson that could really change.
Dude, why does she have a poster up for K-pop demon hunters? This is a 40-year-old woman, dude. What the fuck is this slob?
My entire life, I'm not even being hyperbolic with that, and that even has biblical practice, like in a biblical sense. I know. I'm not saying Demon Slayer is a Christian anime, because it's not, but I'm also not saying that it is anti-Christian, because I don't believe that that is the case, and I believe that there were some principles in this movie that are very in line with biblically sound doctrine for how God created the spiritual realm, and how our thoughts and our actions play a very big role in the spiritual realm, and it's things that we don't see, and how that will affect our lives. So let me go ahead and kind of draw this parallel. If you haven't watched the Demon Slayer movie and you don't want spoilers, then you probably want to check back at this after you watch it. But if you don't care about spoilers, or maybe you've already seen it, I'm going to go ahead and...
Yeah, she's saving herself for her second marriage.
What happened in a very important part of the movie, and how that really just got me thinking, and I'm still pondering on it. I've been pondering on it all day today even. So you'll find in a fight between Tanjiro and the demon, the upper rank 2 demon, right? He kept trying to behead this demon and kill him, because you can't kill that demon unless you behead him. And what he discovered in that battle is every time he was going to behead this demon, it was like counterattack, 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 and then he was being harmed in his attempt, and he had like an awakening moment where he was like, wait a minute. My attacks are not registering. I am not able to defeat this demon because this demon can detect my intention to kill it. It knows my intent, and it detects my intent, and he can counter that. And
Whoa!
as a result, I am receiving negative repercussions, and I am receiving negativity back countered at me, and it's not even reaching the affected target. And so for him to actually be able to behead this demon, he had to practice a technique that he learned from his father, where he was able to fight, but without killing intent. I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out, and hear how this applies to our lives as people, especially, I mean, as believers. We definitely need it. I'm going to dive into the Bible. Don't worry. Don't think I'm taking Demon Slayer as Bible, right? I've got my notes here behind this picture of my brother's dog. I've got my notes. So think about it in our lives. How much the Bible even tells us these things. So first of all, we know that there is a very tangible world here. We know here is my flesh, here is my hair, here is all of these things in this tangible real world. And we know that God has just, with his creation, it's so dynamic. And you know that whenever you do something in the real world, that there is going to be
sorry, bro. I cannot, like, how are people taking religious advice from a woman wearing a fucking choker, covered in tattoos? Like, it's just, what the fuck is this, man?
Reaction to that action that you take, right? So here I have my cat, Edward. Oh, see, there was a reaction. Thank you, Edward. There was a reaction. I picked up my cat, Edward. He didn't want to be picked up. He used his claws to grab the rug, and it knocked over my tripod. There was a reaction from my action of wanting to pick up my cat who did not want to be picked up. So
did she name it Edward from Twilight?
We know that this applies to life. But everything you do, there is going to be a reaction to your action. It can be good, it can be bad. Right now, this is a good reaction, at least for me. I'm holding the cat. It's sweet. All right, so think about what we don't see, though, in the spiritual realm, because spiritual realm is absolutely real. I know we see like these new age beliefs and these zodiac stuff and these crazy things that try to pervert God's spiritual creation, and they even open doors to demons and demonic stuff, because everything that God creates, or at least a lot, Satan makes some perverted counterfeit of it. You see that with transgender ideology, right? God created male and female, so Satan tries to pervert that with this transgender ideology, and you see that with a number of things that go against God's design. And so that's the same with these new age people. So definitely when it comes to spiritual matters, let's dive into the word and what the word says about it. Now, there is a spiritual realm, and for every action that we take, that also has an effect on the spiritual realm, and that also has a tangible effect in our lives. But the thing is that as mere humans, we can't see all this stuff. We can't see the results of what we're doing taking effect in the spiritual realm, therefore thusly also taking effect in our real realm and the connection that has. So back to talking about with Demon Slayer, the intent, all of that. Think about what is it.
She's trying to frame the Demon Slayer anime movie as a Christian piece of media, which is pretty fucking wild.
That you are thinking of. What are you dwelling on in your thoughts? Because what you dwell on and what you think about and your intentions will have an effect in the spiritual world, thusly also in your real world. Right? Well, spiritual world's real too, but I mean physical world, right? These are going to have effects in your life. Not in some sort of voodoo way, but in the way that God created it. God created the world with its own system. God created the spiritual world with a system, cause and effect. God can intervene in anything, right? Which is saying there is a system and there is a cause and effect. So let's actually go ahead and dive into some scripture. Let me look at my notes because of course, I don't want you guys just to listen to what I'm saying. Like, hear me out, because this really ties itself together. Okay, so Proverbs chapter 4, verse 23 says, guard your heart above all else, for it determines the course of your life. Okay, now we read that. There's so many things we'll read in the Bible, and we get it to a degree, but I think it is so much deeper than we understand. What is it that you are harboring in your heart? Think about how that applies to you, how it applies to other people in general. Are you harboring hatred? Are you harboring anger? Are you harboring unforgiveness, envy, right? Whatever it is in your heart, what are you feeding your mind and thusly your heart with, and what are you dwelling on? Because
dude, this is so bad. Holy shit.
Whatever that is will determine the course of your life. There is a spiritual impact for whatever it is that you dwell on within your heart. There is an impact with that, right? Let's go ahead and dive further in Proverbs 26. Okay, now let's apply, let's look at a real world application for this, right? Let's pretend that you are harboring unforgiveness in your heart with somebody who wronged you. And
Am
let's
I
say you want back for them.
learning? Not really.
You know, you might outright try to cause a situation bad for them, right? You might try to get revenge on your own, but this, I truly believe that this also means what dwells within your heart. And your
PK, stop gooning over armpits, bro. That's foul. That is absolutely foul.
and your prayers. We have to be careful because sometimes we can pray. We shouldn't be praying for harm for others either. So it's just like, okay, look. Proverbs 26 verse 27 says, if you set a trap for others, you will get caught in it yourself. If you roll a boulder down on others, it will crush you instead. Back to Demon Slayer with Tanjiro. Look how he's fighting that demon. I know this sounds like a crazy comparison. He's fighting a demon. Obviously, demons are bad, all that stuff. But just saying, he's fighting in this case. And then when he had, okay, my intent is aggressive. My intent is to kill. He was being met with counters. He was being met with, he was that intent, right? He had to focus on how can I fight this more righteous, right? Again, this isn't a Christian anime, so I'm spinning it in a way. I'm taking this example to show you in a more tangible way and how we can get a Christian message out of this. But how is his intentions met with in a more righteous manner, right? So think about that. And sometimes, like in our heads, we can be dwelling on, think about somebody who did you wrong, and you could think, oh, I hope their life goes bad. I hope they never find love. I hope they get fired from their job. I hope they have all these bad things happen to them. I hope they never smile again, right? These dwelling on these thoughts, and even if you are not taking the applicable actions yourself to seek vengeance on them, just dwelling on those kind of thoughts, you are putting that out there, right? You are putting that out there in your heart. And you are, by wishing all of these negative things on them, you are setting a trap that you will fall into. And you see this visibly on people. You can see people who live in a state of unforgiveness, in a state of anger, in a state of hatred. You can see that visibly on them. It actually has a tangible effect in their life. So some people, and I've talked about forgiveness a lot, right? Look at how Erica Kerr, look at how she has forgiven the murderer, the person who murdered her husband. And people think, how, why? First of all, human nature is evil and wants to do evil. It takes an act of God to soften our hearts. And it is, the fact that she can forgive shows evidence of Christ within her. So there is that, first of all. Second of all, this act of forgiveness isn't a self-righteous attribute. All right? And this is not no disrespect to her because I think she's a wonderful woman and a very inspiring woman, right? But it's Jesus Christ within her who is righteous. So it's not a matter of self-righteousness. And these actions, some people, they don't like this quote at all, but whatever. When you say forgive others, you can forgive them for yourself. Some people don't like that because it's like, well, isn't that kind of selfish or whatever? Whatever that may be, but there's truth to it. And unless I'm misquoting her, which correct me if I am, but to my knowledge, from what I remember, based off memory, she said something to the effect of, hey, God, Jesus said in the Bible, forgive others or you will not be forgiven. And she...
I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. Let's see, where's the other one? I think that one covers it anyway. There's another one too.
Wants to see her husband again in heaven. So she doesn't want to, by therefore harboring unforgiveness in her heart, not be forgiven for her sins. So this is a thing that benefits her. Forgiveness benefits her. Again, this is a self-righteous act. It benefits her. So when I tell people, forgive, oh, but they didn't ask. I'm not forgiving nobody who didn't ask me. Bro, you're only hurting yourself. You're hurting yourself. Because the act of forgiving people, even when they don't ask for it, it benefits you because there was an actual spiritual element at play, right? It benefits you. And it will benefit your life. Because when you hold on to these things, you will. There are things going on in the spiritual realm that we don't see. And there are real world effects to these things. So
yes, she called a nun trans. She called an Orthodox nun trans because she was like Greek and had a crustache, which Greek women get crustaches, especially when they get older. And because the nun didn't have enough vanity to wax her face or whatever, Melonie was trying to claim that the nun was a tranny. Wild, bro.
And that's not to say that justice shouldn't happen. Even Erica Kerr talking about the merch, she wants justice to happen. She says, hey, I want the proper people to assess the people who are given the charge of judging this individual and due process and whatever happens. I'm not part of that, right? So basically, she's giving it to God and saying, vengeance is yours, Lord. And I trust that this will be handled according to your will, right? So that doesn't mean that we have to, by forgiving people, it doesn't mean we have to not want justice for them, right? Even in situations of people who were making fun of Charlie Kirk's death, and they got fired. I supported them getting fired for that. It wasn't out of, I want bad things for this person. It was, hey, I want to see justice at play, right? That doesn't mean that I want these people who said those terrible things, doesn't mean I'm going to hold hatred in my heart and want them to have the worst, most miserable lives ever and stuff. I wanted to see justice for that action and an appropriate level of justice for that action. And from there on, let's release any anger, let's release any bitterness and say, okay, I pray that they find Jesus. I pray that they will feel repentant for their actions. And I pray that they will be born again. And I pray for good things for them in their lives. You know, so this is the thing. You can obviously still.
What if she finds your channel and hits you up? Yeah, I don't care.
Both want justice and also not hold on to bitterness. Those are two different things. And also, vengeance is the Lord's. Give it to God. There are some times where God will put that in the hands of people and he can lead people in that direction, right? We have a jury system, so on and so forth. Sometimes that is unjust and things don't work out the right way. But ultimately, God is in control and justice will be served in the next life, regardless of whether the appropriate level of justice was served in this life. All right, so let's go ahead and continue too, because I want to further expand on this in Galatians. Okay, I hope you guys are, I really hope what I'm saying is resonating and is, because this is just like a mind-blowing thing for me, and I really hope that it's translating and reaching at least somebody. So Galatians chapter 6, verse 7.
I would blush and write a confession. Oh yeah, dude, with the little heart sticker on it.
Says, don't be misled. You cannot mock the justice of God. You will always harvest what you plant. Like different translations will say, like, reap what you sow, harvest what you plant. What is it that you are planting in your heart, right? We already saw above Proverbs 20, or Proverbs 4:23, or forgot the verse. Anyway, in Proverbs, we already saw that your heart, to guard your heart, because from it will dictate your life. Okay, so what seeds are you planting in your heart, in your mind? What are the thoughts that you're dwelling on? What are the, I mean, this can affect so many things. What are you physically doing? But also, I truly believe that this is a spiritual thing. It is an intention. The Bible talks so much about guarding our heart, guarding our thoughts, taking every thought captive, because our intentions, there are results. There is a reaction to our intentions that is very tangible, even when we don't see it. It can be something so much as an intention, as a thought that we dwell on, that can keep you stuck, that can keep you in pain, that can keep you from progressing on the path that God wants for you. It can keep you from your blessings. It can keep you walking in your wilderness season, as we've seen the Israelites after they were exiled from Egypt. So much as a thought that you will not let go of. Right? Some people, oh, I'm a good person, I do this, I do that. What are your thoughts? What are you?
PK, stop projecting your lust, dude. Not all of us are as full of sin as you are.
Dwelling on? What are you wishing on others? Okay? So let's go ahead and also continue. And of course, I don't have the I'm so disheveled with all of this. And it was all one of my verses of the day. Look it up, fact check me.
It's so exciting, dude. My heckin' anime.
Proverbs. It talks about anger. Okay? And how anger will ruin your life. It doesn't even specifically specify that it's okay because you're angry, you did this and this and that, and then it ruined your life, which obviously that's a thing. But I truly believe this to also mean just the intention of anger, just the mental and spiritual dwelling on anger will ruin your life. Your thoughts that may never physically, that you think will never physically manifest, right? That you may physically say, hey, you know what, I'm really mad and I'm going to be mad. And I'm going to stay mad, and I'm going to stay mad at this person. I'm going to stay bitter against this person. Yeah, I'm still going to wish bad for them. I'm not going to do anything, but I'm still going to wish this for them. You are tangibly creating that in your world, right? In your life, right? Again, not in some frou-frou way, not in some voodoo way. In a, hey, this...
I mean, she's basically just saying over and over again, you're manifesting your own reality. Wowza.
Is what I believe the Bible tells us is part of God's design.
This is just literally manifestation. This is like the principle of manifestation. That's it.
This is one reason why prayer is so powerful. God hears our prayers. God can intervene in any situation. Again, there's a system he's created in the physical and the spiritual. God can always intervene at any time, right? But there is a physical and a spiritual, there's a spiritual element that will come to play in the physical world just off of the thoughts that you dwell on. That doesn't mean that you're your own God and you're powerful. No, it's not that. It's a spiritual thing. Ultimately, God's in control and God can override anything, right? There's also another Bible verse that, again, fact check me on it, that talks about wishing something to the effect of wishing harm on others. And hey, if you keep wanting harm for your enemy, God can have mercy on your enemy. God can have mercy on the person who you did wrong because you will not forgive them and you keep wishing harm on them, right? And when I say you don't forgive people, when I'm telling you to forgive people, I'm not telling you to be a doormat, all this stuff. Don't let them continue to hurt you, right? Especially if they're not actually sorry. You still need to forgive them, but even if they're not sorry. But don't give them the opportunity to keep hurting you if that's what they're going to keep doing. But you can still forgive them in your heart. You can still let it go. Let it go. Just let it go. Let God handle the justice. Let God handle all of that, but let it go. And also have a moment of humility and realizing that
God forgives. I don't.
We have done people wrong too. We have. And not every single case that we've wronged people, we've made right. That's reality. We are reliant on the grace of Jesus Christ. And I would hope that people that I wrong, that I do things wrong too sometimes, right throughout my entire life, because it will happen. If you say you're never going to wrong someone, you're delusional. Then I would hope that these people have grace with me, even if in my ignorance, I don't apologize to them and make it right. We should always try to make things right. But let's say, not every single instance that's going to happen. Let's hope that they will have grace with us and forgive us and not hold on to resentment against us. And likewise, we need to not hold on to resentment against those who may never make things right with us, right? And you will only hurt yourself if you're holding on to that. So let's look at solutions. Let's look at solutions. Every single problem in your life, every single problem, every single thing in the whole world can be solved in the Bible. This is why I tell you, read it each and every single day.
I don't know about that. Not every problem. What about Raymond? God, I need to get laid. I don't know if that'll fix it for him.
Read it every day. Do not skip. It will change your life every single day. It's active fellowship with God. This is the Word of God, and it has the answers to everything. And God's ways are so far above our ways. Even the things that we read, forgive people, you reap what you sow, this and that. We see it and we know, but it's just like the tip of the iceberg. It's like those pictures you see where the iceberg, you see the tip of it is up above the water, and then below it there is all that. We see that, but there's so much more going on in the spiritual realm, and there's so much more beyond, like just God's creation, how God created things. There's so much more beyond our comprehension of how God works, and the ways that God works, and the power of prayer, and the power that our thoughts have in our lives. Again, not in a way that we're God, because we're not. There is one true God.
Yeah, I mean, I get what she's trying to say. All right, it's at least coherent enough. The obsession with the anime portion of it just feels like clickbait to try and get people to... I don't know. Why not just talk about manifesting your reality? Like, your reality is what you make it. That could be the title of the video. Why does this have to be about fucking anime? Like, mention it once and that's fine, but...
Right? The Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. That is the one true God. That's it.
I think she's trying to, like, find a career as a preacher. I think that's her end goal.
Any amount of, like, okay, yes, our heart will control the course of our lives. But even then, God can intervene at any moment. Because God is all-powerful. We are not. Okay? So don't take anything I'm saying in some sort of voodoo way or some new age way, because that is a perverse, satanic way of thinking that perverts God's creation. God is always in control. This is God's system. I don't even claim to begin to understand it all, but I'm just saying there is a real repercussion to our thoughts in a spiritual realm that will affect you in the real. Like, well, that's real too. Again, in the physical. Okay? That's not saying every intrusive thought. Okay? You can take every thought captive, because sometimes you're going to get intrusive thoughts from your flesh, from the enemy. You're going to get intrusive thoughts that don't represent you. Don't claim those. Okay? Don't claim those. Pray for God to clear your mind and to be delivered from that kind of situation. But you don't have to claim every thought that pops in your head, right? What is it that you're dwelling on? That is what is important. Okay, so 2 Corinthians chapter 10, I'm actually going to start at verse 3 that says, we are human, but we don't wage war as humans do. We use God's mighty weapons, not worldly weapons, to knock down the strongholds of human reasoning and to destroy false arguments. We destroy every proud obstacle that keeps people from knowing God. We capture their rebellious thoughts, right? Sometimes we have rebellious thoughts as well. We capture their rebellious thoughts and teach them to obey Christ. Capture your thoughts, right? Take your thoughts captive and turn those thoughts that are in obedience to Jesus Christ, right? If you are having any thoughts counter to the Bible, counter to his word, any rebellion that's coming from your flesh or from the enemy, take that thought captive and say, no, this is wrong, and I am going to dwell on truth and what the Bible says. Every thought. Do not let yourself dwell on an evil thought. Don't let that happen, because it will affect your life. And after you have become fully obedient, we will punish everyone who remains disobedient. Okay, again, for full context, I suggest you read the full thing, but just saying every thought, take it captive. If you're just letting your thoughts run wild, we have evil human nature. That's why we need Jesus Christ to save us, deliver us, and it's as we walk, and I tell people, read the Bible every day, because if you are not reading your Bible every single day, if you are not seeking the Lord every single day, the more that you do not feed your spirit with the Spirit of God, then the more you're going to be feeding your flesh, and the more you're going to be living in your flesh with your fleshly thoughts. And if you think you are above sinning, you are wrong, because your flesh wants to sin, and it's going to want to sin until Jesus Christ returns and defeats sin and restores our bodies and makes them perfect, because they're not right now. And we need Jesus Christ as our Savior. We don't become righteous in ourselves.
Is that when I'll finally get a six-pack? I wonder if she realizes by taking the role of a religious teacher, she is blaspheming. Of course not. She also thinks that Leviticus only applies to Levantine priests, which is objectively false. So, dude, like one of the most prominent religious cases ever in the history of humankind. You know, King Henry VIII's marriage annulment was based on a verse from Leviticus. You know, he who marries his brother's wife shall have no issue, which means no children. And you know, that was applied to not just priests, but to normal people as well, too. So the cope that, like, Leviticus only applies to Levantine priests is a Protestant, you know, bastardization of what it actually means. Because, you know, Protestant religions love to have, like, the super relaxed laws and rules and shit in order to attract as many pay piggies as possible. So, is she leading the quartering to the Lord by appearing on his degenerate stream? The thing is with the quartering, I think he's going to church now after the Charlie Kirk thing, but I don't know if Melonie was the driving force behind that or not. El Rosario sold the 2. She looks old. Yup. Why is the Christian and Catholic religion so divided? Why was there no way to reunify these? They're not... It's more so of what structure you prefer. So the Catholic Church is very, very structured. You know, it's a very old institution. Like 2,000 plus years old at this point. Well, not plus, but about 2,000 years old. And, you know, it's been around for as long as it has because it sticks to its rules. They have a very rigid structure. You know, it has a very, you know, clear-cut hierarchy, procedures, rituals, you name it. And, you know, that has allowed the Catholic Church to remain a staying power in the religious sphere of, you know, human existence. The Protestant churches, as the name suggests, protest against the teachings of the Catholic Church. And because of that, they all have different grievances. So each offshoot of Protestantism has its own, like, belief structure of what should or should not be allowed or disallowed, and, you know, so on and so on. So it's not even so much that they're completely separate. Most Christians have the exact same, like, core belief system. It's just the details where everybody gets, you know, hung up on. Basically, the governance of the church is the big differentiator for the majority of Protestant faiths. Now, if you look at something like Mormonism, which is like some fucking weird cult, or Jehovah's Witness and shit like that, obviously those are not like real Christianity. They're like some, you know, bastardized version of it, fan fiction LARP that doesn't even share the core components with the rest of Christianity. But that's another topic entirely. So every single religion has this problem, though. There's a shit ton of different versions of Islam. You know, there's different versions of Judaism out there. You know, Buddhism, Hinduism, all the major religions have different offshoots. So it's not a uniquely Christian thing.
We are saved by grace, and our good works are a result of Christ in us. But do not be slackened with what you're thinking, because that is going to change. It's going to have a very tangible impact in your life. Now let's look at solution 2. We already have the...
Catholicism is Jewish? Catholicism is Roman. Catholicism is a combination of the Roman religion and Christianity. It is not Jewish. I would say that Protestantism is a lot more Jewish than Catholicism.
Take your thoughts captive. Now look at Philippians. Okay, Philippians chapter 4, verse 8. That says, and now, dear brothers and sisters,
Yeah, dude, there's all those clips on the internet where it's like they ask these Jewish guys, like, if you could get rid of all Catholics or Muslims, what would you get rid of? And immediately they say Catholics. Jews hate Catholics, yeah. The Catholic Church has been the traditional enemy of the Jews in medieval Europe all the way up until like World War I. So, yeah, the Catholic Church and Jews do not have a good history. They don't like each other.
Thing. Fix your thoughts on what is true and honorable and right and pure and lovely and admirable. Think about things that are excellent and worthy of praise. Keep putting into practice all you learned and received from me. Okay, this is Paul. Okay, everything you're okay. So think on things that are pure. Think on truth. The only truth is God's truth. Think on truth. Think on honorable things. Think on righteous things. And when you think about people in your life that you were still holding on to bitterness for, and that you still, okay, you may have told yourself, I forgive them.
Actually, no. There's been several examples where bankers have crippled the Vatican. So, the Medici family, for example, you know, they grew to prominence because they were the bankers to the Pope. So, no, lots of popes have risen and fallen as a result of being backed by the big banking families of, you know, Renaissance Italy in particular. So, no, the Catholic Church has definitely had, you know, a lot of influence wielded by banking. But in the sense that it's only one individual person who happens to be the head of the church at that time. So, you know, it's kind of like us with a president, right? You have the country, and then you have a president for a set amount of time. You know, the country persists even once that person is gone. And it's kind of the same thing with the Catholic Church. It's almost like its own nation. It's the Catholic Church is pretty much the Roman Empire. Like, it's structured the exact same way. Like, the College of Cardinals is the Senate, the Pope is the Emperor, and, you know, it's set up in a way, essentially, to mirror the way that the Roman Empire was set up to choose the next emperor when the previous one had died. So the closest thing we have to a Roman Empire remnant is the Catholic Church. So the system persists whether or not the person who leads it, you know, does well or bad. And yeah, I don't know, man. It's a pretty... You can dig deep into a lot of the interesting popes throughout history. There's quite a few. Like, there's one that was pope, 3 times? Like, 3 separate times he was pope, then he stepped down, then he became pope again, then, you know, he quit, and then he became pope again. Like, it's crazy. There's a lot of wild stuff in there, which... Then there's the thing, I forget what it's called, but where they had basically 2 popes, one in France and one in Italy. And, you know, the Catholic Church was basically segmented into those 2 different, you know, spheres of influence, and they eventually converged back into Rome. I don't know. There's a lot of cool stuff with it, but... The Borgias were pretty bad. Yes and no. Yes and no. So the Borgias, because they were Spaniards, kind of just got a bad rap by default. Like, all the incest shit was fake. Like, that's acknowledged to be a historical fact. Like, that was just basically, you know, slander that the commoners made up, or that the Italian families, you know, kind of hinted at in order to discredit them. So most of that was just baseless gossip, which is true for a lot of, you know, different people throughout history. So because they were Spaniards, they were seen as outsiders by the Roman families that typically dominated, you know, the Vatican and the Catholic Church and the College of Cardinals and, you know, so on and so on. So because they were an outsider, they were ostracized for it, even though he had the papacy. So, I mean, yeah, obviously he's still corrupt, still had his 15-year-old fuck doll, you know, the indulgences and all that other stuff, but a lot of it's just made up. So, but it is pretty interesting, man. That's the cool thing about the Catholic Church. It's like one of the oldest, if not the oldest, you know, lasting institutions that has a basically, you know, uninterrupted, documented history. Like every single thing that has happened surrounding the Catholic Church from its inception has not only been documented and preserved, but, you know, it's been uninterrupted in doing so. It's one of the very few institutions in all of human history that can have, you know, a 2,000-year run with almost zero fucking discrepancies or gaps in its history. So, kind of neat. There's nothing else out there like it. Orthodox would say they are the original church and the oldest. Orthodoxy and Catholicism were started at the exact same time. So the way that Orthodoxy and Catholicism split is you had the Bishop of Rome, which is the Pope, and then you had the Bishop of Constantinople, which is the Patriarch of, like, the Orthodox Church. So the Romans set up the church similar to how they had their governorship, where each province or region would have their own, like, head of the church, and that would be the bishop of blank. And because Rome and Constantinople were the two population centers of the Roman Empire, they just naturally became the most empowered and important, you know, offices in the church. So they adopted essentially a leadership role. The, you know, Bishop of Constantinople basically led the church in the east, and the Bishop of Rome led the church in the west. And when the Roman Empire fell into ruin, you know, they basically just decided to do their own thing, but both started exactly the same. Catholicism and Orthodoxy were identical belief structures in the beginning. It's only over time that they started to, you know, differ from each other. But both were started at the exact same time. Part of the exact same Catholic Church. It's just, you know, once the Roman Empire fell into ruin, they kind of went down their own paths. I'm hoping I'm explaining this decently. Like, I'm tired as fuck, man. So if this sounds incoherent and just like a bunch of rambling, I apologize. But hopefully that makes some sense.
Did you know, would you be happy if you saw them fail in something? Would you be happy if you saw...
If I actually had energy, I could probably explain this a lot better.
Them going through a terrible thing in their life, right? And I know it's easier said than done, but it's so important to let go of these things. Because...
Imagine being Rome and falling, L. Yep, that's the dangers of immigration.
Will affect your life. Sometimes you can have, the Bible even tells us this, you have bad things happen in your life and you get mad at God for it. But it's like, what are the things that we're thinking about? What are the things that we're wishing on others? What are the things that we're holding on to in the resentment and the things that are not honorable, that are not righteous, that are not truth, that we are holding on to in our hearts? That does play a role in the spiritual realm. And it does play a role also tangibly in the physical realm. And we can't see how those connect, but they do, so much as the thoughts that we dwell on. So this is so important. Of course, as a Christian soldier, we are to stay equipped. We are to equip the armor of God, and we are to stand against evil. This doesn't mean to be a hippie Christian. None of this means that we should be a hippie Christian and live and let live and be okay with evil in this world. Of course we shouldn't, and we should stand against it. And you can stand against evil and have a hatred of evil, right? You can hate evil. I know some people don't like to hear this, but whatever. Hate evil. Doesn't mean you hate people that are participating in that, right? But you can hate the evil action itself that's going on, that's being celebrated, right? I can hate transgender activities. It's the activity I hate. It's not those who are participating in it. I still want good things for those people participating in. And some people can't separate it because they make a whole identity out of it.
I don't. Send it with the 17 months. This thing looks foul.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
We can be disgusted by the sin, by the evil of a transgender activity, right? The act of pretending to be the gender that you're not. You can hate that action. That is disgusting. It's perverted. It's from the enemy. But the people in it, we can pray for them and pray that they are delivered from that and that they will find Jesus, be born again, and good things can happen for them. And sometimes we'll see people turn from evil things and get their life right, and some people still want bad things for them. And it is bad. We should never want bad things for people. You can want justice and not bad things, right? But you see people who have turned from transgender lifestyles, people who have turned from prostitution, so on and so forth, and there will be professing Christians, people who call themselves Christians, who are still mad at them, and who are like, who actually, for some reason, are taking these things personal, and who want bad things for them. Who say, oh, well, you know, they want to see these people's, like, some people actually want to see these people burn in hell. And that's a terrible, terrible thing, to actually want these people to burn in hell because they participated in these sinful lifestyles that they have since turned from and speak against. And you really have to question a lot if you are dwelling on thoughts of wanting bad for people just because they did shameful activities. And it's also, we also need to have some self-reflection to know that we all fall short of the glory of God. And we may not have been as far down that pipeline as they were in their sin, but we still have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. We all deserve hell. All of us. But if you repent to Jesus Christ.
I don't know about that.
And if you have been made born again, then you
maybe not yet.
Receive the grace of Jesus Christ and keep running that race, right? Then by his grace you will be delivered. He's our Savior. So it's not out of self-righteousness.
Forgive me, Father, for I know exactly what I want to do.
Savior. So anyway, I'm going on like this is a way longer video than I anticipated. But again, if you watch Demon Slayer, try to say maybe you can make that connection like I did. See, let me know in the comments if you see what I'm saying and where I'm getting at here. Is that in that he was
36
not able to defeat that
minutes.
Demon. Tanjiro could
but I have it sped up.
Not defeat that demon until he shifted his intentions.
Yeah, she's wearing a cross right underneath her choker. Like, come on. Look, black nail polish, spiked bracelets, idolatry all over her body. I guess she took down the Lara Croft statue. Maybe it was time for another paint job on the upper thigh.
Right? So what is it? What is that demon in your life? What is it that you're struggling with? What are you in a wilderness season? What is that? What is that thorn in your side? What is that? What are you trying to get your breakthrough from? And are your thoughts, are your intentions, are the things that you're dwelling on, unforgiveness or whatever else it may be, and what you are hoping for others, is that causing you to receive rotten fruit in your life? And if you want good fruit in your life, pray for good fruit for others. Pray for good fruit for those who have wronged you. Pray for good fruit for your enemies. Pray for them, as the Bible tells us. So, any sort, I mean, this morning I was just praying about it, and I was praying that, you know, because in my heart I thought, oh yeah, I forgive everybody, you know, but then it's like, but have I though? Have I really forgiven everyone in my life that has wronged me? And I prayed and I asked the Lord to just release, like that, like there's a cup within me of resentment. There's a cup within me of bitterness, or a cup within me that wants to see bad for others who have wronged me. Release it. Empty that cup. I don't want any of that. All right, so I hope that this video...
Dude, all of y'all are just projecting in the chat. Like, this is crazy. Like, look, Griffin wants Melonie so bad. Griff lost all his energy gooning to Melonie again. Let's see. Griffin gooning. Griffin is salivating at the sight of Melonie Yeah, this is pure projection. Just say that you want her, bro. She's single. She's on the market. You know, go make an honest woman out of her. Nobody's holding you back. I'm definitely not going to get in your way. But damn, bro. Stop assigning your desires to me. I've already made this abundantly clear. I am not interested. So, go forth and conquer. You will see no challenge from me.
Resonated with somebody. Thank you all so much for your fellowship. As always, I'm going to suggest you read the Bible every single day. Change my life, and I know that it will change yours as well. Don't skip it. Don't skip. Thank you all so much. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I will catch you next time. Bye.
Oh my God, bye. Griffin's playing hard to get. That's right. It's not the only thing that's hard. But yeah. Absolutely, dude. I am the prize.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here.
I am the prize.
Today we're talking about the Final Fantasy Tactics remake because it is finally here and it is
Why is his voice so squeaky?
talking about the Final Fantasy Tactics remake because it is finally here and it is just way better than I ever.
Did he forget to lower his pitch? Like, is Dreamcast guy editing his audio to make himself have a deeper voice? That's actually pretty squeaky.
Could have imagined. You see, I'm a very old school fan of Final Fantasy, especially the OG ones from the 90s and stuff. But Tactics especially, this is by far the deepest, most beloved.
Nah, the speed doesn't have anything to do with pitch.
Most intricate, most eye-opening of all. They were talking about the Final Fantasy Tactics remake because it is finally here and it is just way better than I ever could have imagined.
Yeah, it sounds the same. It's just not as fast. So it's not adjusting the pitch when you up the speed.
See, I'm a very old school fan of Final Fantasy, especially the OG ones from the 90s and stuff, but Tactics especially, this is by far the deepest, most beloved, most intricate, most eye-opening of all the random spin-offs. And a lot of people for the last 30 years have specifically been begging for Tactics to come back, but...
It's as squeaky as your voice, Griffin? Maybe it is low T, I don't know. Could be.
There's always been a very big problem. A lot of the games that Square Enix made in the 90s, they deleted. They're gone. They just vanished. So they couldn't exactly just make an upscaled version.
I don't think I've ever actually had a testosterone test in my entire life, actually. I don't think I've ever had my T levels measured. So who knows? I may have, like, you know, massively low T. And then I can go get some fucking... I can go get some TRT and then just start getting fucking jacked, bro. Hell yeah.
For a standard remaster, they actually had to go in and completely rebuild the entire game from scratch. But in doing that, they also had a chance to sort of improve it, to put in extra systems, full voice acting, fix the script, and basically make the original game somehow even more perfect. But I want to talk about this version of it because I do think it's really, really dang good. But I want to just ramble about everything that makes it so incredibly good and why, even if you've never played a Final Fantasy, even if you've never played a tactical battler, this is a game you need to try, even if it does have some problems. But let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now let's start with what Final Fantasy Tactics is and why, honestly, this version feels incredibly different in a way that makes the original. Honestly, it's got a lot of improvements that make an already good game feel a lot more modern. Let's start with the fact that, honestly, Tactics is a kind of difficult game to initially figure out. You know, turn-based combat, that's something I think everybody kind of understands. You and the enemy have speed stats, choosing who goes, what elemental types, which big damage, which big crits. A lot of that stuff I think is something we all can grasp very initially. Whereas when it comes to Tactics, what makes this game so incredibly deep is the job system. Essentially, every character, as they level up, as they sort of customize their specific playstyles, they can choose to be a warrior or a dragoon or a chemist to throw better potions or a summoner to summon down.
My favorite YouTuber, it's the go-to source for all things gaming, news, reviews, and discuss. Oh wait, that's Young. Yeah, never mind.
Actual gods to blow up people and stuff like that. Black mages, white mages. But during the course of this, everybody moves and acts differently. Certain classes have more movement, more attack power, the ability to actually hit multiple squares at once. Support class.
Dude, there's actually a pretty large portion of the online Final Fantasy player base that apparently goons over the this chick. I've seen a bunch of gooner shit online about this Final Fantasy Tactics character. I don't know her name, but shit's pretty wild.
Classes can not just heal, but actually even up your defenses or up your speed. It makes a game that has a very unique amount of constant depth, a sense that grinding is such a reward. Now, what makes this incredibly motivating is not just, honestly, that very fun style of battle and grind and level up. It's the fact that the story of this game is utterly fantastic, which brings me to the biggest new change. Now, a lot of old school Final Fantasies...
gooning material? That is not gooning material. People make gooning material out of her.
had some very serious translation errors, just straight up things that were wrong. Like, this is well known, but there were actually times where games would get dialogue incorrect. One person would say another person's line in the translated version of it, or in the Tactics original version, they messed up a lot of the military ranks and stuff, and it was kind of a mess. Honestly, old school Final Fantasy, as much as I love them, a lot of them, when they revamped and updated those scripts, the games became a lot more understandable. So they already technically did a remake of Tactics back on the PSP called War of the Lions, and I love that version of the game. The War of the Lions script is flawless. They took the War of the Lions script and put it into this game, but it's more than that. We have to talk about, honestly, the simply just gorgeously beautiful freaking voice acting. The story of Final Fantasy Tactics is incredibly complex, with tons of different factions and betrayals and backstabbing and feudal alliances that are constantly trying to fight off against the peasantry in other kingdoms. It is a very, very, very cool power struggle. And honestly, what makes Tactics such an addictive game is that, honestly, the more you study it, the more you understand it, the more you pay attention, it really does have one of the deepest stories of any Final Fantasy ever. And I think that's part of the reason that they ended up doing so many different sequels that take place in this land. This takes place in a place called Ivalice, and there's actually multiple games like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, A2, even Final Fantasy 12.
Chugga Shugga Gaming with the 8. I gotta ask, who was asking for a Final Fantasy Tactics remake? A ton of people. There's no modern console that has Final Fantasy Tactics. So, it's literally locked to retro hardware. So, there is no way to
awesome.
play
Thanks,
these
Digga. All right.
games on modern gaming platforms. So, a lot of people. Final Fantasy Tactics is considered to be one of the better games in the franchise by a lot of the Final Fantasy player base. So, Tactics is a pretty common answer for people's favorite Final Fantasy as well. So, no, there's a pretty big portion of people in the Final Fantasy fan base that do really like this game and wanted a way to have it accessible, not just on retro gaming hardware. We know Griffin loves it because he's a mindless fan for anything Square Enix. That's not true. It's not anything Square Enix. I like Square Enix games, generally speaking, but Final Fantasy is my jam, man. Their other stuff is good, but not as good as Final Fantasy.
Even sections of Final Fantasy XIV actually take place in Ivalice. And it's just because the story is so incredibly deep. But in the original version, as much as I loved it, sometimes there was sort of a tone that was missing, which is that in a lot of these cutscenes and stuff, as people talk about, hello, brother, it is time to make our timid alliance. Seeing these characters, the main two guys are named Ramza and Delita, seeing them deal with their family squabbles, these terrible bloodshed battles and stuff like that, sometimes there was an unsaid subtext that kind of...
Did you guys know? I guess I have to pull it up on Reddit. Never mind. That's way too low res. Dude, of course. It's lower res than when I click on the preview. How the fuck does that work? There we go. Look who it is, guys. Look who it is. Yeah, Aerith is in the game, which is pretty based. Yep, it's time to goon, dude.
Could be hard to tell. In certain scenes, somebody says they're here to team up with you when really they're there to completely screw you over, but you can't tell when it's just text. You can't feel that unsaid anger, that subtle tone in somebody's voice that says, hey, I'm mad and I'm here because it's against my will, but I have to help you. I'm going to screw you over the second I get a chance. The voice acting actually conveys and adds so much extra depth to this already deep story that truly boggles the mind. I mean, I genuinely cannot express how good this voice acting is, especially, obviously, Ben Starr from Final Fantasy 16 is back, but there is a secret character. This isn't a spoiler, but I have to...
I'm not a fan. I can't afford this shit! Yeah, he is massively overrated. Massively overrated.
say this, there is a secret character, which is Cloud Strife. When this game was coming out, obviously they were making it. Final Fantasy VII was the biggest game on the planet, so Square Enix said, all right, we got to do some sort of like FF7 crossover. So Cloud Strife is a hidden unlockable character in this game. And if you get him, he actually is voiced by the same Cloud as the FF7 remake. It's that Cloud. So hearing him, seeing him in cutscenes.
What about Aerith?
Hearing his interactions, seeing his custom interactions, honestly, there is an amount of beautiful extra quality to this already extremely good game. But I want to talk more about the changes.
What about the only Final Fantasy VII character I actually care about?
This, because honestly, if this game was just that, I do think it would need a bit more, which thankfully it does have. So the original game could be at times overly brutal. I think the biggest complaint that people have about old school Final Fantasy Tactics is that leveling could be hard and the bosses could at times be impossibly difficult. There are some bosses where you get stuck in an area and you have to win a boss fight, and if you didn't, it would actually brick your save file. It would actually break your save file if you didn't preemptively save before this big, really, really tough fight. Now the game has auto saves and it has difficulties that can be toggled at any time. There's 3 separate difficulties. There's Squire, which is a completely new casual mode. There's Knight, which is the
that's the one I'll play on.
The normal difficulty that's pretty close to the original, but I want to talk more about that in a second, and a new Tactician difficulty, which to me feels about 20% harder than the original version was. But I almost feel like even the harder difficulty feels easier than the original game, and I mean this as a compliment, which is that, honestly, I hate difficulty spikes. I think the best stories, the best campaigns, the best RPGs have that slow ramp up. Everything gets more complicated, more difficult at a nice, even pace. So you always feel properly challenged and properly motivated to get tougher, right? Whereas the original version of Tactics, and I say this because I recently replayed it. This isn't like some memory. I'm literally going off current tense. I just replayed it. Certain battles in Tactics, things got 10 times harder. There were boss fights where there's one enemy that has way too much health and like 20 minions that can basically one-shot you, and you have to kill that boss before the minions can get to you. Stuff like that I felt just didn't really vibe with the flow of the rest of the game. They've done a better job at making, honestly, the difficulty scale feels a lot more even. But they've also done a lot of cool quality of life changes that to me are extremely fun. You can now fast forward battles. Some of the fights in Final Fantasy Tactics can take you almost an hour for even random battles, because you do have to think about your elevation, your tactics, your mana pool, your ability to actually fight against specific enemies or beasts or weapon breakers, right? Now, I like the fact that, honestly, that is cool, but also turn order is now on the screen. You used to have to go into the menus of the old school version to see who's going to fight next. Now you can see who's coming up, what's about to happen, and sort of prepare yourself of, oh, the boss is about to take a turn. Oh, this big bad is about to take a turn. Oh, my guest is about to take a turn. I like the fact that, honestly, the flow of combat feels so much more modernized, but in ways that feel subtle. It doesn't feel like they're just basically making it baby mode. It feels like a better version of the original game, but they've also done a lot of tiny tweaks. Some classes feel like they've buffed or nerfed them in just tiny ways that makes them a lot more homogenized. And I do mean this as a compliment, because I did notice some stuff like ninjas. Some of the classes felt like they were way too strong. They're still tough, but I like the fact that some of the weaker classes that had problems had been fixed. Like recently replaying Black Mage, I swear, Black Mage, as you unlocked better and better magic, Fire, Fire-Raga, Fire-Raga, all the biggest, baddest spells, there wasn't really an even exchange. Like sometimes you'd paying double the mana for not really double the attack power and stuff. They've done a good job of basically making it where a class that's getting stronger actually feels properly stronger. So when you get to those really terrible boss fights,
Homogenized, can't have that. No, you cannot, especially a society
that are extra hard, now they feel like a rewarding challenge instead of practically a lucky roadblock. And I think that part of it just comes down.
Let's see. So even start with the 5. Only reason I'm looking forward to this year's Game Awards. High chance of Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 trailer reveal. We're almost entering 2026, so yeah. Possibly, yeah. Because I know they're trying to get Part 3 out for the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII in 27, so yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be like the most crazy timeline if they're planning on releasing it in spring of 2027. It'd be a little over a year, so yeah, I could see it. Possibly. It would definitely be cool.
The fact that you can also do stuff like redo moves. If you accidentally screw up something, you can go back. There's also autosaves at the beginning of every fight. So if you screw something up completely, there is permadeath in this game. If one of your characters actually gets to 0 HP, they fall on the ground, you can now actually not only redo that thing, you can just go back and restart the fight. I did that multiple times when I was doing very, very bad. And it felt cool to just basically fix my mistakes and progress forward in a way that felt very natural. everything about this new version of the game just looks better, it plays better, but it does bring me to one of my tiny complaints. I guess I have two tiny complaints. I do think that as good as this new art style is, something about it, I have to admit that I do still like the original more. I'm a big fan of sprites. I think sprites are somehow more expressive. I almost think that retro graphics sometimes gives your brain more
The colors look more vibrant. That's the difference.
room to kind of fill in the gaps. Your imagination of it sort of fills in better than any graphics could actually be. And here, they tried to have these extra expressive caricatures that I think are good. I'm not going to say they're bad, but I do personally, I do prefer the original look more. I think this is better. It's better looking. It's definitely better looking resolution, and it looks great widescreen instead of being 6:9. But I do personally wish that I still had the OG sprites. Maybe if I buy this on Steam at some point, maybe somebody will find a way to like mod some sprites in there. I mean, I'd probably replay this just with a sprite mod because I do like the way the original game looks. But also, there was a very purposeful choice. The little like rigidy art of the original game was decided deliberately. The director of the game, the creator of the game, was a guy named Yatsumi Matsuno, and he said his whole idea was that he wanted tactics to look like a picture book or dioramas. He wanted to look like you're sort of looking in on this crazy, complex, terrible civil war and all the people living and dying for the gods and stuff like that. He wanted it to look like that little piece of the world.
I think the colors in the original version look a lot more vibrant. This almost looks like it was run through an AI image generator. Like it has kind of that yellow piss filter to it and just kind of blurred out details. Like it doesn't look as sharp, I guess is the way to put it.
You're glancing into. And I think that's great, but I do have to say that, I don't know, I do wish that there was some way I could play the original version with the trophy support and with these modernizations. The only other tiny gripe I have, man, they still have weapon breaking in this, and I still hate gear breaking. It's a tiny thing. In this game, you can do side quests, you can do main quests, and honestly, I think it's great. There's now quest markers and stuff. It makes it a lot easier to understand when there's side objectives and stuff. I think that actually a lot of these updates are great, but some of the stuff you unlocked is breakable. Now, this is a low chance. You don't break stuff constantly. It's a very, very low chance that your stuff breaks, but I'll be honest, every time anything did break, if it had like a 5% chance of shattering, anytime it did, I'd immediately restart the battle because re-earning these items, regathering them, requesting for them, doing the turn-ins again, a lot of times was just such a pain. I'll be honest, I would straight up wish there was a toggle where I could just say, I don't want weapon breaks. I thought it was a dumb mechanic 30 years ago. I just think it's not a good mechanic now. I just feel like weapon degradation in a game that is so slow and so methodical, to me, just doesn't make logical sense. Honestly, this is such a good game. It's a better version of a game that I already loved. I feel like the voice acting really improves it. The world looks so much more realized. This special encyclopedia now that actually lets you see what events are happening at what time, sort of looking back on the story as you're going through it. I just think that across the board, this updates the game and feels very faithful to the original. It doesn't feel like a bastardization. It doesn't feel like a cash grab. It does feel like a true passion project, which in a very soulless modern day, I feel like was very, very needed. Okay, so
yeah, weapon breaking in video games is just completely unnecessary.
we've heard a lot of good and a little bit of bad, but let's go to the ratings board and put a big number on it. I am giving Final Fantasy Tactics, the Evil East Chronicles, a 9.5 out of 10. Thank you so much for watching, gamers, and if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. I really enjoyed doing this video. Thank you for watching. Play Tactics. Play Tactics, my gosh, does it absolutely deserve every bit of love. Oh, man, I love these old school strategy guides. The pictures are so blurry in it. Oh, my God. The good old days. Prima strategy guides.
This is like the third or fourth video we've watched from him recently where he forgot to put his little outro audio. Not good. Yeah, everything's an 8 or a 9 or a 10, and then he says like an 8 he regrets buying. It's like, wait, what? How do you regret buying an 8 out of 10? That makes no sense. That's a great rating for a game. An 8 out of 10? You need to understand the Great Depression. History is repeating. I hope that person is depressed. Holy shit. That is a troon slop art style. We'll never have an actual economic depression, not with fiat currency. Yep, exactly. Just more and more inflation, man. Just more inflation. Is Nintendo gay? That's not. I think we watched this before, but here. Or is Nintendo anti-gay? I'm pretty sure we've watched this.
What's up, guys? Dreamcast Guy here, talking today about the flurry going around Nintendo. Everybody right now is saying Nintendo is anti-gay. Now,
Based?
I'm going to start this by saying I am a huge, huge proponent of marriage equality. I believe gay fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
Or get the fuck
Gay
out.
rights is the fight of our age, and then until all people can...
It's the fight of our age. Until we can suck cock and get married, America is doomed.
marry equally, everybody is being held back. Now...
Oh yeah, dude. We were definitely being held back by, you know, Jim and Steve not being able to get fucking married.
Nintendo, this does look pretty bad for you. What happened is there's a new game that's about to come out next month in America called Tomodachi Life. In Tomodachi Life, you get to get your little Mii characters, and you get to marry people and build lives and stuff, and it's kind of a cool mix of, like, Animal Crossing and The Sims. Now, the problem with this is you can only have heterosexual marriage. One man, one woman. And that's kind
just as God intended.
of pissed some people off, but the real problem was that in the beta, and apparently when it first launched in Japan, anybody could marry anybody. But that was patched. They said that was a glitch. They fixed the homosexual glitch. That's not a
Based?
good way to put that, Nintendo. Now, the thing here is, obviously, an artist can create any art they want. I'm not faulting the game developers, and I'm not even faulting Nintendo. But what I am saying is, when you removed it from the game, you're saying something. Nintendo released an official statement saying, we're not making any social commentary, it's just supposed to be a fun, whimsical game set in an alternate world. But Nintendo, that's the thing. You're saying something by not saying something. Walmart pays its employees so little that they're actually eligible for welfare. And Walmart never talks about this. People hound them all the time and they release no official statements. So by not saying anything, they're saying a lot. Walmart, by not even explaining itself, is just holding up its middle finger and being like, yeah, bounce on it. We don't give a fuck what you think. And Nintendo, by you brushing offside the criticism, that says a lot more than you just fixing that bug. That's just my thoughts, guys. I don't think this is a good move for Nintendo. I just don't understand the harm in it. Like, I know, obviously, you're not trying to make a gay rights statement with your game, but that's what I'm saying is, it shouldn't be a statement. I just think any character should be able to marry any other character. Like in The Sims, there isn't a gay option in The Sims. In The Sims, you can just have your male character get in a relationship with another male character. It doesn't trigger an attribute. It doesn't...
The slippery slope did not go far enough, man. They tried to warn us.
Change the color of your drapes. You're just that kind of character. So this has been Dreamcast Guy, and let me know what you guys think down in the comments down below. If I offended anybody, too fucking bad. Gay rights is extremely important. Thank you so much.
Not really. Unless you like sucking dick.
Much for watching, guys. Feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Let's get that word out there. Let Nintendo know that this is kind of fucked up. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Keep dreaming.
That's some banger tunes, dude. All right, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick, guys. Give me like 1 minute or so. I'll be back. Alright, I am back. Y'all are talking about the texture. Gay rights, fight for the age. That's right, dude. Do I ever turn off my PC? Not really. It's not really a need to. I mean, every once in a while I'll restart it, but... Dude, I do not want to watch another Melonie Mac video. I'm good. Let's see. Where am I on the, Raymond with the 2 This sounds like independent viewing. Let me see. I don't know why we need... Okay, it's short. That's fine.
Today I'm updating my...
That's fine. If this was going to be like a Let's Play or something, I'd have to decline. And U Generation, let's see, what is yours?
Welcome, I'm the Alright.
A review for Alien Rogue Incursion on MetaQuest due to a new 5GB update, and in case you missed it or you're new to the channel, I've reviewed Alien Rogue Incursion on every platform, and I do recommend it overall, and I'll leave those reviews in this video description. Now, the Quest 3 version was delayed by a couple of months, and this meant it had also been updated with more realistic xenomorph encounters, making the game overall a lot more intense and unpredictable, and this put the MetaQuest version technically in line with all the other platforms, at least gameplay-wise, and that brings the focus now back to the graphics and the performance. Unfortunately, to get the PC port run on the Quest 3, it took a heavy hit in both of these areas, and for today's video, I played an hour of the original version and the new updated build, and I've also avoided the update notes so I could go in blind and avoid any placebo effects. So let's go back into the original version for a quick refresher of the original issues. On Quest 3, Alien Rogue Incursion suffers with random frame stuttering, sporadic dynamic resolution drops, making the game look pretty low resolution in places, and sometimes this happens for absolutely no reason. And where the game is meant to be dark, moody, and atmospheric, it was overly bright, and because of this, it made using the flashlight pretty pointless unless you managed to get halfway through the game, where it suddenly shifted into some sort of heavy contrasted scene, and you then had to use the flashlight. And this definitely adds some much needed atmosphere. Asset geometry was also a mess in some places, and this was immediately obvious in the first part of the game on the ship before you crash land, and there's also plenty of examples of this throughout the original version of the game. There was also
yeah, it's gonna look worse because it's VR and it's running on the MetaQuest, which is like a low-end smartphone, basically.
Anywhere on the Quest version, and that in itself was pretty bizarre. The game is literally full of dead bodies, and you'll see xenomorphs dragging them around, but after playing it on PS2 and PC, and while it doesn't sound like a big deal, it definitely adds something to the overall horror look of the game. The main issue, though, out of all of this is the frame stuttering. It's pretty bad in places, and when it happens in combination with dynamic frame rate kicking in and lowering the resolution, what you're left with can be visually terrible. Now, don't get me wrong, this doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, it's pretty immersion breaking, and you would think a version that was only made for Quest 3 and ignoring Quest 2 would be better than this, especially if you've experienced Batman Arkham Shadow. If you haven't, you absolutely should if you're on a Quest 3 or Quest 3S, and I'll leave a link to give you 10% off Batman Arkham Shadow and Alien Rogue Incursion if you want it in this video description. So let's move on to the new version, and the first thing that hit me was the instrument on the panel of the ship. The asset geometry was completely fixed, and this was a very welcome sight, meaning the intro scene is nice to look at, and it does set a higher bar of expectations. Unfortunately, a brand new issue occurred with my right eye only having a slight flicker, and this made the image shift back and forth ever so slightly. It was pretty uncomfortable, and I'm glad it stopped after a minute. Plus, I had no right arm, which thankfully reappeared after the crash. After getting out of the chair, it was clear the frame rate does seem a bit more smooth, and during the entire opening sequence, only once did I see the dynamic resolution kicking in.
Yeah, I just don't... The whole thing with VR is, like, I don't want to put a headset on and play a game for, like, hours. Like, it's a cool novelty, but I don't know if it's ever going to replace just playing an actual video game. I think you'd have to get to, like, the Sword Art Online level VR for that to be the case.
This is when you're being briefed by Davis. On the original version, it regularly switched from blurry to detailed quite a lot, but with the new patch, it was clearly a better quality image, and the aliasing also seemed much better in the surrounding inner ship environment. Upon exiting the ship, I noticed draw distance had also appeared to be increased. When I looked down to check my pistol, it looked easier to see, and the game overall seemed slightly more vibrant, but in terms of the brightness issue I mentioned earlier, I still wasn't sure if this had been fully addressed. That was until I entered the base's garage area. It was actually dark this time round, and this improvement in contrast lasted throughout my entire playtime, which meant I actually used the flashlight pretty much constantly after this point. There was also tons of blood everywhere, which was nice to see, and overall the frame rate was again indeed better. The random drops are nearly all gone, but they do still happen. It's a lot less frequent, but much less severe. It feels like the game is catching up with itself a bit quicker. So at this point, this does seem impressive work for a patch only 2 weeks after the launch. Since I've played this game 3 times now, I know there's at least 2 sections in the game's first hour that would be the real stress test. The first is when you close the door to the garage and you cycle the air. During this sequence, the lights kick off, there's lots of debris, and xenomorphs appear. And in the original version, the game's resolution would drop, and you would get some frame drops. But in the new build, it seemed absolutely fine. The second area was waiting for the lift after you've removed Davis's head. In the original version, this particular moment was one of the worst affected areas of the resolution dropping and the frame rate skipping. But unfortunately, upon testing this area, it did feel kind of the same. When there's tons of light sources, xenomorphs and shotgun shells flying along with alien blood splattering, the game seems slightly more smooth, but yet again, this comes at a cost of lowering the resolution, and there is still frame skipping. So to summarise, I do think this update is indeed a big win overall, especially considering it's only been 2 weeks, but I do feel more needs to be done, especially in these heavy action moments, because right now, the aliens appear in random numbers, but it doesn't seem there's any more than 4. On the original build, they would always come on a timer and always be side by side in packs of 2, unless it was a scripted moment. And that means even though this build is obviously better, you never know when you're going to be attacked and how many by a time. It means the frame rate resolution can also suffer in these moments unless you're outdoors, in my opinion, and that's pretty rare. So I think the main question I needed to answer was for those of you who are waiting to see if this patch meant the game was okay to buy out on the Quest. I would say yes, it looks way better than before, and I think it's only up from here. Well, that's all I've got for you today. If you find this video helpful, please leave a like and subscribe for more videos.
Alright, let's see what this is. Oh, the furry guy. Okay, yeah, I remember this.
Intros. If you're wondering where that big video is that I've been hyping up,
I don't know what I'm supposed to say about a VR game. I don't play VR, so...
I'll talk about that later. Rob's Media released a video recently showing a bunch of instances where Your Movie Sucks, YMS, or Adam has criticized laws criminalizing zoophilia. According to Adam...
He looks like the type, man.
People shouldn't go to jail for engaging in what he calls non-abusive sexual contact with animals, and he reiterated the stance in his response to Rob's video.
And my position has always been that even though I would like it not to happen, even though I don't like that thing, you know, I have no interest in it, and I would prefer if other people don't do it. If you give me a world, you know, where no people are doing that versus a world where people are doing that, I would choose the world where no people are doing that, right? That's always been my position. However, I do find it stupid that many of our legal policies regarding this issue are not based on the welfare of the animal.
He brings up how humans regularly make sexual contact with animals, not for pleasure, but for the purpose of breeding them as part of animal husbandry or agriculture.
If somebody is doing it but has a different thought in their head, if that's not their thought, but their thought is instead, oh, this is hot, or whatever, people believe that person should be in jail. Which, if you believe that, that's fine, but just admit that you want them to be in jail for a thought crime, right? You want them to be in jail because of what was happening in their brain, not because of the welfare of the animal, right? If it was because of the welfare of the animal, then you would also believe that other people should be in jail for doing the same thing. Again, not even considering the meat industry. No.
Yeah, this is just such a weird fucking segment of the internet, man. Even the so-called good guys are creepy.
Not even considering that.
So his stance has always been that he's against zoophilia and bestiality. But didn't he say that animals can consent to sex with humans?
People have asked me, how is it possible for an animal to consent to a human being? And my answer was the same way it consents to another animal. Now, people have interpreted that as me saying animals want to have sex with human beings and therefore it's all good or whatever. People have interpreted that as me saying all actions, you know, sexually towards animals are permissible because of that. That is not my position. Things that are a part of our common knowledge in pop culture, like America's Funniest Home Videos, right? There'll be a clip of like, oh, a woman fell down a hill and then the dog just starts humping her. And so my response is the dog not consenting to some sort of sexual act by doing a sexual act on the human, right? Sure, it's not informed consent, right? And that doesn't mean, oh, dog's humping you, therefore you can do something else to it. I never said that. It's not informed consent. It's not my standard for consent, but it seems possible, right? It seems.
Yeah, it seems so possible. It's just, what a sick freak, man. What a sick... Why is this even, like, crossing your mind? That's how you know he's thought about it and most likely engaged in it. Allegedly.
It's like they have their own version.
So animals can consent to sex with humans, but merely being able to consent isn't enough. The animal would need to be able to give informed consent, which they can't, and so therefore Adam finds zoophilia immoral. But he questions why artificial insemination, etc. is illegal, but bestiality that doesn't harm the animal is criminal. There's many angles from which you could criticize Adam's deep philosophical thinking here. In the case of Rob's media, he compared Adam to Vosh, since Vosh liked to debate the ethics of pedophilia before it was revealed that he had Lolly on his computer, and more recently it came out that he had tried to groom a minor in 2017. So Rob is suspecting that Adam is secretly a zoophile or pro-zoophilia behind the scenes. But Adam claims that's not the case at all. He's never held that position. So, is Adam like Vosh? Is he a zoophile or a zoophilia supporter? He says he isn't, but I think Adam is in denial. I think he's suffering from repressed memories. I found this old videotape which I thought was interesting. Let's check it out.
I'm not a support of animal rape. I'm a supporter of consensual zoophilia. I don't encourage it. I'm not going to convince someone to try it. I've never tried it. I don't intend on ever trying it, but I recognize that people exist that will live their whole lives with an urge to do something like that. And meanwhile, while every other person on the planet gets to fulfill their eternal psychological, emotionally/physically driven urges, these other people on the planet that are attracted to the wrong thing somehow aren't able to do that, despite not harming animals in any way that...
I guess Silent Hill is an appropriate, if that is Silent Hill, I think it is. That's an appropriate, I guess, choice. Because, you know, he belongs in his own version of hell for this fucking shit.
They wouldn't be harmed through any other non-sexual activity, you know?
10 years ago, he identified himself as a zoophilia supporter, and he portrayed zoophiles as victims of societal injustice. I'm going to give him some mercy. This video is from 10 years ago, but no matter what, he's lied to his audience. He either lied about never having supported zoophilia, or he's lying right now, and he actually does still support it, but he simply learned to hide his true beliefs. What about his stance on animals' capacity for consent?
To suggest that there's no such thing as consensual human/animal sex is to be the most naive person on the fucking planet. Dogs try to hump your fucking leg. That's all the evidence I...
What the fuck? Bro, that is such a crazy statement. My dog tries to hump me too, but he's not doing it because he wants to have sex with me. He does it because that's how they dominate and play. Female dogs do that shit, and they don't even have penises. Like, bro, female dogs do that. It's just a domination / play kind of thing. It does not mean they want to butt fuck you.
I don't have to have sex with an animal to know that animals don't have the same type of reservations that human beings do when it comes to sex. If it feels good, they're probably okay with it. If they try to bite you or run away, that's probably a sign that they're not okay with it. So the argument that, oh, you can't tell if it's consenting or not, even though it's clearly enjoying itself. Okay, such bullshit. I can't believe people.
Yeah, look at its eyes, dude. You can see the look of pleasure on its face.
I can't believe how much of society is just dictated by people saying, I don't like it, or ick, that's gross, or they're not a part of my tribe. It's disgusting to me. It's disgusting to me. Human-animal sex is not nearly as disgusting as the mentality that discriminates against people who have never abused animals that are attracted to animals.
I'd like to point out that this is not a live stream VOD. It is a highlight. He thought he was really spitting here.
I'm sure if somebody was having sex with an animal and they were enjoying it and they got caught, I'm sure they would be able to prove that the animal's enjoying it in court. If they're allowed to just do it and record it again or something, I'm sure they'd be able to prove it if that's what they're doing. If somebody's abusing an animal and having sex with it, I'm not in favor of that. But I'm just not naive enough to believe that there's no such thing as an animal that can enjoy having sex with a human being. They're just horny fucking animals. They don't give a shit. They don't have sex and then go, oh, I wonder what he thought about me, or am I really with the right person, or is this what I want to do with my life, or any of the other human psychologically repressed reservations that we have. Animals don't do that. They don't think that far. They just want to ejaculate. That's all they want to do.
So in the past he believed that a human standard of consent doesn't apply to animals. Not just that, but he claims there's no evidence that consensual human-animal interactions are psychologically harmful to the animal.
If we gave a shit about animals being psychologically affected, even though there's no evidence to suggest that they would be negatively psychologically affected by consensual, enjoyable sex. Even if there were, you don't put people in jail for leaving a dog in a kennel when it doesn't want to be in a kennel. You don't put people in jail for feeding an animal the same food over and over again its entire life. You don't put people in jail for leaving a dog in your back porch with nowhere to go to the bathroom. Leave it there for like 8 hours while you're gone to work, come back, and once you see that it pissed itself because it had nowhere to go, then you rub their fucking nose in their piss. You don't put people in jail for that, so you shouldn't put people in jail for sucking a dog's dick. Seriously, the world is fucked up. The world is so fucked up. We eat and kill animals. We are discriminating against people, and the only reason that people hold a different standard to it is because they're attracted to something that other people aren't. And that is what is absolutely disgusting about this. Anyway, I'm passionate about it because it's huge discrimination going on right now.
Are you sure there's nothing else behind this passion?
I stand by these statements. I don't... If I'm crucified for these statements, then 20 years from now, people will look back at this and be like, wow, I can't believe all these people were that stupid to crucify him for those statements.
He literally believes that zoophilia will be normalized in 10 years, and he's all for it.
I believe that by making these statements that I'm on the right side of history, is all I'm saying.
He's on the right...
Jesus, man. The right side of history. It's just like pure delusion. It is utter pure delusion. Yeah, the wall needs to get a hell of a lot bigger to fit all these degenerates, man.
Its side of history. So Adam claims he's always held certain positions, but now it turns out that that was false. Not only was he far more supportive of zoophilia in the past, he explicitly identified himself as a zoophilia supporter. He also claims he's gone on these rants multiple other times.
I'll say this again, I went on this same rant in like 20 other videos.
He seems to have some heavy personal investment in the subject. It doesn't seem like a random thought experiment. If you look up the full highlight, his arguments and examples are very similar to the ones he brings up now. He's clearly lied and admitted that he supported zoophilia in the past, so his credibility isn't looking too hot. But it only gets worse. In his response to Rob's video, he decided to accuse him of sending nudes to minors and for grooming children. He repeated the claim on Twitter and then retweeted an implication that Rob is a pedophile. What's the basis for these claims? Rob showed the name of Adam's NSFW Twitter account and described some posts from it. Adam claims he is worried about kids being funneled to the account through Rob's video. So why didn't he set that account to protect it? It's his account. If he genuinely believed that masses of minors were flowing to it, shouldn't he have done that? Adam clearly doesn't believe that this is a real issue. It's a total distraction. He did a bit in one of his videos where he shows himself going to a furry porn website and then describes some of the posts.
Predator pornography. I should look some up right now.
Oh, look, he's at a YouTube studio blur. Covering up that one letter will really do wonders. He's telling kids about a website full of thousands and thousands of videos and images, and he's showing himself going on it like it's all normal. It's a casual, normal thing to do.
I didn't describe any of these images beyond saying, oh, a demigorgon.
Just another day at the office, dude. You know? Nothing to see here.
Organs in one, haha, that's funny. I didn't say what sex acts are taking place in the images. I didn't say who was penetrating who. And also, it's not in the context of, let's shame this person, right? It's not in that context. It's in the context of, haha, this movie's so boring that I'm going to look up porn.
No, that literally makes it worse. Rob is telling the kids in his audience, people who go on these websites and enjoy this material are disgusting degenerates and they should be ashamed. If Rob has impressionable children in his audience who take what he says seriously, do you think they're more or less likely to visit those sites? How do you think the impressionable children in your audience respond to you showing looking at porn as a casual thing to do when you're bored? You review and talk about kids' movies. There's no way you have 0 kids in your audience. Also,
yeah, you know, just a normal day again. Just gonna pull up some porn. You know, just a little bored, need something to pass the time. You know, who doesn't enjoy some bestiality furry porn every once in a while? Jesus.
So you have absolutely no business having this tone, given your history.
Don't post that shit in chat. Don't post links. I'm pretty sure certain states have laws against that. So I don't want any of that porn in this chat. Animated porn, that's okay. But I would ask that mods would regulate to make sure. I didn't even click on the link, so I don't know if what you posted was legit or not, but I'm just saying. No actual animal porn in my chat, please. I don't want that shit.
His first objection to what he perceives is animal porn being linked to his chat is on the basis of legality, not morality. And then he okayed people posting what he calls animated animal porn. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't morally object to legit animal porn, but if you have a history of enabling this kind of culture in your chat, especially on a site like Twitch, which is 13+, you probably shouldn't jump into unhinged pedophilia allegations.
And yes, in that comment, I say this is grooming behavior, and I call him out in all caps, and I do a little schizo shit, right? I was ass mad because I was typing this as I was at TIFF in between fucking, running around watching 4 movies a day.
I don't think that Rob showing Adam's NSFW Twitter name is funneling kids to adult content in any meaningful way. I'm saying that as someone who knows what it looks like when a YouTuber is profiting from exposing masses of minors to porn and has been getting away with it for years. PewDiePie, the face of YouTube. In 2015, he made a video reacting to a child porn cartoon because it was a popular meme on 4chan, an 18+ website. He has a massive, young, and impressionable audience, and he still decided to show them this adult material.
Am I watching child porn for YouTube? Is this where we are right now? Because it looks like it.
The video isn't age-restricted, and if you look at the comments, your worst fears are confirmed. How many of you are under 13?
Look at that! Look how old he is! He's like 12! How is this okay?
This video has 14 million views. PewDiePie easily made $100,000 off of this video while exposing millions of children to adult content that could normalize adult-child relationships to them. It continues to receive comments from children to this very day, who request instructions on how to find the material, and then they report back being disturbed and shocked after seeing it.
Hello, today I'm playing.
They are publishing these comments for any internet predator in the world to see, telling them that they are a child who's been exposed to adult material. Some might say it's the parents' responsibility to make sure their kids don't see this stuff, but this is a 13+ website. One of the kids literally reports having watched it in a school computer lab. How is a parent supposed to stop that? I'm not judging PewDiePie using modern standards here. There were plenty of people in his comments from the start saying he's exposing kids to this stuff and requesting for the video to get age restricted. However, those pleas fell on deaf ears. For some reason, the media didn't care about this either. It's not like he said the N-word. Now that's a real story. Do I think it would be legitimate to call PewDiePie a pedophile and a child groomer for this? No. I still think that this is gross neglect. What about Adam, though? He's left in a pretty unenviable situation. He's a furry who enjoys explicit illustrations of animals, and he's been obsessed with debating the morality of zoophilia for over 10 years. Now it's revealed that he totally lied to his audience about never having supported zoophilia. Not only was he a supporter of zoophilia, he believed he was on the right side of history, and that it would be normalized in 10 years. After already having been caught lying about his position, he has to convince everyone he doesn't still secretly support zoophilia. He also needs people to believe him when he says that his attraction to explicit illustrations of animals has no connection with being attracted to real animals. At least he didn't claim to be a zoophile in that old stream. That's already something, but being willing to admit you're pro-zoophilia is one level of crazy. Being willing to admit you're a zoophile is another. There is one way in which Adam can potentially demonstrate he has actually changed his mind and that he's not hiding his power level. People have been calling for Rob to debate Adam on bestiality, but I think Adam should debate his past self instead. Debate yourself now! break out the studies and the citations, and walk us step by step on how you arrived at your current position from this past one. That's all I have to say about Adam. So, where is my big video? It was supposed to come out on the 11th, but now it's almost October. I'd like to apologize for causing a disappointment. Announcing that date was really stupid because I was nowhere near finished, and my estimates were completely off. You might question, how can it take so long for me to make this video about the secret feud that caused Mutahar's post-Nux clarity, especially given how basic the editing in this video is? The answer is pretty simple. I'm putting a lot more effort into that video than I did in this one. I'm aiming to cause maximum impact, and I'll be leaving you...
Gnarly, man. This shit's just foul, dude. Honestly. It really is. Despicable shit.
with a teaser, which I hope demonstrates that I am doing something.
They probably want to eat a snake, just from a different animal. Cringe. Kojimbo, dude, I know. It's bad. He's mad. Yeah, I would say bad is putting it lightly. That shit's just crazy. Like, that is a topic you will never win. Ever. Why I should be allowed to rape my dog. Like, that's just fucking insane.
Traditional American. I'm tired of being told to calm down. I was like, all right, I'll calm down in 2016. I'm not calming down anymore. I'm tired of fucking calming down.
Rich is tired of calming. He will not shut up. He will fight with every last breath behind his.
Yeah. Every last breath after walking up a flight of stairs, maybe 2 to 3.
Chair without moving ever. Yeah, look, dude, I'm a YouTube guy. I'm a streamer guy. I totally get it. But I've never understood we have to fight with every ounce of our being, and I will not shut my mouth. You know what I'm saying? It's like a kid.
Yeah, Rich is inspiring 0 people. 0 fucking people have been moved by Rich's brave statement.
People that think they're completely fighting and winning the social culture battle by tweeting out something. Right?
Yup.
You ever seen, like, for some reason, people will think their tactic to win the culture war is to tweet. I'm just doing my part, right? It reminds me of those people that went to church on Sunday. They did their good deed, and then they go to Cracker Barrel and they tip 0 because they already tipped Jesus today. You know what I'm saying? I remember growing up, there was a lady, one of my friend's mothers. She was the meanest woman on the face of the earth. She got drunk every single day. She always brought home strange men when we were playing PS1, you know, in the living room. Strange men would come over and just throttle her ass, which is fine. But I'm just saying, she went to church on Sunday, and she was like, praise Jesus. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I already did my good deed. That's fine. And I see that stuff when I go into comment sections of ladies that are 500 pounds, and they put on a bikini. Every single person in the comment section are like, you're so brave and you're beautiful. And I'm like, are you just saying?
Well, that's what women do. They hype up ugly women so they're not competition. It's like a backhanded compliment, essentially. Women will hype up ugly women to lower the bar in terms of what's considered beautiful, so that they, by extension, are even more beautiful. So it's like a weird backhanded way for women to, like, keep other women down by making them delusional. It's pretty fucked up.
To get your good deed out of the way, because you're not helping. You're actually hurting. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. It's like, I will not be quiet ever again. I am doing my part, right? I am doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
What did you do to fight the war on terror? Well, I tweeted #BLM, and now the world is a better place. How easy it is to be a revolutionary these days.
Everyone's told me for the past fucking decade to fucking calm down. I'm not calm anymore. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, we got Rich riled up, bros. We got Rich riled up, dude. He will not Be calm. Things are very serious in the world, and Rich is here to save the day.
But don't tell me when this is happening. It's not a big. Just calm down. Stay in your lane. Go play fucking your Steam box. Shut.
Rich reminds me of like the girl. You ever told a girl to calm down, and they go off the damn deep end? Those two words are the worst things you could ever say to an angry woman.
And Rich is basically an angry woman. There's very little physical difference between him and a 300-pound soccer mom.
Hey, baby, it's not a big deal. Calm down. Then she's slapping your key in your car and killing your cat. You know, and she's supposed to love the cat. She don't love the cat anymore. Now it's your cat. It's not her cat no more. She's smothering that sumbitch because you told her to calm down. Rich is the same way. You tell Rich to calm down, he goes off the damn deep end, right? And he says something about staying in your lane. And this is probably a common complaint that people have with Rich. Here's my thing about Rich. Okay. The stay in your lane thing makes sense because when I hear political takes from Rich, they're like mind-numbingly non-researched and kind of retarded.
Well, he can't form his own opinions. Like, every time we watch Rich cover a political topic, he can't just watch the actual clip of someone doing or saying something. He has to watch someone else analyze it. He's incapable of reacting to a clip in real time without someone else giving him the talking points simultaneously. Like, he's not capable of actual critical thought and analysis. He's just a husk regurgitation machine.
And I'm not saying I would be any better. Hence why I kind of stay away from that shit, right? Because I am not super passionate about it. Therefore, I do not research the topic, to the upteenth ability of my brain. See, I can't even make words make sense. That's where I'm at in life. But I understand what I got to offer, okay? And it's not that. Rich is the same way, but he wants to be the next Hassan Piker. But unfortunately, Hassan Piker knows a lot of shit, Now, is he dumb? Yes, he sounds very dumb. But I think he knows a lot more than Rich would know, right? You ever heard Tim Pool talk about politics? Holy shit, he'll pull out something from like 1932 and recite it in his brain. That's different. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got that level of shit right now. Anyways.
Shut the fuck up. It's time to get pissed off. It's time to get angry. It's time. I've been rational for over a fucking decade with this. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm putting my house up on the market next week.
What? Is the streaming not making enough money? Look, dude. Look. He's quite. You know what Rich is doing here? He's trying to get on the Hassan viewership bandwagon. That's why he's saying things like this. It's time to be angry. It's time to be upset. And it's like, but you're not going to go do anything. Okay.
Yep.
Look, Destiny's gross, but Destiny did a college prove me wrong thing recently. He actually went out and did that shit. Right? Now, I don't think it's very hard to prove Destiny wrong, but I don't think anybody would argue that Destiny's not well versed in what he's talking about, or at least researched. And he went out and did it. Rich isn't going to go out in public and do anything.
Yeah, Rich is going to pop another edible and take his shirt off for $50 and act like he's changing the world.
Rich is going to sit here and drink his edible tea and fucking scream into a mic. Right? Russell Hall. Oh, please, when have you ever stayed? All right, now here, listen, chill out.
And I'm going to go from there. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, if you think, listen, you can believe whatever book you want to, but if you think you're going to force that book down my throat, you go fuck yourself. Fuck the Trump regime. I'm not saying anything violent, but they are all fascist fucks that could go fuck themselves. Yeah.
They're all fascist fucks. Amen.
Yes, you are fucking fascists.
Good.
He's Rich, man.
If the shoe fits, Rich, I don't fucking give a damn. I'm all for it, Bring on the fascism. Let's become everything they accuse us of being.
This is kind of sad. I really used to like Rich. I don't know if he's saying all these things to try to garner that hysterical Reddit crowd, or is he literally just a 13-year-old girl, right?
He probably is mentally a 13-year-old girl.
You ever seen people talking to like teenage girls on the street with a mic, and girls just say fascist, right? And then the person's like, define fascism. What is it? And they're like, oh, I don't know. Right?
Rich probably doesn't even know what a fascist is.
I would wager that if somebody was pushing back on Rich right now in this clip and was like, well, what is fascism, Rich? He wouldn't be able to fucking tell you. He would have no idea what to say. He's just saying the shit because he's heard it and read it. And here's the issue, is when you find yourself along these lines, you start reading headlines or posts from the people that agree with you, and you recite them without any knowledge of what they're about, right? This is why the left's rhetoric's got kind of outrageously insane and no one can really discuss it or talk about it, because discussing it or talking about it is inherently wrong already from that perspective. You're not even allowed to talk about it, right? That makes them pissed. You can't even have the discussion.
Stephen Miller, you're a fucking fascist. You're a piece of shit. You're a power-hungry asshole because you have some insecurities, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, see, he has no idea what the fuck he's talking. Yeah, see, this so my theories, I think my theory is pretty correct. He has literally no idea what he's talking about. He's just saying shit. He literally read the Gavin Newsom troll account for the press room. Gavin Newsom's press room troll account that's screaming fascist right now. It's literally a meme account, right? And he read that and he's saying it. So right, that's literally as far as it went. Rich went to X, scrolled, saw that account say fascist, and get 100K likes, and he's just repeating it. That is the extent of his research, you know. So, yeah, I think he's just being hysterical for the sake of being hysterical because it's fun and it must be either a humiliation fetish or maybe he's just fucking like suffering from it.
He's fucking weed brain rotted. Like, I've seen this shit firsthand, and at a much smaller scale of use too. That's the thing, over a much shorter duration. That shit fucks up your mental state for some people. Like, they get paranoid. They're always nervous and anxious. They can't calm down. Like, Rich is probably suffering from something like that.
Intense psychosis.
He's got psychosis. That's the word I was looking for.
Is you couldn't get laid in high school. You're a fucking fascist. And I don't want to deal.
Oh, you couldn't get laid in high school? Oh, my God. Yeah, because Rich was out there slaying the pussy, dude. Rich was absolutely out there slaying pussy. Like Captain Ahab taking out the fucking Moby Dick whale.
Living in a country because a bunch of men took over who have fucking daddy issues who refuse to go get fucking therapy.
You have daddy issues, Rich. Your dad banned you from Thanksgiving because they got your fucking jerk-off vid.
Oh my God, he sounds like a 14-year-old girl that just learned how to talk and have conscious thought. Rich's entire perspective doesn't go past the thought process and the brain capacity of a 14-year-old girl. That's rough. Yeah, so Rich is insane. So, yeah, I'm not shocked. Not shocked at all, boys.
The only thing Rich has ever had to fight is the urge to order a 6th Big Mac when he goes to McDonald's. Yeah, that's why he's had to sell the house, I guess. The price keeps going up. Oh my God. Brutal. Why are Splatoon fans so gay? Because they're pedophiles. There you go. Sorry, that was way too easy.
Beauty standards to meet, men or women?
Oh, women.
Women,
definitely.
Also, when women only swipe right 5% of the time on dating apps, and they also find 80% of men as unattractive.
Yeah. I think men have it harder because the chances of a man, an individual man versus an individual woman, of being found attractive by the majority is a lot lower for a man. Like, girls can find someone to partner up with them, sleep with them, whatever it may be. Whereas guys, sure, there might not be a very obvious in your face, you must look like this, but us girls, as the judge of men, they've got way more to live up to. Like, the average guy, like, most of us probably wouldn't.
Beauty standards to meet.
That's Sydney Sweeney? I don't think so. There's just something very repulsive about her face, dude.
Face. Okay, I know you're not.
Like, it almost looks like a caricature, you know? Like, there's just something very odd about the shape of her face. And it's very, uncomforting. I don't know. Like, it just makes you feel uncomfortable. No, it's not Jewish looking. It's like, basically, it's like a cartoon come to life. It almost looks like a caricature drawing, but real.
Not a child because the account was made in 2012. So why the f do you type like a brain-damaged 10-year-old?
Listen, I love VTubers, but you know it's a special type of mental derangement when it's someone that follows exclusively VTubers and also Asmongold. 3D women suck. None of them ever have loved me in my life, so it's okay. One of these VTubers, they're the only things that can ever love me. Do you frequently shit yourself in public and then tell everyone else, rent-free? Is that a hobby of yours?
Ugh. Because she's one of those high testosterone brown girls that probably has hairy ass fucking arms. Oh, I know something we can watch. I saw this earlier. I didn't watch it, though. I'm an actual 36-year-old unemployed loser. I don't know if that's clickbait or not. But maybe it's, I don't know. I was hoping it would be a Spurgout video, but I'm not sure. Employed by Google, technically. Yeah.
Okay. This is the most popular thing in the zeitgeist right now, so I'm going to make the video.
I fucking hate that word. The most popular thing in the zeitgeist. Like, you don't sound intelligent, bro. Like,
I am a 36-year-old.
I hate this. It's the most unnatural word ever. Zeitgeist. I have never heard anyone use the word zeitgeist in normal conversation in my entire life. It is only used exclusively by internet personalities.
Single, very unemployed, sexless, loser. And I say single, sexless because unlike the other half of the population
All right, awesome.
that can
Thanks,
get sex
nigga.
whenever
All
they
right.
want, I can't. So I am a single, truly single, sexless, unemployed, 36-year-old who's about to be 37 years old in a few months.
Coffee sip.
Some would say loser. On paper, maybe. How are you supposed to go about these videos? You're supposed to be all like, oh, I'm pathetic, I'm this, I'm that. I don't really think about myself as pathetic. I never actually have. It's not... People like to lambaste me with a lot of advice. The best advice is advice. They say, well, you're bald. Well, you have bad teeth. Well, you dressed poorly. You're ugly and your glasses make it horrible. Like, if it is an insult that could be lobbed against me for my appearance, it has been lobbed against me for my appearance. And it would be a lie to sit here and tell you that I have not internalized at least a modicum of that feedback. My favorite word in the English lexicon now. Thank you, corporate America. That feedback.
Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey, man, do you see Trump's tweet recently making fun of Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries? And then he made fun of Hakeem. Yeah, with the sombrero. Yup, and the racist tweet or whatever the fuck. Yeah. It's funny. Just keep it up. Makes them look like absolute idiots every time they melt down over stupid shit like that. Sell your house and move to Columbus before you give up entirely. Rage. Yeah, that's the thing. He needs to move to a city where women actually are. Women live in the city until they get married, and then they move to like the suburbs and rural areas. Women flock to the city when they're single and then move out when they get married. That's how it goes. So trying to be a single guy looking for a woman in a unpopulated area is a fool's errand. It's only going to be single moms and divorcees.
That has been ramrodded, like car ramrod, down my throat for the past year.
Griffin gonna do the same. I mean, technically, I'm in like the best area in my state to find women. Like, you walk down the street, you will see mostly like college age to mid-30s women. Like, that is the predominant type of person you will see on the street, like out walking. So my area has a lot of young women, but yeah, I just don't interact with them. So the city is the place to find a potential, female partner. But yeah, if you live in a rural area, it's going to be fucking tough because women leave rural areas once they finish college and then move to the cities.
Here since I've been doing YouTube, which I started doing July 21st of 2024, in earnest, meaning daily, around August 10th of 2024. I've been doing it for a little over a year. And trust me, if it is a criticism or a valid criticism or an invalid criticism or an ad hominem attack, I have had it launched against me. People love to make sure I know that I am a loser. It washes over you to a point where, like, okay, maybe there are pinpricks of truth here and there, but the vast majority of it, it's an exercise in, okay, can I endure this and then get on the other side, and they're going to get worn out and they're going to stop talking about it, and then we'll move on with our lives, which usually inevitably seems to happen. The trolls get bored after a little while. So anyway, my life for the last year has been make videos, do live streams, which we do a live stream every night. You're the first time seeing my channel. My name is Raymond, and these are my thoughts. This is where I give you peace of my mind. And we meet in here and sometimes out back, and we talk about things, various topics. I don't really try to keep up with current events, but I do bring up, it's like articles about trends or things that are happening day to day. I talk about women and dating a lot because that's the number one thing that I don't experience in my life is women and dating. I'm a non-entity to most females.
So he talks about the thing that he doesn't experience? I don't know.
They tend to look everywhere but me when I'm out and about in public.
Brutal.
And they say, well, go up and ask women out. I have. They look through you. They don't view me as an entity. I noticed this really started in earnest when I started shaving my head.
We've heard his pickup line. He's like, hey, cutie. It's like, oh, my God.
I never realized, personally, I legitimately, and whether you believe this or not, I legitimately never realized that shaving my head would be such a just death knell to my sex life. Like prior to 2016, 2017, really 2015, and I think the whole Donald Trump presidential campaign had a massive amount to do with this. I think women really changed through the media. They just were forced to change by the powers that be over the course of the Donald Trump election the first time around. That whole I'm with her thing not working out. Women never let...
Well, that's what, Silicon Valley and the media companies said is we can never allow another Trump to get elected. So what do? You poison the well with women so that men are forced to conform if they want to, reproduce. That was the idea behind it.
That go, especially not millennial women. And their Gen Z younger sisters are just like them. They're just churning out the same damn feminists. So dating has not been an option for me for the past decade. Although I would very much like to have someone in my life. I'd love to have sex again before I die. Doesn't seem to be happening. I've had marginal interest from maybe a handful of women in my inbox since I've started this YouTube.
Dude, Raymond is like the prime like, if he's really that obsessed with sex, he should just go passport, bro. Like, just go on your 2-week Thailand escapade and just blow out as many backs as you possibly can and get it out of your system.
YouTube channel. And I'm pretty sure the majority of those have actually been dudes. I'm not kidding. So when I say I'm a sexless loser, I mean that. It's been since about 2017 that I've done the deed. And even before that, it was very rare that it actually happened. And dating was basically me inviting chicks out to happy hours and buying them drinks. Shocker, I spent all the money. Haven't really had a serious girlfriend since about 2011. That girl swore she'd never have kids, swore she didn't want a family. She has kids and family now. The other girlfriend that I had in college, kids and a family now. I'm seeing a trend in my life that basically I was not selected for sexual reproduction from the opposite sex from a very early age. I don't know if it's because I never got braces. We just didn't have the money. Parents didn't see it as necessary. Whatever. I looked into it later in life. They said 2 years and it might work for Invisalign. And then they said I can't drink coffee. I'm an alcoholic. I need to be sipping on something all day long. Well, you can drink coffee and put them back in. No, you guys don't understand. I drink coffee all day long. I know it's an issue. I drink water all day. I drink all day long. Like, I need something. And quite frankly, I don't care. I'm not going to spend $7,500 and then maybe have it work and then have to wear a retainer for the rest of my life. So what? I can have a chick that takes half my shit? And yes, I'm going to do the cliche red pill bullshit. Like I look at the dating landscape and I look at the marriage landscape. I don't see any happily married men at all. None. All I hear are horror stories about dating. The guys that are actually sexually selected by the opposite sex, all I hear are horror stories. Nothing but horror stories. And I get told constantly, sex is overrated. You're dodging a giant bullet. Well, here's the thing. It's obviously, like from a logical standpoint, it's obviously something I have failed to procure in my life. It's something I've failed to work hard enough to achieve. Largely because it's based on the volitional action of another sentient human entity a female finding me attractive, and then finding me attractive enough to tolerate my idiosyncrasies and compromise on the things that are on her list, the unending list of women's grievances, requirements for...
No, I would not marry my cousin. No, thank you.
Male companionship. If that's even an option for the woman. Because
I am not a Muslim or a Somali.
Only 38% of single women, the last stats I read, about 30-ish, 8% of single women actually want anything to do with men. And of course, that's precluding the sex that they all have. But, you know, allegedly in Minecraft. And conversely, 61% of single men would like something with single women. There's a mathematical mismatch there. That's a 2-to-1 ratio. That means there's literally more single women than single men. And so it's not gonna work out, guys. That's something I haven't been able to, like there's layers to the problem. The sociopolitical climate, the socioeconomic climate, just the simple fact that there are literally double the amount of single men in the West than there are for single women. And the women are not that interested. 38%, that's an abysmal rate of interest in a relationship with the opposite sex. And yet, we get article after article about, and news piece after news piece, and media piece, YouTube video after YouTube video about middle-aged millennial women that are just, they can't find a man. Well, they won't lower their expectations down to like the bald guy who maybe has a sardonic sense of humor, can crack a few jokes and make you laugh a little bit, but you want nothing to do with. It's fine. It's fine. These are the cards I've been dealt. So in that sense of the word, yes, I am a loser that is sexless. I lost that bet, that game of life. I would still love to meet somebody. You kind of learn after a while how to read people and how to know through body language that they're just not interested. And I don't know how to explain this to men who don't experience it.
Bro wants a single mom so bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
I really don't. They're not interested. And they make it clear very often. And it seems like the men that give me the advice about just move, just relocate, it's not going to be where you are, they all have girlfriends. They haven't been single for a while. Like, it's abysmal out here. It's really, really bad. So, in a way, you can say, okay, well, you're a sexless loser, incel, virgin. No, I'm not a virgin, actually. See, look at that Freudian slip. Sexless loser, incel. Okay? But this is an unfair game. It's not even a game, because game precludes the idea. A game presupposes, if it's a game, that presupposes a even remotely Pavlovian modicum of a chance of success. When you're in a total subjugation endgame scenario where it's a Kobayashi Maru, it is a ending of civilization, and we can go into who is making those decisions. But if it's an end civilizational event where none of the women are interested, and the ones that are, they get married early and they get married to 6'9" Nephilim giants. Absolute giants. I see white women in couples, and the guy is so tall, and I'm 6'1". I'm not a short guy. But these women,
you have to be a Nephilim now.
With the guy, he is. It's not ripped. He's not super jacked and super. He's tall, and it's so obvious. It's like they hone in on that one thing that is a complete out of your control item: the hair, the height. Again, 6'1". I might as well be 5 foot.
Yeah, you just got a Nephilim max.
13. That's what I should title this. I'm a 5 foot 13 inch single sexless loser, 36-year-old single. I got to hit all the. I have to hit all of the qualifiers to get the 500,000 views. God, I could really use 500,000 views. Please get this to 500,000 views. But here's the thing. Yes, by the world standards of that one little tiny modicum part of life, I am a loser. I also own 2 houses. I renovated both of them. This one not as much up to the level of as the other one, but I did work on this place quite a bit, actually. About $5,000 worth of material.
Bro, why are you asking his D size? Jesus Christ, bro. What, are you trying to see if it'll fit in your mouth?
And then a month worth of my labor. That's not a small feat. You know, I'm an autodidact and a polymath. I'm very, very good at a lot of different things. You know, I grew this YouTube channel to 26,000, 27,000 subscribers, whatever it is now. I don't even know. There are things that I excel at. I never saw a opportunity to make money or a business venture that I was genuinely interested in that I did not at least excel at to the capacity that that particular venture would allow me to. And with YouTube, it's a little different because I get tampered down a little bit. I think I'm shadow banned. I really do. So let's get this video to 500,000 views like that snooker guy. Snucker, I don't.
He's not shadow banned. Like, what? He got 6,000 or 7,000 views off of this video. That's really good for a channel his size.
I don't even know what his name was. Snoke? You know, the guy that got the 500,000 views for the freaking I'm a 36-year-old loser. And I mean, he went and got a job. He went and got a cart pushing job. Good for him. But yeah, I'm technically unemployed, even though I have construction work on the side and I do this for money. I have not missed a meal. Trust me, I'm chunking out in a little bit. I haven't missed a meal. I eat well enough. There's not a month that goes by that I don't pay the mortgage. I'm a 36-year-old loser, but by whose standards? Whose litmus? Define your terms. What's the point? If that's the only thing that gets views on YouTube, of course, fine. I'm a 36-year-old loser. Oh, I can't get a woman. Oh, women are terrible. Oh. Okay. I can't get a woman. I'm not good enough to have a biological function happen in my life. I don't even remember what it's like. I might as well be a virgin. I don't even remember what it's like. But apparently, according to a bunch of guys on the internet, that's the only thing that matters, is whether or not you have that physical act with a woman. It's the only thing that determines your worth. It's funny. You know, I'm a loser. I didn't want to play a game. You can't lose a game you didn't want to play. I don't know. I thought this would be more profound, but really that's what it amounts to. It's like, why would I'm not participating in this game. Why would I want to play this game? This is not, I don't care. Yes, it would be nice to have somebody in my life. Sure, it would be nice to have a job that was interesting. I'm having a lot more fun doing the YouTube channel. So, you know, I'm going to name this, I'm a 36-year-old loser. Try to get views. Let's give me some views, guys. I got to end September strong.
Views.
Anyway, we'll be live tonight. We always are. We'll go into October. I got a lot lined up for you. Yeah, there you go. There's your third. See, the thing is, I don't believe it. This is why it's coming off as so inauthentic. I don't believe it. I'm not. Like, I don't believe it because I can't make up and I can't act. I don't believe it. So there you go. This is the thing with cognitive dissonance and psychological MK Ultra level manipulation.
Oh, God.
And Satanism. Like, the devil only comes in if you consent to him coming in. You only give them power if you believe it. There's a chick out there for me. There is. I can bemoan it and cry about it and get super chats for it all night long. But I'm not that much of a loser. I'm actually a pretty funny guy. And, you know, the camera angle, it doesn't make me look super tall right now, but then I got to, like, adjust it. And, you know, I'm sitting in this chair, so it's like, you don't see how tall I am, but I am 5'13". I believe. See, now I'm even saying it by default. All right, so I'm sure the comment section is going to be full of all of the vices of advice. I'm not going to read any of them. I don't care. This is my little attempt to go viral. So have my viral video, make it go viral. Hype it up, man. 36-year-old loser, sexless. I got to make a thumbnail that's like, ugh. YouTube is such bullshit. Slappy, 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 slappy. So we'll see you. We'll see you later, guys.
Good boy. Yeah, I don't know, bro. He's just like a train wreck. $36 in 3 weeks, and I'm definitely an unemployed loser. It's over. Let's be honest, you're a grifter, but we love it. You own 2 houses and have a job online you can do from anywhere. You also just like to complain and don't want any solutions, so maybe the loser part is correct. I agree. Just your standard YouTuber, but pretty funny to watch. So you provide value. Thanks. No, it's his dopamine reception has been linked to making money from his misery. So in order for him to make money, he has to be miserable. But because he's making money while he's miserable, it's what makes him happy and feel a sense of fulfillment. So in order for him to be happy, he has to be miserable. So he's stuck in like this weird feedback loop because he's monetized his misery. So therefore, he naturally does not ever want to seek out a solution. This whole subgenre of content is really fucking cringe to me, though. Like, why most men are exhausted and no one cares. Bro, I'm literally exhausted right now. If I closed my eyes for like 10 seconds, I'd probably fall asleep. Get used to losing, bro. Like, this guy is like the most, I'm 40 years old, but I'm trying to look 24 type motherfucker I've seen ever. Holy shit. Does he not look like the average, like, 40-year-old guy who refuses to act his age? Like, tell me I'm wrong. And then we got the femcel. Every millennial is crashing out and boomers blame us.
It's crazy, man. Hold on, let's just hear what his voice sounds like. I'm curious if he has the white N-word voice.
All right, so we got another work truck video today. I want to touch on a topic that came up in a conversation that I had with a young man
Okay, no, he doesn't.
about a tough situation that he's going through. Before we get into this video, guys, as always, take a second to subscribe to the channel. At the time of this video, I'm trying to get to 50K. That's a big deal to me. Never thought I'd ever get this big, so if you guys could help me out, that would be awesome. Getting back on topic here. He messaged me about a situation he's going through that's pretty tough, and I'm going to tell you guys the same thing I told him. At the end of the day, this can be applied to business, this can be applied to the gym, this can be applied to life in general. Get good at losing. What do I mean by that? Get good at losing. Get good at having the rug pulled out from under you. Get good at being heartbroken. Get good.
Oh my god, who watches this shit, bro? Like, unironically, who watches this shit? It's like, yeah, this is some quality content, bro. Like, I'm not gonna kill myself today. Oh my god, bro. Like, the real problem is they're looking to NPCs for advice on how to live as a human. Yeah, exactly. Also, newsflash, men's self-help videos don't want you to get better, because if you do, they lose the viewer base. The yellow fever is flaring up. Uh-oh. What the fuck is this shit? I'm tired of YouTube. No point.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of Screen Tested. I'm going to try and keep today's episode as short as possible because this is not something that I particularly want to talk about or even make an episode on. And I've been going back and forth whether or not I should at all, and I've been debating whether or not I should upload it at all. In the last month or so, I have had more videos than I have ever had in my entire YouTube happenings completely just bomb to abysmal levels. And I'll talk a little bit in a minute about.
Let's see. 13,000, 34,000. Dude, for a 64,000 sub... Like, this is the thing I don't think people understand. Not every single video you upload is going to have, like, 4 times your fucking sub base. 10 to 30% of your subscriber base is a normal view count. 10 to 30% view to sub ratio. That is normal. If your video pops off, you're lucky to get 50 to 100% of your sub base watching it. View to sub ratio. If your video does incredibly well, it goes above your sub count. So, most people, like, back in the day, dude. Yeah, back in my day. You know, when I was a young lad on the internet, you know, you would have million sub channels and they would get like 100,000 views or 200,000 views. And that was normal because not everyone would watch every single video. So you're not going to consistently get a higher viewership than your sub base. That's just an unrealistic expectation. 10 to 30% is normal.
About like numbers and stuff like that. Now, to give you guys some context on this, the entire time that I've been creating content, I have only had to ever take down maybe one episode, maybe two. I swear there was another one, I just can't remember off the top of my head. But I definitely know that I've taken down at least one, right? And that was the boxing arrow video, probably like 5-6 months ago, however long ago it was, right? Now, in the last month, just the last month alone, some of you guys may have seen this, I've had to take down about 6 videos. 6 videos.
Oh my god. Yeah, and then that fucking butchers your account in the algorithm. You don't delete videos just because they bomb. That hurts your channel even more.
Because they all were doing absolutely apocalyptically bad. So bad that they were going to lose money. Lose so much money that I might as well not even upload. So that's not good. Now, obviously, if you look at the
How do you lose money on a YouTube? Never mind.
channel, you're going to see a bunch of videos that have done all right recently, except for the last 2. But generally speaking, you're going to see some...
So wait, he made a video that costs money. He uploaded it and then deleted it because it was going to lose money? What? You already lost the money either way, whether it's uploaded or not.
reasonably well-viewed videos. And the reason why is because everything else had to be taken down because it was doing so bad. Now, you might have actually seen some other creators talk about this, specifically in the last 5 days or so. I've seen a lot of creators mention something similar, whether they're big creators, smaller creators, medium-sized creators, in a whole bunch of different areas and niches and all this. I've seen a lot of creators recently say they have also noticed that their views have been abysmally low. Now, the reason why I'm specifically talking about this is because Screen Tested, my channel, we do a lot of, we do original content, and we do, well, I try to do as high production quality content as possible, which is really expensive and time consuming to make. It's very difficult to make. It's not like I upload daily, and it's not like the videos that I upload are easy to film. Like this video right now is a very easy to video film, right? Stand in front of a camera, talk for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and we're good to go. That's not how most episodes are, right? They're a lot more involved and a lot more expensive because obviously we've got to buy testing mediums, we're traveling, we're doing a whole bunch of stuff, right? So for a video, just one video for, my channel to underperform kind of is a bit of a hard thing to, it takes a bit more of a hit. Now, to have every video underperform and have to take other videos down and try and get other videos ready and have stuff out because, that's insane. It's not sustainable for me. Now, the videos that I've been taking down are not, random niche kind of, you guys aren't going to be interested in that. We're talking stuff that has done really well numbers just 2 months ago. Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, sword stuff. Like, it's been a whole bunch of regular content that you guys enjoy that you haven't been seeing or, hasn't been shown to you or whatever it may be, right? Essentially, YouTube...
Yeah, uploading a video and then deleting it because it doesn't do well is actually a way to fast track your next videos to not do well.
He's been doing some shenanigans, and because
just
of
like every single person with a YouTube rep will tell you that they inform you even if your video bombs, do not delete it. Don't delete your video. You can delete it well after it's been uploaded, like after a week or two, but you don't want to delete a video just because it does poorly in the short term.
Content that we make here, I just don't know how long we can weather this storm, how long I can weather this storm, essentially. To put it into context, YouTube usually ranks videos from 1 to 10 on their performance, comparing it to other recent uploads, specifically the last 10 of them. So, within the first 2 hours, let's say, this video is number 6 on the list compared to the last 10. Everything we've been putting out lately has been basically 10 of 10, 10 being the worst. So, to give you numbers, I guess the best way to describe it is, let's say the lowest, the lowest average of views is around about 1,200 views for my channel in an hour. If I put a video out and it gets 1,200 views, that's kind of the low point. And if it gets, let's say 2,000 or higher or whatever, that's reasonable. That's higher on the list. Everything lately has been coming out the gate at like 800 views, 600 views, like half of the lowest. That's how bad. Now, you can tell how a video is going to perform by its first hour or so, because that's when you get the largest chunk of views. That's when people get all the notifications. That's when the video first comes out. That's when...
Oh, God. Yeah, the real-time view count is not entirely accurate at the very beginning. So, again, you just kind of have to let it sit.
Everybody clicks on it and watches it. So if a video comes out and does poor performance right from the get, it means that it's really, there's a 99% chance it's going to die. And that's why I've left up a couple of poor performing videos lately, just to kind of, so that I can show you in this video. So we've had Fire Sword, absolutely obliterated. We had Samurai Armor and a Giant Sword. Samurai Armor and Titan's Bane, that is like perfect for you guys. And nobody saw it. Not only did anybody see it, I had to re-upload that one and upload it again. So what you're seeing is the second upload. that also did really bad. Some of the lowest views that we've had in like over a year. And then Forge and Fire came out. Now Forge and Fire isn't doing as bad as the other ones, but it's still not doing good either. Like that is still well below average. That's how things have been. Now, I kind of feel I need to talk to you guys about this because all of those videos have lost money. That's kind of the sad thing about making kind of original content, right? It's a lot more of an investment to make the content, and if you don't get enough views on it, then you lose money. And so how it's kind of been lately is, if a video is doing that bad, at the end of the day, I'm gonna have more money in my pocket if I just don't upload anything, which is not a good situation to be in for YouTube. Just before we move on, there's two quick points that I did want to bring up, usually because they're brought up in the comments. The first one being that people will usually comment things like, well, the reason why I didn't watch this video is because I wasn't interested in the subject matter, or, the last couple of weeks I've been busy with work, etc., which are all perfectly reasonable individual reasons, right? Usually though, what we're talking about in these videos is a sudden drop, overnight, basically, of tens of thousands of views. We're not talking about a couple hundred.
Yeah. This is the thing, and this is the tried and tested strategy. I can't afford this shit. For any YouTuber that ever gets in a view rut. The number one way to get yourself out of it is upload more. You just have to upload your way out of it. You just have to keep making content, and eventually it'll correct. That's really all you can do. That is the number one tried and true method for all of YouTube's algorithm changes, for all of the fucking, terms of service, up to, like, everything. Whatever it is, whether they're pushing shorts, whether they change the algorithm, whether they change the way that they're counting views, whether they change the way they rank things in search. The strategy is always upload more. And eventually your channel will, just course correct. It's obnoxious, but that's really all you can fucking do. Just keep making content and, eventually it should fix itself, but...
We're not talking about even a couple thousand. We're talking thousands. In my particular case, tens of thousands. In other creators' case, I'm sure hundreds of thousands, right? So that's usually what we're talking about in these particular types of videos, right? The second point was, a lot of people will bring up, usually these videos do well. And the reason why they do well is because they're drama. People love watching drama. And so when a video like this comes out, YouTube is screwing us, YouTube is this or that. Like, people will click on that very, very quickly because people are, concerned about the channel that they're subscribed to, but also because it's drama. And paradoxically, people will use that as an argument. Like, well, your views are great on this particular video, but the reason why...
But the thing is, his views aren't even bad. Like 23,000 views for a 64,000 sub channel is good. 13,000. Yeah, that's not amazing, but it's still in that range I was talking about. 34,000. Not bad. 37,000. Not bad. 13,000. Yeah, that one's not amazing, but I can tell you exactly what's wrong with that compared to other ones. So look at the length. See, this is what he should be looking at. What videos are doing poorly and what videos are doing really well. Well, look, this one got 83,000 views, 23 minutes. This one got 34,000, 15 minutes. This one got 132,000, 14 minutes. This one got 30,000, 13 minutes. Oh, this one got 68,000. This is an outlier, but it's Lord of the Rings, so maybe that's why. But this is 10 minutes. So watch time is also very important. If your video is longer, YouTube tends to push it in the algorithm more than your other stuff. Because the whole goal is to serve as many mid-roll ads as possible. So the watch time is probably also a factor too. So it looks like you should aim for 15 minutes. But I don't know, man. It's why YouTube is a hobby, not a job. Treat it as a hobby and then you won't be in that situation. She's asking for it, Griff. Do it? Who? Who's asking for it? Fuck. Paul with the 2, have you seen Destin's take on Saudi? Nah, I have not.
Culture shocks. When you're left alone with your Japanese boss.
You're expected to fuck.
1. Work attire is basically a uniform. Everyone wears the classic white shirt and black suit combo. The good news? Once you get the job, the company covers your steep commute costs. 2. Lunch is usually a bento or bought outside. No cafeteria, no meal allowance. The best part? You don't have to worry about your boss's gaze. 3. But do people actually leave on time? Overtime is common. Overtime pay is calculated by the minute. And if your boss has important things to discuss, that usually naturally turns into a work dinner. 4. Drinking outings are Dutch pay. Birthday, welcome, farewell parties. Always an excuse for a drinking session. First round is paid by group contribution, but after that, the higher-ups pick up the tab. And here's the shocker. A grumpy female boss gets tipsy on a single beer, then insists on escorting you home like a classic bossy old-timer, only to assign you overtime from her bed that night.
Whoa, dude! I need to get a job in Japan so I can fuck my Japanese boss, dude. Holy shit. It's literally like my favorite anime, guys. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm already typing up my letter of resignation at my job right now, guys. Holy shit. I get paid overtime to pound my boss in her bed, bro. No way. Holy shit. I'm gonna clap her cheeks and cash that check, boy. Oh my god. Yeah, all these shorts are just like literally fucking psyop shit. That's some pure psyop.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You just have to work like 16 hours a day. Hey, man, but those 16 seconds will make it all worth it. And let's see, Raging Board with the 5. I got 3 slop videos talking about my PC setup and other general topics. They contribute to monetization. Why would I delete them? Yeah, exactly. So, again, YouTube is a hobby and should be treated as such. People try way too fast to make it a job. And this is the end result. I'm a psyop. I'm a pretty shitty one if that's the case. What am I trying to psyop you to do? Let's see.
If you thought that companies being purchased for billions of dollars was a thing of the past, you were sorely mistaken. Another big one bites the dust, and this time it's EA, who sold to PIF, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners for $55 billion. Now, I'm not going to bore you with all...
Dude, what is up with so many people in the U.S. having crooked-ass teeth? Like, it just bothers me when I look at it. Like, if you're British, fine, whatever. But in the U.S., like, really? It's irritating.
All of the details in the press release, but there's definitely some stuff of note here, namely the fact that a lot of people are calling this a leveraged buyout. Let's talk about what that means for EA. It's not necessarily a good thing. And let's talk about some of these highlighted quotes I have here. This is an all-cash transaction that values EA at an enterprise value of approximately $55 billion. EA stockholders will receive $210 in cash. And they said that we are honored to invest and partner with Andrew, an extraordinary CEO who has doubled revenue, nearly tripled EBITDA, and driven a five-fold increase in market cap during his tenure, said Egon Durbin, co-CEO and managing.
Anybody who's ever taken accounting will tell you it's not EBITDA, it's EBITDA. But yeah.
Partner of Silver Lake. The future for EA is bright. We are going to invest heavily to grow the business, and we are excited to support Andrew.
That's how you know you're talking with someone who has no idea what they're talking about when it comes to company financials. If somebody heard you say EBITDA, they would know, yep, this person has no fucking clue what that means.
And the EA team as the company accelerates innovation, expands its reach worldwide, and continues to deliver incredible experiences to.
Wow, Griffin, you're so heckin' smart. Yeah, I had to take 4 accounting classes, so I remember a lot of that stuff. But yeah, it's earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, I believe is what it stands for. I may be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Players and fans across generations.
It's been a while.
This transaction was approved by EA's board of directors. It is expected to close financial year 27 Q1. The transaction will be funded by a combination of cash, each of PIF, Silver Lake, and Infinity Partners will provide, as well as rollover of PIF's existing stake in EA. There was already a stake from PIF in the company, constituting an equity investment of approximately $36 billion and $20 billion of debt, financing fully and solely committed by JP Morgan Chase Bank, $18 billion of which is expected to be funded at close in 2027. Each of PIF, Silver Lake, and Infinity Partners plan to fund the equity component of the financing entirely from capital under their respective control. Upon completion of the transaction, EA will remain headquartered in Redwood City, California, and continue to be led by Andrew Wilson as CEO. Now, a lot of people are concerned about this for a few reasons, namely with Saudi Arabia. I said, why do people dislike Saudi Arabia buying game companies? Just to see why people were talking about this. The AI overview of Google, which I know a lot of people also don't like. Anyway, it said, people dislike Saudi Arabia's purchase of gaming companies primarily due to the company's well-documented human rights abuses, which critics are argue are an attempt at sports washing or game washing to improve their global image. Concerns also exist about potential future government interference in game development and a loss of creative freedom for developers working for companies now owned by Saudi interests. But we do have a bit of a model for what happened when a certain company was acquired by a Saudi Arabia company. And that was with Embracer Group. You might remember Embracer Group had some investments from Saudi Arabia, namely the Savvy Games Group. This is a group that invested in the company. It's based in Saudi Arabia. The company was founded by Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, a sovereign wealth fund to foster the growth of the games industry. And if we actually look at what happened with Embracer, as you probably know what I'm getting to, there was debt and restructuring in 2022. The present Savvy Gaming Group, according to Wikipedia, a company wholly owned by Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, invested about $1 billion into Embracer Group in June of 22. So that happened in 2022, but in 2023, the company announced that a $2 billion investment deal fell through in October of 2022. So when that failed to materialize, basically things were not going super great over at Embracer. So a lot of people have concerns for the reasons I outlined above. Personally, I don't really know what to think about the whole business being purchased. This is EA. This is one of the mega companies. And when I was thinking about it today, I basically just said that the industry as we know it, it just doesn't exist anymore. It's not the way it used to.
There's only one mega company left, and that is Take-Two. So somebody's going to buy it. Whether it's Apple, Amazon, Google, Nvidia, Sony, somebody's going to have to buy it because they're going to want to get purchased now. And they are the last of a dying breed of mega publishers. So really, there's no more big American game developers left.
To be, and it hasn't been for a long time. Blizzard bought by Activision, Activision bought by Xbox, Bungie bought by PlayStation, Ubisoft bought, well, sort of folded in with Tencent. EA was bought by PIF, aka Saudi Arabia. The industry we knew is gone, y'all. This is the new era of gaming. Whole new owners. You're talking about mega companies merging with other mega companies. This is something that I sort of thought would happen. You know, when the whole Activision thing went through, I thought we were at a reset point, and we are living through it right now. We are watching the entire games industry sort of reset to some new reality, whatever that ends up looking like. Now, EA, you remember back earlier this year, this is from April 29, 2025, they cut 200 jobs in service of driving future growth, bringing total job loss.
Honestly, if EA bought, or no, not EA, fuck, Nvidia bought Take-Two, I think it would drop Nvidia's stock, because it'd mean that they're dumping tens of billions of dollars into a, you know, business that's not really growing as quickly as the rest of Nvidia's portfolio. So I think it actually hurt the stock.
losses to around 3,000. I believe there were more layoffs in May. So it's not like they were doing great. And if you are curious about PIF, who are they? You know, there's Prince Mohammed bin Salman. I'm not even going to try and say this name. Prince Mohammed will just say it's a very long name, and I don't want to butcher it any more than I already have. And all of these people run the company.
Trump's buddy.
A lot of people have pointed out that Silver Lake is also one of the companies being purchased here, and you can see these are all the main people over at Silver Lake. And then there's also Affinity Partners, which is owned by Jared Kushner. Corey Kushner is an American businessman and investor. He is a son-in-law of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, through his marriage to Ivanka Trump, and served as senior advisor in his father-in-law's first administration from 2017 to 2021. He was also the director of the Office of American Innovation. So a lot of familiar faces, especially if you live in America, you probably recognize Jared Kushner. But no, this isn't an entirely through and through Saudi deal. Like a lot of people have been talking about, there are American interests also investing. Now, what I have found particularly interesting was the idea of a leveraged buyout. So I was like, what does that mean? A leveraged buyout is the acquisition of another company using a significant amount of borrowed money debt to finance the purchase rather than...
Yeah, that's what Elon did with Twitter. When he bought Twitter, he did a leveraged buyout as well. It's very common.
Using the buyer's own capital. How it works. You buy the company, collateral. The assets of the acquired company are often used as collateral to secure the debt, placing the financial burden on the target itself. Repayment, the acquired company's future profits and cash flows are then used to pay off the debt. Exit, the goal is for the private equity firm to exit the investment by selling the improved company, ideally generating a high return on their initial equity investment. Obviously, that is an AI synopsis. I don't know a lot. This is like super high level business stuff. You're talking about billions and billions of dollars. I don't really know if that's accurate. Maybe somebody in the comments could sign off on it. But obviously, with everything that happened with Embracer, with everything that has happened earlier this year at EA, a lot of people have expressed concerns. Here's what Jason Schreier said about the matter. It's official, EA is going private. The leveraged buyout will be financed by a staggering $20 billion of debt, which likely means some aggressive cost cutting is ahead for EA in the coming months and years.
That's great.
A lot of people are understandably focused on the Saudi Arabia and Kushner parts of this, but the far bigger immediate impact will come from the new private EA being on the hook for $20 billion in debt. That could mean mass layoffs, more aggressive monetization, and other big cost-cutting measures.
God, please make it so. Get rid of all those fucking pieces of shit. Fire them all, man. Go in there with the butcher's knife and gut BioWare.
As you may know, the FIFA games come from EA, so there's already a ton of money being spent there on the FIFA games, and obviously that's going to continue. And he also pointed out that I think people are missing is that Saudi Arabia already owns 10% of Electronic Arts. It's the company's third largest institutional shareholder, so already they had a lot of money invested into this company. And he also elaborated on the leveraged buyout thing. Sean asked, $18 billion of which is expected to be funded at close, so that's in reality only $2 billion of debt the company will keep, and it'll be mostly $36 billion financed by cash. They're also including PIF's existing stock holdings in the end that deal. Jason points out, no, that means the bank is paying $18 billion to the borrowers at the close of the deal, and $2 billion later. The debt is $20 billion. Jason is correct. We read the press release. Think about it this way. If you buy a house with a mortgage, the loan is funded at close, meaning the sellers get the full amount from the bank as soon as you sign the paperwork, and you owe the debt for however many years it takes, like a 30-year loan or a 15-year loan, whatever you end up taking. Now, if you're curious how the employees are feeling about this, well, they're pretty dang nervous. They obviously follow the industry. There's already been layoffs at EA. There were layoffs that hit BioWare, for example, who has come up multiple times as one of the companies a lot of people are concerned about. Mass Effect, as I'm a huge fan of Mass Effect, I was looking forward to the new game. Here's what Steven Totillo talked about. He actually reached out to a few people. Let's find a few of the quotes. This is one of the largest and most significant investments ever made in the entertainment industry. EA CEO Andrew Wilson told employees in a message that was distributed shortly after the deal was announced, "Our new partners bring deep experience across sports, gaming, and entertainment," Wilson wrote. "They are committed with conviction to EA. They believe in our people, our leadership, and the long-term vision we are now building together." So he goes on to do a lot of what I just did, breaking down the details about what other investments these places have, but I'm curious about the human impact. I am a little bit curious about how people are going to react to this. In 2022, Savvy CEO Brian Ward told me that I'm not over there on an image makeover project. Ward said workers in town halls for the esports group Savvy had purchased grilled Ward and others about the LGBTQ rights and women's safety in Saudi Arabia. Ward told me in 2022 that he responded to such questions by saying Savvy would operate with the values and culture of what we know our audience wants and our audience respects, and what those of us who have been in the business 25 years like about our industry being forward-looking and liberal in many respects. In subsequent years, I did not hear of censorship at Saudi-owned studios, but in July, Reader Grab reported that an Amazon Prime docuseries about the esports World Cup omitted LGBTQ subject matter from the Saudi version of one of its episodes.
Let's hope that they apply that same restriction to all releases of their games.
In his note to workers, Wilson said today that our values and
just remove all of that shit in the first place.
Our commitment to players and fans around the world remains.
See, I wish I had an in with the Saudi government and be like, please, you have a chance to do, God's work, essentially, and improve U.S.-Saudi relations forever with the young male generation. All you have to do is take all the troon shit, gay shit, and DEI slop out of the modern EA titles, and we will love you for it. It's really just that easy. You'll get your money back in no time.
unchanged. That didn't convince one current EA worker who told GameFile that Andrew Wilson basically said F you to all women and LGBTQ employees at EA with this deal, speaking anonymously because they were not authorized to discuss.
Based. Basically said F you to all women and LGBT or LGBTQ. Yeah, they're going to barbecue them. Employees at EA with this deal. Based.
Company matters publicly. They also said it just shows how many people have been collateral this past year for executives to make out rich. Nothing feels great, and we know when the deal closes, it's going to get worse before it gets better, if better is even possible. Said another, I'm nervous about what this means in terms of workforce once the deal is closed, as layoffs usually follow those types of acquisitions. And on a personal level, the second person added, those future owners are really not in line with my values and beliefs. So obviously a bit of nervousness from employees and people who are concerned about the future of the company. And internet reactions included this one from Synth Potato. I followed this guy for years. This EA buyout might be a disaster, not gonna lie. It's probably gonna be really bad for the employees, I think. Well, there goes EA, said another. Did a quick video on YouTube saying this could be a massive opportunity for EA games to get the love they deserve with more backing behind creativity, content improvements, etc. The other option was a chop chop. Well, we get the chop chop, absolutely you will. According to a new report from Financial Times, EA's new owners will rely on AI as a way to reduce production costs and increase EA's profits in the coming years with the stated goal of absorbing the colossal $20 billion debt associated with the acquisition. Bloomberg's reporter Jason Schreier claims the debt could...
The Saudis are already like a vassal state to the United States, though. Saudi Arabia is basically propped up by the U.S. They're one of our biggest purchasers of military goods. They really don't have an economy outside of oil, and their military is a joke. So, Saudi Arabia, you know, ever since the British propped it up and carved it out of the Ottoman Empire, they've kind of just been a vassal state to the West. And, you know, given that the U.S. is essentially the de facto leader of Western, you know, Europe when it comes to international affairs, you know, the Saudis kind of just do whatever we want them to for the most part. Especially with this new crown prince. You know, he wants to open up Saudi Arabia to the West and modernize the country. So we already have really good relations with them. Elijah Petty with the 2. What does this mean for Dragon Age in development? It's probably going to get canceled, but I have no idea. No clue.
Mass layoffs, more aggressive monetization, and other big cost-cutting measures. Yeah, so, I mean, we saw what happened with Microsoft Activision. Obviously, there were a bunch of layoffs, and that was at a time, that acquisition happened at a time when everybody thought that the industry was going straight up, and what happened was, it didn't go down per se, it just sort of leveled off, and that is not good for investors. They want line to go up. If line doesn't go up, people's jobs go bye-bye. That's just how it goes. Your line has to go up. And in a way, it sort of makes sense. I mean, you need to be making profit. You need to be profitable in order for a business to run sustainably. But this is just really, really unfortunate because EA has made some pretty good games over the years. And now we're left. I think everybody's just sort of left wondering what is going to happen from here. Time's going to tell. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. Hit that subscribe button, hit that bell to know when my content goes live. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you so much to the members. Chris Reddy, Phil Roney, Aries EMS. I do greatly appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who supports on the membership tiers. Thank you so much. I'm going to get out of here and go to bed. I'll see you for the next one. Bye for now, everybody.
I think BioWare is going to get gutted, personally. That's what I would go after. That would be my first target. An entire country got deleted off the internet. Unfortunately, it wasn't India. Could you imagine if India had like a digital firewall like the Chinese have? That shit would be awesome, bro. We should, as a collective world, just block off India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh from the World Wide Web. We should just completely block off their access and, you know, just completely isolate them digitally. The internet would immediately be improved overnight. The Chinese already blocked themselves out. Dude, I wish Elon would add a filter on X. Like, you could filter out all Indian accounts. Like, all the shitty bot posting would be immediately filtered. If you could just get rid of, like, certain geographic regions. Click on Raymond. Why? Click on the second. Oh my god. Second short. The secret weapon of.
The secret weapon
The slop tent.
of Japanese women. Ever wondered how Japanese women win hearts without
Yeah, this is definitely a real person.
even
here.
raising their voice? It's not just cuteness. It's a social strategy, a full-on weapon. And trust me, it works. 1. That soft baby talk voice? It disarms people like a
Dude, it's fucking horrid. I hate that shit.
charm grenade. In a culture where direct talk equals danger, cuteness is the ultimate diplomacy. 2. Want to ask for a favor? Don't demand it. Just tilt your head, smile, and boom, you get what you want. Cuteness makes any request feel like a gift, not a burden. 3. Conflict? What conflict? They'll giggle it away like it never happened, dodging drama like ninjas in pink sweaters. So yeah, can you survive this level of adorable manipulation? The secret weapon.
Probably not, because it'd be too fucking cringe. Yeah, dude, there's nothing more attractive than a woman acting like an infant. Let's go, bro. Anime for the win, baby. Banned in Australia? That's based.
Australia is banning Silent Hill F.
Australia?
Australia is so why are they
Australia
banning it? Silent Hill F.
I'm trying to pronounce it like an authentic Australian. So they say Australia. Alright, there we go.
May not release in Australia thanks to a decision by the country's classification board. The horror reboot has been refused classification, which means its context is too extreme for an R18 plus rating and thus banned. I'm confused what sort of content is in Silent Hill F that isn't in literally every other game exactly.
Her sawing her arm off. Scalping her fucking face. I don't know. Branding.
Mainly because of its extreme graphic violence. So the ratings board gave away what's actually in the game. The game features stuff like enemy attacks that can result in players' characters getting impaled in the neck and or getting their faces ripped apart. Plus a character burned alive inside a cage. You can
That's not even the worst part.
literally watch a movie with all that stuff happening, but you can't play a game with that stuff happening. I don't understand. How does that make sense? They better not ban
How does it make sense that y'all are importing almost 1 million Indians every single year?
GTA 6.
That's the real thing Australians should be upset over.
No f***ing way. You know, they probably will. Australia is banning Silent Hill.
Ban the Indians instead of the games. Dude, now we're just getting the fucking passport, bro. Fucking thirst trap. You know. Oh my god. They're trying, dude. They want you to take the Asia pill. Like, give up your heritage, white boy. Abraham McSheckelberg wants you to spread your seed on foreign soil. Yeah. Flush your genetics, bang in Asia. Exactly, yup. Just get rid of those pesky whites.
All I need is a Japanese wife to complete the old trio. Oh. Germany, Italy, and Japan. There you go. The Axis. Why men have no friends anymore. It's like the same fucking shit. I don't understand why people need to watch 10 people make the exact same video over and over and over again. It's just crazy, man. The Doomer grift, I know. You should make one too. I don't have any friends. But that's the thing is, like, I'm not pressed about, I don't know. I don't feel the need to, like, trauma dump on the, I'm so lonely. For one, I'm not lonely, so that's the first part. But also, I'm not a massive fucking pussy that needs to cry on camera, essentially. Opinionated junkie with the 2. Government was due for a shutdown. Yep, because there's about 900,000 employees now that Trump can fire that are deemed non-essential. So during government shutdowns, he can fire basically as many of those as he wants. So we might see some pretty big government firings coming on pretty soon. But yeah, I agree. Shut that shit down. Who fucking cares?
I can't afford this shit!
Gamers are dying out. Oh my god, we're an endangered species, guys. What does that mean? Here, let's see. We'll look for the original video. Gamers are dying. Yeah, here we go. They don't care. And then it's like the most Redditor guy ever on the right.
Sometimes things feel different, but you can't quite put your finger on why. Well, today you're going to find out why, because gaming has changed. We've got new data that suggests 93% of kids prefer playing games on phones. Not PC, not console, phones. So
yeah, because console games fucking suck.
remember your boy Wyatt Chang? Don't you guys have phones? Oh dear, turns out he was a little bit prescient. But here's another aspect to it. It's how these kids engage with games. Here's a quote. They no longer identify as gamers. They identify as players of a specific game. So it's not that games are
yeah.
medium that they like, it's that they play Roblox or they play Fortnite. So directionally, based on the real trends that we're seeing, the future of gaming looks like it's people who are fans of one game that probably play it on a phone, which is a bit weird. I don't like it, and it raises a big question. What does it mean for people who prefer what I'll just call traditional gaming experiences? Maybe people like you and me. Okay, so in our last video, we looked at gaming's past and compared it to now, and we talked about the 1983 game crash that leveled the American games industry. It's at so many standards for where we are now, but there was a side effect that we didn't talk about, and it's one that's key to gaming's future. You see, when games resurged in America post-1980s game crash, they were sold as toys for children, and that decided the marketing for like the next 40 years. The medium literally grew up alongside.
They are. Video games are toys for children, and that's a fact. So things have only gotten worse since we've moved away from that design mantra.
Its audience. You had Rob the Robot marketed to young boys, then came G4, Tony Hawk, Call of Duty for the cool teenagers. I was a cool teenager, totally! Now, of course, what do we have? Well, we've got cinematic sad dad games, like The Last of Us. Yeah, it's grown up with us. I'd absolutely say gaming has always been for everyone. Anyone can pick up a game. A Nintendo game is an example. But the culture and the marketing, not so much. It has been targeted. And I want you to think about Battlefield 6 and how it just got revealed. Because they unironically played Limp Bizkit. Yeah, Limp Bizkit. So, go take your medicine if you've remembered this track. And it does kind of show us something. The culture and marketing around the game industry hasn't changed with technology. They haven't changed with demographics. The kids of 2025, they will not be impressed by Limp Bizkit selling a game in the way that maybe the target audience of Battlefield 6 will feel nostalgic. Especially one that needs a $600 console. And why would they be? They have thousands of experiences on their phones. Experiences that are, to them, just as entertaining. Or, should I say, to their brain chemistry and systems are just as engaging. Personally, I think there's something to be said for the depth of an experience. But basically, that's what they think games can and should be. And now we've got data. We've got stats to back it up. And, well, take your Vicodin, because this is kind of going to hurt. IGN State of Gaming report frames this as a generational shift, and it does go along with a lot of other data that we've seen. Essentially, Gen X and millennials think of gaming in terms of platform loyalty. That's, the 70s through to the 90s generation. So basically, most of the people watching this video, at least per the demographics I see on YouTube, we're no strangers to tribalism in gaming. That's why we, have a console war or a PC master race. But distinctions between platforms are, of course, completely breaking down. We see that. I mean, the need for a platform is kind of disappearing. We see that in cross-platform games. But younger generations...
I'm bored. Alright, well that was a waste of time. Everything you needed to know was in the first 1 minute. It's just another Yong Yeah channel. Only with fancier editing. That's like literally it. Oh my god, dude. A heckin' hot girl with German World War II military gear. Ooh. Jesus Christ, bro. These shorts. Oh my god, guys. Here we go. Top 5 Asian countries where women marry foreign men.
Top 5 Asia countries where women
take notes.
Marry foreign men. 5. South Korea. In Korea, about 2.3% of marriages are with foreign men, often through studying or working abroad. 4. Vietnam. Nationwide, it is around 3%, but in the Mekong Delta, it can reach 15%. Most of these husbands are Korean or Taiwanese. 3. Philippines. Almost 4% of weddings involve foreign grooms. English skills, Western ties, and the hope for a stable life make it common. 2. Mongolia. Here, 4 to 5% of brides marry foreigners. With a small population, Korean, Chinese, and Japanese men are common husbands. 1. Cambodia. About 5% of marriages were Cambodian women with foreign men. In the past, it was driven by international marriage agencies, but today it mostly happens through overseas family networks. Which country's women would you choose? Top 5.
None of the above. Yeah, all filters and plastic surgery, exactly. Yeah, none of the above. Yep, the shorts algorithm is fucking fried for the rest of the night. It's just gonna be Asia slop now. It's over. YouTube says everything's dying. Many such cases, man. Many such cases. The disposable male. Is that Kevin Spacey? Oh my god. She gets us, dude. That's right.
She would totally date me, guys, if she just knew who I was. All I need is one shot.
I'm not seeing anything. The doom scroll is not working. Dude, there's nothing. I have no idea what happened to the Judas game. What is this shit? Millennials have ruined kids' hobbies. Well, I'm not a millennial, so this doesn't apply.
I think this video is going to be a controversial one, and that is that millennials have ruined kids' hobbies and teenagers' hobbies as a whole because they just refuse to grow up. And before I get into the 4 major ways they are doing this, I just want to preface, if you still like things from your childhood and like to partake in them, that is not what I'm talking about. I don't think there's anything wrong with, the people saying, oh, you got to grow up and stop liking things you used to like. I think that's cringe. I think if you're someone who's, a millennial that still likes playing video games or reading comic books or collecting Pokemon cards or doing whatever you want to do with your free time, as long as you're not hurting anybody, that's completely fine. But for me, where it crosses the line is when these millennials, and again, I am a millennial as well, forget that these are supposed to be for kids. And when they put themselves in...
Yeah, they're supposed to be for people like me. Your younger, generation. Gen Z.
In front of the children, and they ruin the hobby for the kids that are growing up, because all of us remember the magical times we had with Pokemon Mania, all the new video game consoles coming out, pick your card game, going to Disney World, all this stuff. And some adults did partake in these things, but they always put us first. So that's my real big problem, is when these adults, the millennials, are putting themselves in front of the kids and basically just making these hobbies unaccessible.
That's not always been the case, though. Like, early on, you used to not be able to get Pokemon stuff. It was almost impossible to find, so... Again, the current market is kind of a anomaly.
Or awful for kids to partake in. So the first
not the norm.
thing I'm going to discuss is scalpers. Scalpers are, without a doubt, the biggest scourge on children's hobbies I have ever seen. We've all seen the memes.
Yeah, what pieces of shit, man.
Of the people fighting and fist fighting over Pokemon cards at midnight launches. It's gotten so bad that there's tons of stores that don't even sell Pokemon card product in their store because of the mayhem it causes. And if you watch these videos, it's never...
No, it just sells out too quickly.
The kids that are causing mayhem. It's always the millennials that are doing this. They're trying to buy too many, packs or boxes of the cards, so the store owner's trying to say no, or the people behind them are getting pissed off because they can't buy 55 boxes. It's, when you fist fight or argue, and most of these people doing this have no interest at all in Pokemon cards or card games in general. They're just doing this to try to make a quick buck and sell these boxes for ridiculous prices to the parents that are just trying to make their kids happy. And I think that's horrible. And it goes just beyond the Pokemon cards. People scalp toys. Another huge one is video games. Like, people will go out and buy like fucking a million Nintendo Switch 2s or PlayStation 5s and then load them up on eBay for, quadruple the price. And the parents that are just trying to get, these products for the kids, or just kids that can't get online at midnight to pre-order these things, are just left out in the dust. And again, these scalpers don't understand. These are meant for children, not us, and not everything has to be made for a profit. And the latest thing I've been seeing are these Labubu plushies. I work in a school, and obviously I have, a little bit of a pulse on what the kids are into. These things basically are like the new Beanie Babies of the 90s. That's the easiest way to describe this. And so many adults are buying these things up and scalping them for ridiculous prices. And kids at my school have told me, like, I want one, but I can't find one. I don't know where they are. And, it's just a hot commodity if you have one. But these scalpers...
Yeah, you can't scalp any game consoles anymore.
Have ruined everything. Video games, toys, plushies, you name it.
Video games are not scalpable anymore.
Any kind of electronic product, you name it, scalpers, of course, will be there day one to buy it, and the people that are actually meant to enjoy these products are left out in the cold because some of the parents can't keep up with these things. Next, we're going to discuss the toys and the products themselves, because all of these products are starting to realize, and these companies are starting to realize, that if they're not scalping it, the millennials are still sitting here buying these products for themselves at an alarming rate, and if they are targeted towards kids and not them, a lot of the time you see on forums and people complain about how they're not cool, it's not what they're looking for, but what they don't understand is it's what the kids are looking for. But obviously the kids don't have the same amount of money that millennials do and, grown adults have. So these companies have realized, like Lego is a perfect example. We're not going to target children anymore. Our target audience is grown adults, and the prices of Legos have skyrocketed. The sets may as well just be models. There's not like fun sets to play with anymore, and that's because millennials have been buying it, and Lego as a company has shifted how they make their products to meet the demands of their biggest customers. That's no longer kids anymore, because kids might want Legos, but they're so goddamn expensive now, and not to mention they're not even made towards them anymore. I remember when I was a kid, the Lego sets were play sets that you actually played with, built, unbuilt, crashed. But now, like I said, these things are just glorified models that you put together and may as well just fucking glue it in place. And I understand if you just, are an adult and want to keep partaking in these hobbies, that is not a problem, like I said in the beginning. A great example of this is Pokemon cards and just card games in general. I don't know a ton of adults that played, cards back in the day, but we collected Pokemon cards and played them. But the biggest card game I played growing up that we took this most serious was Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And I did know a few grown adults that played Yu-Gi-Oh cards and played it with their kids, collected the cards. And I thought that was pretty cool that they played and, they had that bond with their son or daughter, whoever they're playing with. But the biggest difference was that they put the kids first. They were doing it not only because they enjoyed it, but because they were bonding with their kid. And not to mention, every single one of these adults that I knew would never, in a million years, if it was not just their own kid, like if they were at the card shop with us that we had, if there was one pack of the new set out, they wouldn't buy it for themselves. They would always let any of the kids have it first. They didn't come at it from a selfish angle, because they knew even though they were playing it and enjoying it, the kids were the target audience, and they are the ones that are trying to make memories to look back on and enjoy, and they didn't want to interfere with that. They just wanted to highlight it and make it better. Say, hey, I'm enjoying this with my son, we're having fun, and, it's funny, everyone laughs when an adult, is playing the kid's game or the game with the teenager and stuff like that. It makes the experience better. So they just want to make the experience better, not take away from the experience that the kids are having. Again, the biggest example of this right now going on are the Labubus, this craze of these things, where kids want them, but adults, not even if they're scalping them, they want to buy the whole lot up to throw on their book bags, their purses, or whatever it is, and they just basically say, we don't give a shit about the kids. Who fucking cares? And back in the day, when adults partake in these hobbies, it was always putting the kids first, but still having fun. I think the only difference is Beanie Babies. At a certain point in that craze, all the adults just said, this is a fucking investment, so we're going to go buck wild. But I don't know, it just seems that the millennials, compared to the adults when we were growing up, I think that might be Gen X people, is that they have just not grown up, and they're selfishly clinging on to all of these hobbies and basically demanding that these companies placate to what they want instead of what the kids want. And I think that's wrong. Like for me, I still play video games, and this is a perfect example. I usually just buy all my video games digitally now, and I just order, like the Nintendo Switch 2 is the latest game console. I bought that. I just ordered it online at Walmart. But if I was in Walmart, and there was one Nintendo Switch 2 left, and there was a kid with his mom or dad behind me, and they were also trying to buy a Switch 2, I would let that child get the Switch 2. I wouldn't selfishly buy it. But I think I'm in the minority of millennials. They would be the ones to buy it up and just basically tell that kid, fuck off, I'm getting this thing. So that's what I mean by it, is they are selfishly partaking in the hobby, not putting the kids first, and they're making these companies placate to what they want from it, which is not necessarily what the kids want, which is why action figures and toys and things like that and comic books and even video games are not as popular to the kids anymore. Now, obviously, there are some games that are still crazy popular with kids, Fortnite, Roblox, all that stuff. So I'm not saying that, things like that are, broad sweep, that there's nothing for kids anymore. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that if a video game company or, tries to make their game targeted towards kids, there'll always be some kind of grown man baby bitching and moaning about, oh, this is not what I want. When you should realize that this is not made for you. If you like it, that's cool, but this is made for them. So the next obvious talking point, my third of 4, is Disney adults. Obviously, I had to bring this up. And if you are an adult that likes to go to theme parks, whether it be Disney or Universal, that is completely fine. I am not talking or discussing the people that go a few times and just have fun. I'm talking about the people that just fucking live there, make it their entire life, and just make the park a living hell for families to try to go to and enjoy. So, you go there all the time, crowding the parks for the kids. You buy up all the merchandise that none of the kids can have. And because of this, there's been tons and tons of debate about this in the Disney community. I looked it up because, you know, I noticed it as well. That Disney, their target demographic is no longer children anymore and families. Their target demographic are these millennial Disney adults that have no kids or anything, that just live at Disney.
That is true. All the parks have gotten so expensive.
World. So Disney, the theme park, it's supposed to be the family place. It's supposed to be the trip that, you know, you go on. It's like a rite of passage of your childhood to go to Disney World. Everyone wants that dream Disney vacation, and, you know, they'll remember it forever.
I never did. I was very underwhelmed by Disney World when I went. It was meh.
Disney basically said, yeah, we don't give a fuck about that anymore. We are targeting Disney adult millennials who live and breathe this park and just make it a living hell for kids. So all the merchandise is geared towards them. All the changes to the park are geared towards them. Movies are geared towards them. Nostalgia bait movies all the time. And if Disney tries to make anything new, the millennials will whine and moan about how this movie sucks. It's not as good as, you know, Beauty and the Beast and all this stuff. I remember when Frozen came out and people were saying that this is amazing. And it took a while for the millennials to latch onto it. But at first they were, you know, offended. Like, this is not better than my Disney movies that I grew up with. Then they realized it's about equal footing, and now they all love it. But this is exactly what I'm discussing. They want everything made directly for them and not for the kids. And when you overindulge in these things that are supposed to be meant for kids, even if it's harmless, and I'm not saying going to Disney World as an adult is a bad thing, but when you do it to the extent that you do, and you whine when things are targeted towards kids and complain that they're not targeted towards you, you change the way Disney makes their products, and they're making it worse for children to make it better for you, and I think that's fucking terrible. And then the final talking point, and that is the millennial creators that are now in charge of making everything for kids, whether that be video games, movies, decisions in the theme parks, you name it. Most of the business world, the predominant figures are millennials, the ones that are actually doing the work, the writing, the animating, everything. We are the middle generation now. You know, Gen Z is the young adults, Gen X are getting older now, they're like the old head, the old guards, and Gen Alpha, and whatever the hell the one after that is, are the kids now. We're the middle, we're in the peak of our adulthood, smack dab in the middle, and we are making all of these things, and I can tell you that we are making awful products. When I say that Disney is now targeting millennials, that is because Disney is being run and, you know, having things created for by millennials, and they're just making shit for them and not.
I mean, I pretty much agree. Yeah, he's just yapping, but I agree for the most part. It's the soy millennials who are childless that can't empathize with people who have children or with children themselves. So what happens is you have a bunch of soy millennial Disney adults that just make a bunch of kid products for themselves. I mean, bro, have you seen... Hold on, let's see real quick. See if I can pull it up. Like, dude, they're doing a Lego Pokemon collab. Apparently this thing's going to be like $800. That is a soy millennial decision. Like, there is not a singular child that is going to get a $800 Pokemon Lego set. That is made for 30-something-year-old adults. So, yeah, even like the toy companies and stuff, they make, you know, adult products. No, I'm not buying the trash. I don't care about Lego sets. I don't collect those, and I don't hold on to them. I don't know the market, and I don't want to shell out $800 and whatever dollars for that. Dude, I'm kind of losing my voice. This shit's irritating. Jeez. Rather date an AI than date a white woke woman. That's a pretty big L, bro, but whatever. Yeah, Lego isn't making for kids anymore. No, it's not. The audience for that is, you know, 30-something-year-olds. It's like, I forgot what company it was. I think Goldman Sachs. Part of their employee benefit program was like a $1,000 Lego gift card. It's like, bro, what the fuck?
It's like, yeah, I got my bonus. What'd you get? $1,000 Lego gift card. Jeez. Let's see. So Toby the Drink with the 8 months, the Tyranny, and the... is this a song? Alright, well, Oh, no. An ebook? The Tyranny of the North and Destruction of White Nordic People. Okay, so it's like an audio book or whatever. First one, no, he's pretty base preacher, but he also... Let's see... Can I believe there's going to be a Nuketown? Oh, yeah, dude. I can't wait. Let's see. Yeah, that's too long for us to watch. That's like a full-length movie. Let's see. I was trying to find... Oh, this was it. Yeah, this is what I wanted to watch. Apparently, DSP went on a rant about Saudi Arabia, the LGBT oil, and entitled Americans. Yeah, this was the video. I couldn't remember what it was called, but yeah, I found it.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. I really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. I really need that money. Really, that money.
Cool. All right. So, folks, I got a hypothetical for you. All right, you ready for this? I want everyone to just clear your mind for a sec. All right, and I want you to imagine a certain scenario. All right. So you're living in an apartment, okay? And you've lived there for a while. You like the apartment. All your stuff is there, right? Your family's settled in. You really like your living situation. One day you get a knock on your door. Okay? You open your door, and standing on your front doorstep, there's someone from your government. It says, right, they got the badge, they got the certification. It's a government agent. And the government agent says, I'm sorry, sir or madam. I have some bad news for you. The government has decided that we want you to move because we're going to knock down where you live. We're going to actually build a building here. We don't want it to be residential anymore. We actually want this to become government use. So you're out. Here's money for first month's rent of your next place. Get the hell out. And you're like, wait, what? What are you talking about? I love this apartment. I have a lease.
That's eminent domain for you, baby.
agreement. I don't know. Get out right now. We're the government. We tell you what to do. We gave you your first month's rent. Get the hell out and go get another place right now. What about the cost of moving? What about displacing my family? What about the fact that I live near my job? We don't care. Go now or go to jail. So you actually have to move. So you stand there, you grab all your stuff, your family starts packing, you're getting all this stuff ready, all right, for this move. You're being forced out of your place, and you're frustrated. You're very upset. Like, this sucks. You go online, and you decide to vent. You go on to X, you go on to Blue Sky, or you make a video on TikTok, and you say, man, this really sucks. The government's kicking me out of my place. I don't know who they think they are. How dare they? You know, I think that things should be different. I actually think that things would be better if the government was completely different and the people who were in charge weren't in charge. So now, you're packing up, you're about ready to move. You're knock at your door. You open the door, it's the police. Sorry, sir, is this you? And they play the video that you just posted on TikTok. They show you the post that you made on social media, criticizing the government for doing what they're doing to you. And you say, yeah, that's obviously me. I'm not...
That's what's happening in the UK.
Gonna lie, you know, I was kind of mad because you're throwing me out of my place, but, you know, I just wanted to get my emotions out there. Okay, sir, you're under arrest. Come with us. Wait, what? You're under arrest. Put the cuffs on, grab you, throw you in a car.
That's what happens in the UK right now. You know, people criticizing migrants who rape children get longer jail sentences than the actual rapists do.
Drive you down jail, you're in a cell. What the hell just happened? I'm under arrest? So now you're sitting and rotting in a jail cell for 2 weeks. No one talks to you. You're not able to talk to your family. You're not able to talk to your friends. You got no connection with the outside world. You're literally just sitting there rotting in a jail cell. Like you committed mass murder. All of a sudden, you get told, all right, it's time for your trial. My trial? My what? So now they march you into a room, and there's a panel of people you've never seen before sitting there, and they start reading out the things that you said on social media. Says here, you think that the government shouldn't be in power. Really? That's interesting. So were you planning to overthrow the government? How many more people are involved in this with you? You know, we just don't feel like this is a safe situation because you're a terrorist. What? Well, we'd like to just let you know you're now going to live in prison for the rest of your life. And that's the end of your story. So I just want you to think about that whole thing, that situation that I just told you, all right? Now, that sounds like fantasy, doesn't it? Especially for any of us who live like in the United States or the UK or Canada or, you know, any of these countries where you have basic rights, you have the reasoning, you know what I'm saying, of having I have the right to freedom. I have the right to, stand by trial by jury, innocent until proven guilty. I have the right to own land. I have the right to have an agreement, a legal agreement where I can be protected and not get thrown out of where I live. You know what I'm saying? So all that stuff, right? Ladies and gentlemen, the situation I just described to you is literally how it is for some people in Saudi Arabia. That's what it's like to live in other parts of the world that isn't considered the Western world. You understand?
Oh my God. Jesus.
Understand? I didn't exaggerate. I actually gave you a real life situation that can happen if you live over there. Okay? What we don't realize is that we live in one of the most free, how can I say, human rights rich parts of civilization. We really do. When you see these people who go on social media day in, day out, and they whine and complain about things. I was told at work today I have to start wearing a uniform to go to work. That's it. Strike. We're not going to work. We have to wear uniforms to work. Oh, no. Did you hear that they're raising the prices of something? Did you hear that they're not going to do this minute little thing anymore? Right? All these things you see people whining about constantly on the internet. You have to look at those situations, and you have to say, so basically, you don't have any kind of actual, stress, any kind of, adversity in your life. So you seek out and find the most stupid little shit to complain about. How about, instead of whining about your personal little situation, which is so infinitesimally just not fucking important in the scheme of things, how about you look about how things are on the other side of the planet? People live in China. People live in Russia. People live in Saudi Arabia, Middle East. Why don't you look at how they have to live? And then all of a sudden, your tiny little problems won't really matter anymore in the big scheme of things, okay? So you might say, why on earth is Phil talking about this morning? What in the holy hell is this? Is this DS politics again? No, it's not. This is very much the Level 1 podcast. And the reason that I'm bringing this up today is because there's been a huge deal that just happened in the realm of video games. EA, Electronic Arts. This is a publisher that has been around forever. I remember back in the day, you could buy games that Electronic Arts made on the NES, the Super NES, the Sega Genesis, sports games like the Madden franchise. They used to have FIFA, but now I guess it's like some other thing because they lost the licensing. Huge sports titles. But also, there's so many different game companies under the umbrella of EA, notably BioWare, that makes Mass Effect and is currently working on making a new Mass Effect and stuff like that. EA has actually been bought out, okay? One major company and or the biggest stakeholder in this deal is Saudi Arabia. $55 billion buyout. Yes, EA will no longer be a public company that is held by stockholders and traded on the stock market. It will now be privately owned. It's a couple of investment firms involved, and notably the biggest one with the biggest stake is a Saudi Arabian investment firm. Now, if you've been following news recently, you may have heard some other things that Saudi Arabia has been involved in, okay? Notably, the WWE just made a huge announcement that a future WrestleMania will take place in Saudi Arabia. That's unprecedented. Yes, WWE has had other events before in Saudi Arabia. For example, they had the Greatest Royal Rumble and things like that, but never have they actually had one of their giant flagship pay-per-view events there. Now, when they've done these events in Saudi Arabia before, they had to completely change everything. The women literally had to wrestle in bodysuits because in Saudi Arabia, it's illegal for women to actually have their skin exposed in public to a certain extent. So when the wrestlers went to wrestle, they actually had to look like Power Rangers in the ring. I'm not exaggerating or kidding. This is absolutely positively true. Okay? Another thing that just happened that you may not have gotten wind of, EVO. You know EVO Fighting Game Championships? The tournament series that was known as the big one, the biggest in the world, the one that everyone who wanted to compete competitively in fighting games in would go to. That was known as like the World Finals, the big event, the Super Bowl, the World Series, the World Cup of fighting games. It just got bought out by Saudi Arabia. Completely. They own the whole thing. So you might be saying, what is going on? Why is Saudi Arabia buying out all of this kind of pop culture stuff? WWE fighting games, now a major video game company. What are they doing? It's very simple. Saudi Arabia is in the midst of trying to rejuvenate their image on the world stage. What does that mean? Well, Saudi Arabia is insanely rich. If you're not aware, Saudi Arabia is likely the highest concentration of wealth on the planet. Now, it can't be proven, and the reason it can't be proven is because Saudi Arabia doesn't actually want anyone to know how much money they have. Did you ever go to those like Forbes most rich people on the planet list, and they always say, oh, it's Elon Musk is number one? Ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk is not the richest person on earth. Not even...
Yeah, it's Lord Rothschild.
Close. Because when they list those lists, they don't actually show the richest people. They show the richest people who are public, who allow their wealth to be shown to the world. But the Saudi Arabian oil barons, the giant influential European families that have been around for like hundreds and hundreds of years, they're never listed. These are actually the most powerful, richest, most influential people on the planet, and you will never know it because they don't want anyone talking about it. And if anyone were to talk about it, like let's say, for example, let's say Forbes actually listed this oil baron as the richest dude on the planet, all of a sudden, mysteriously, Forbes would say, oh, half our sponsors just got pulled. What? Yeah, oh, we have no more sponsors, no more advertisements. We just lost all our funding, so we're going out of business. That's how powerful these people are, okay? And even in truth, this is the truth about it, even a lot of people right now who are content creators, big ones who are getting the deals, the sponsorships, the partnerships, the big money, right? If they were to talk like I'm talking right now, they would get a phone call from their talent agency or agent and be like, just so you know, you just got dropped by everything. Yeah, you're on your own now. It's the truth. That's how crazy our world is, but no one really talks about it. Everyone's, we just let you know. So when you hear about this stuff, you're like, what the hell? So the reason Saudi Arabia is doing this is because they are trying to rejuvenate their image on the world stage. Right now, you don't hear about Saudi Arabia much at all. And if you do, you just think it's those guys who have all the oil, right? So what they want to do is now they want to be known as pop culture icons and gurus. They want to have athletes under their wing doing events for them. They want to be the ones to organize a competitive event for video games so that kids and young people are into it. And, oh, wow, Saudi Arabia, wow, they're really hip. They got their finger on the pulse of what's cool, right? In reality, Saudi Arabia just wants to get involved in everything. They want to have control. They have control of the world economy because of oil. And as long as oil is still a natural resource that we all depend upon for fuel, we're always going to have to kind of bend the knee to them. Because at any moment, we're just not going to sell oil to you anymore. So what do we do now? Now I can't drive my car? Now I can't heat my house? And the answer is no. They actually have that level of control, okay? So now, they're now trying to venture out into other things. Let's get our hooks into other things, right? Now, here's the thing. The situation I just described, getting thrown out of your house and being told you got to live somewhere else, and then you're upset with that situation, so you complain about it on social media, and you go to jail for it for the rest of your life. That has happened in Saudi Arabia. It is documented. This is not I made up a hypothetical that's kind of ridiculous and outlandish. That happens in Saudi Arabia, okay? So if you live there, at any moment, you've got to be very worried about anything that you say and do. That's just how their government is, okay? So the crazy part about all of it is, you might say, well, wait a minute. If Saudi Arabia actually has such horrendous human rights, that anyone could just be upended, thrown out of their home, the government can do whatever they want, people are executed. Yes, I'm not kidding. Executed for literally speaking out against the government. Imagine that. Imagine you made a mean tweet about former President Joe Biden or current President Donald Trump, and someone came to your house, arrested you, and then you were publicly executed for it. That's happening in Saudi Arabia. All right?
That's not how it works, but all right. DSP, the world traveler, dude.
So, why on earth would any of these companies want to do business with Saudi Arabia? Why would WWE want to have several events, and now WrestleMania, their biggest event of the year, why would they want to hold this in Saudi Arabia? Why would EVO, the World Championship Series that was always known as everyone is welcome, anyone can participate, absolutely no limitations, come on and show your game, just prove that you're good. Why would they get bought out by Saudi Arabia or sell out to Saudi Arabia? Why would EA, a company that, I'm not kidding, has recently been known for liberal policies? Take a look at Dragon Age Veilguard, where there was an actual plot line about a trans character, someone misgendering them, and then having to self-discipline and punish themselves for getting the gender wrong. Okay, it's not a joke. That was actually in the game. It was a big controversial thing, right? And that's published by EA. Why would EA be getting bought out by a company where in that native country of Saudi Arabia, LGBT is a crime? You hear what I said, right? Yes, in Saudi Arabia, you're not allowed to be LGBT. It's illegal. You go to jail if you get found out. So, what's the answer here to all this? Why are all these companies getting involved with Saudi Arabia? Well, folks, there is an answer, and the answer is very simple. Now, no, I didn't just hit a goal.
I'm surprised Phil's biting the hand that could potentially feed him. You would think he would want some of those Saudi shekels.
But the answer is money. These companies are all receiving absolutely insane amounts of money. Over the value of what you would even receive. $55 billion to purchase Electronic Arts. That's $5 billion more than the estimate that they gave of what the company should be valued at. They paid them a premium to purchase the company. Okay? I can just imagine the amount of money that a company like WWE is receiving, all right? And again, you might say, well, I don't get it. Saudi Arabia is overpaying. Why? because they know that in the eyes of the world, they are morally wrong. The world does not like how they do things in their country in regards to human rights. So they know the only thing they can do is to pay their way out of it. And people are greedy and weak enough to say, I'll turn a blind eye to all this shit so I can get rich. It's that simple. Okay?
That sounds exactly like Phil with that one guy, Derek, for years. The weird, like, pedophile sex pest kid. Like, for years, he turned a blind eye to a bunch of weirdos in this chat because he wanted to keep getting their shekels. So, he who is without sin should cast the first stone.
So in this story today, that EA is getting bought out by Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of conflicting views and things. Some people are saying things like, well, this is awful. Now, what about game franchises like The Sims? So The Sims is owned by EA. The Sims has always been a franchise where you can kind of do whatever you want. And so it actually has been a franchise and a game IP that has been very, very friendly with the LGBT community. You can be gay in the game. You can be trans in the game. You can have crazy stuff in the game. And people will simulate these situations in the game. There's a whole community around it. People on social media post up and talk about this kind of stuff, right? Well, now they're owned by EA. So does that mean moving forward, now they're owned by Saudi Arabia. Does that mean moving forward, all those options will be removed from the games or they just will never be put into the games moving forward? EVO, we just talked about it. EVO, the huge fighting game championships, right? Always known as anyone can enter. Everyone is safe, safe space. You got champions like Sonic Fox, who infamously over the years has been the best Mortal Kombat player. He always seems to win the Mortal Kombat tournaments, but he's gay and he's a furry. And he's very, very straightforward and in your face about it. It's like his thing is that he likes to wear the fursuit to the tournament and he yells out he's gay and he's anti-Trump and stuff like that. So how's that going to go down with the Saudis?
Hopefully they burn him at the stake.
Well, actually, it's illegal to do that stuff in their country.
Good. Hopefully they burn him at the stake or crucify him. Either or. I would settle for either.
So that's the deal right now, and that's why there's such controversy all over the internet about what's going on with Saudi Arabia, and notably this morning, the news about Saudi Arabia being the primary buyer of EA. So to further extrapolate upon my point about the money, it was announced that each shareholder of EA stock, for each share that they hold, will now receive a $210 payout. So let's say you were someone who had faith in EA and you liked their stock and you had bought, 1,000 shares. You just made $21,000. Mm-hmm. So there you go. That's what it's about. Money. That's what it's always been about. All these deals, all these behind the scenes things. Money. I don't understand. What if Saudi Arabia has such horrible human rights? Why would anyone even buy oil from them? Well, we all do. Literally right now, you're driving a car. It probably has oil from Saudi Arabia in it. You know that, right? So if you're anti-Saudi Arabia, oh my God, I can't believe what I hear they're doing with human rights over there. Why are you driving your car with the gas in it from Saudi Arabia? And this is also what I like too, is because when we talk about situations like this, you hear these activists, and these activists always say stupid shit, right? Oh, I made a life choice. I'm not going to eat meat because it's morally wrong. Oh, by the way, I drive my car that has gas from Saudi Arabia where they're executing people. But that's okay as long as I'm not eating meat. I'm a vegan. I love that shit. I really do. Okay? So anyway, the truth is we don't know what's going to happen. Will EA actually completely change? Will EVO actually completely change? WWE, I don't think anyone really cares, to be honest. It's just that people have always seen WWE as kind of a hobby or a pop culture thing that the common man could follow. If WWE is going to start selling out to places like Saudi Arabia and now all their events are going to be over there, how would anyone ever go to a show? How would anyone afford any of it, right? I mean, we were just talking about recently, WWE, my God, it's so complicated to even watch any of their shit anymore. Pay-per-views are on this on-demand service, TV shows are on this on-demand service, this is over here, What the fuck is going on? Used to be just watch it on TV, now you can't even do that anymore. I mean, hell, the best way to watch WWE, you have to get a VPN to switch regions so you can all watch it on one on-demand service. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like for me, the way I see it is, man, it's rampant. It's going to keep getting worse. There's nothing you can do about it if you want to live in modern society, quite frankly. We don't make these decisions. Like, I mean, what are you going to do? Well, let's see. I don't stand for the human rights violations of Saudi Arabia, so I can't drive anything that uses gas. Well, I also don't like how the communism is in China, so I can't use any products from China. Oof, there's 90% of products you can buy in stores you can't buy anymore because it's made in China, right? So I guess what I'm going to do, I've decided I'm going to move out and I'm going to live in a cave out in the woods. I'm going to be a hermit, okay? No one bother me. I'm just going to live with the animals. Everyone just shut up and leave me alone, okay? So anyway, in a lot of ways, too, I think that a lot of this is over-exaggeration. Just because Saudi Arabia now has a huge investment stake in Electronic Arts, does that necessarily mean the Saudis are going to swoop in next week to BioWare and be like, show us the progress of Mass Effect because we just want to be sure that it's in line with our morals now. Let's go. Show us the work.
Let's hope so. If the Saudis don't want to do it, I will. For a very small fee, comparable to the purchase price of the company, I will literally go to every single one of these studios and make sure they're not making globo homo garbage. But, I feel like that would be a nice service to offer. I don't know why more studios don't do that shit, man. It's crazy to me. There's no, normal check-ins anymore at any of these big companies.
Now. And if it's not, you're the puppets on our strings, and we're going to be sure that this game is in line with everything that we like in Saudi Arabia. And if not, you're all fired. it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to happen. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen either, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. You know, I think people tend to jump to crazy-ass conclusions and weird situations, the most extreme shit you could think of. That's what comes to their mind first, right? So immediately what they're going to do is they're going to uplift all the EA-owned studios, ship them off to Saudi Arabia. So they're all going to work in Saudi Arabia from now on and have to live by that law, right? No, that's not going to happen, right? But at the same time, you guys are right. You know what I'm saying? You guys are right if you're freaking out and saying there may be changes, all right? But what else can we say, right? That's life. Sometimes you got to realize that you can't always be the social justice warrior. When they said the SJW stuff from years ago was always hilarious. I'm a social justice warrior. Oh, by the way, but everything I own in my house is from China. And you don't really know what social justice is, honestly. You know, real social justice warriors, you really got to cut back on a lot of shit that you're doing if you really want to stand your ground to morals and values and shit like that. I really don't think that people should be doing this stuff. It's funny because, well, neither do you. When did I say that I have morals and values where I'm not going to buy stuff from China? Like, I'm not. Do you see me on social media standing up and complaining about this shit? No. No. You see, like I said, in reality, is it a good thing to stand up for the rights of others? Yes, it is. I agree it is. In the way that you can, in the lifestyle that you live or whatever, if you can stand up for that and help others, go for it, right? But you got to pick your battles and you got to be realistic. The truth is, if you sit on social media all day and you just whine and complain about little minute things, then the problem is you just don't have adversity in your life. And you don't realize how bad it is in other parts of the fucking world where people don't have the ability to just sit and whine on social media all day. You grew up in a generation where you lived eternally online. You never even lived in an offline society to see how life was before you literally thought you were the most special snowflake on the planet.
An SJW? Maybe so.
And everyone should listen to you bitch 24/7.
He used to be a lot worse. He's gotten better in recent years.
In reality, no one cares. Maybe you think they do because that's what society has taught you with this always plugged in online mentality. But in reality, you're one of a zillion. No one cares about your little opinion. Sorry, that's just the truth. And if you don't believe it, you don't see that as reality, you probably have been brainwashed. And that's sad. But that's the truth about society is there's just so many people out there. It's very rare when you get someone who has some kind of influence or someone to care about what they say or do. But everyone thinks that now because they're all plugged into the internet. Oh, I'm the one who I post up every little moment of my life on TikTok and on fucking Blue Sky and on this and that. No one cares. No one. Anyway, so what will happen with EA? I don't know. We'll follow the story. It'll be very interesting to see what's going to happen. Will actually all these things under EA's umbrella change? Will anything change? Maybe it'll be an insignificant change. Maybe the Saudis just want another piece of the pie to control, right? And they just want to diversify even further. And they see this as a way that now you can say, oh, we'll get some good street cred with the world because look, we're into the video games. Don't know. You know, we'll have to see what happens in the long term. But I do find that these hilarious people who freak out about stuff on the internet are just, it's such comedy, right? The same person who complained last week that someone spelled their name wrong on their Starbucks cup. They couldn't stand it. Oh my God, they were all, well, what's your name? This guy in fucking Norman's like, Shaka Duga Duga. Well, how the fuck are you supposed to spell your name, you idiot? If your name was Joe and they spelled it wrong, then I would understand. You're the most stupid name possible. You're complaining they couldn't spell it on your coffee cup, and you're angry. That's
Dude, that's racist.
Wow. Anyway. All right. Anyway, I think we can now sit back and relax. We talked about the news for today. That's the only real gaming news for today. There'll be a lot more stuff soon. As all these
What do you mean you didn't know how to spell Ashalanda Odyssey?
Games start to release. I'm really interested to see what the hell's going to happen with Ghost of Yotei. I really am. That's like the hot story this week. Is Ghost of Yotei actually going to be good or not? If it's good, will people play it, or will people just be so engulfed in this political discourse around it? You know, will they skip? I still don't know what I'm going to do. I have no idea what to do with this game.
Ghost of Yotei, indeed, man. Oh my God. It's like my nightmare, bro. Phil will try to rush that game and get like a quarter through it and complain about tips. I mean, I would try to rush through it too, man. Most of those Sony games are just boring as shit. So...
Oops. I don't see anything I want to watch. It's just endless doom scrolling. Endless slop, yep. Yeah, I may just go ahead and hop off. I mean, I've already been live for, what, 7 hours, so that's probably enough. We'll see what happens today. But, yeah, I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off, guys. Have a wonderful, what is today? Wednesday. Yeah, have a great Wednesday, everybody. And I will, I guess, talk to everyone later tonight. Peace out, guys.